That's mine. Is that my original?
Maybe that's yours. I thought I had a copy of it there. Excuse me, I put it in. You have your copy back?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll mark this two-page as 1030.
All right, 10:30, but Mr. Cochran, this is not the person who did the comparison.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right,
Now,
thank
with
you.
regard to 1030, so we make it clear for the record, Your Honor, what this is. Tell us what 1030 is.
1030 is a partial list entitled Homicide Worksheet of police personnel whose prints were compared to print lifts made at the Bundy location.
All right. And who is the person who can come in here and tell us what the findings were, who was eliminated, and who you found prints of? Who's that person?
Well, there are probably several, depending on when the information came in. Alvarado, I believe, would be one of them. Some of this work is done on day watch, and some may be done on night watch. I think the best way to tell would be to contact the print supervisor for that information.
The print supervisor?
Yes, the supervisor of that unit.
Do you, I was asking you some questions yesterday and this morning with regard to lividity being present on First Nicole Brown Simpson. And you remember you indicated that you didn't recall any. Remember that?
I don't recall any marked lividity.
And by the way, with regard to Mr. Goldman, do you recall any lividity on his body?
He was clothed. I wouldn't have observed any.
Well, in order to take the liver temperature, didn't they have to raise up his clothing? The scene there?
To that area, yes.
Did you see any lividity then?
I don't recall seeing anything that stood out to me.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a document with regard to that in the coroner's office?
Certainly may.
Okay, I'd like to mark as the next exhibit 1030, is it?
1031.
1030. It's a two-page document.
1031.
1031. It's a two-page document, page 2 and 3, and I'd like to show it to counsel.
All right. With the court reporter, please.
Were given different coroner's numbers, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to read two separate paragraphs, if you would.
This and this.
This one and this one.
Okay.
And I want to ask you a question. Sorry,
Yes.
take your time.
Yes.
And does the review of this particular document, investigator's report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not there was lividity present and fixed in either one of these bodies?
No.
Doesn't refresh your recollection at all?
No.
All right. You were present when the autopsies were done on both individuals?
Yes.
And as you think back about your being present at that time, does that in any way refresh your recollection of whether you saw lividity on either of these bodies?
No, those observations would be made prior to the autopsy and probably my arrival. I don't recall making those observations.
All right. It doesn't refresh your recollection.
Not at all.
All right. Now, you received a call to respond to this homicide, as I understand it, sometime in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who called you at that time, if you recall?
I believe it was a detective from detective headquarters, on-duty detective.
And do you remember what time it was that you received this call?
Approximately 3 a.m.
And I presume you were at home in bed at that point?
Yes.
And then you drove from your home in Simi Valley down to the location, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get from Simi Valley to the location at Brentwood?
Perhaps 50 minutes, an hour. I don't know.
You arrived at the location at about 4:25 in the morning?
Yes.
And when you got there, Van Adder was already there, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And two of you had worked together for about 4 years prior to this particular time?
That's correct.
You became aware that you were taking this case over from two other detectives, is that correct?
Yes.
You'd never worked before with Mark Phillips or Furman, is that correct?
Mark Furman or Ron Phillips.
Or Ron Phillips. You had not worked before with him.
That's correct.
And once you arrived at the scene, you described for us how you were briefed and taken around the scene primarily by Phillips, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of that, you all had some conversations. When I say you all, I mean that you and Van Adder and Phillips and Furman had some conversation about what you had here, what kind of homicides these were and that sort of thing. Isn't that right?
Yes.
It's true, is it not, sir, that upon arrival at the crime scene, you were met by Detective 3 Ron Phillips, West Los Angeles Division Homicide Coordinator. That's correct, is it not?
He's one of the people, yes.
That Phillips stated to you that victim Brown was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, the well-known athlete/actor, right?
I don't believe he stated that verbatim. I believe there was information that one of the victims appeared to be Mr. Simpson's ex-wife.
Well, maybe I can approach, and I'll show you 1021, Counselor. You see it. This is Defendant's 1021. I want to place this before you. And first of all, I want to ask you, and I can show you if you'd like. This is a report prepared by you and Van Adder. It's a continuous report in the homicide book, prepared under your direction and that of Detective Van Adder. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at it together. Does that report indicate that Phillips stated that victim Brown was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, comma, the well-known athlete-actor?
Yes, it does.
And did it say additionally Phillips stated that Mr. Simpson and victim 1 had been embroiled in previous domestic violence situations, comma, one of these resulting in the arrest of Mr. Simpson? Did the report say that?
Yes, it does.
Phillips told you that, didn't he?
Not at the particular time of my arrival, but he did prior to going to the Rockingham location.
All right. Well, he told you, and the report says upon arrival at the crime scene, you were met by Detective 3 Phillips, right?
That was meant to be the end of that thought, met by Detective Phillips.
Okay.
It was later on that he made that statement.
But he told you this before you went over to Rockingham, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say Mr. Simpson resided at 360 North Rockingham Place in Brentwood, approximately 2 miles from the crime scene. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Now you wrote this, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And as an experienced police officer in writing this, you strive to be as accurate as possible, isn't that correct?
Yes.
That's what you did in this case, right?
That's correct.
And so before you went over to Rockingham, Phillips had told you already that Simpson had been embroiled in this previous domestic violence situation resulting in O.J. Simpson's arrest, right?
That was a general statement,
I'm asking, did he tell you that?
not in that form, no.
Who told you about an incident that he had dealt with or had responded to at the Rockingham incident back in 1985, did you not?
No. Furman told Phillips about an incident that he had responded to, and Phillips told me.
All right, so you didn't talk to Furman, but you talked to Phillips, who talked to Furman, right?
That was my understanding.
All right,
That's what was relayed to me by Phillips.
And then Phillips then told you, right?
Correct.
All right. So you arrive at the scene at 4:25, and you have 2 dead bodies, right?
That's correct.
And you're given this walkthrough by Phillips, is that correct?
That's
You
correct.
described. And was it after the walkthrough that Phillips told you about this situation of Mr. Simpson having been embroiled in a previous domestic violence situation with his wife or ex-wife? Or during the walkthrough? When
No, it was just after that he told me that Furman had responded years before to a radio call at that location.
All right, my question is, when was that? Was it just after what?
That was just after the walkthrough.
Just after the walkthrough.
Around that time, yes.
And was Van Adder present also at that point?
He was nearby.
All right.
I don't recall exactly where.
Do you know whether or not he heard at that point?
Whether he heard that
The
conversation?
conversation with Phillips, sir.
He may have.
Now, you said something earlier with regard to the fact that initially, was Van Adder taking a more active role in this investigation than he is now?
I don't think you understand that.
All right, let me say it this way. You said, I think, earlier in response to one of my questions that you're co-lead investigators, is that correct?
Yes.
I thought you said something about something had turned around or something had changed. Did you indicate that earlier today?
I believe I was alluding to the fact that after 5 days, this case was filed with the district attorney's office, and
Wait, let me stop you there. This case was filed within the first 5 days?
I believe I stated after the first 5 days.
Well, was it filed on June 17th, 1994?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And these killings had occurred on June 12th in the late evening hours, is that correct?
Yes,
So within 5 days, by that Friday, is the 17th Friday?
correct.
All right. Between the 12th and the 17th, were you co-lead investigators during that time?
Yes,
Between the 17th and today, 2/22/95, you still co-lead investigators?
certainly.
Same basic roles.
Yes.
All right. Now, so you have this conversation wherein Phillips tells you about this domestic violence situation, and you become aware also that Commander Bushy has told Phillips to give personal notification to O.J. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was nothing that would prohibit you as the investigator now, you and your partner as the co-lead investigators, from giving that notification to Mr. Simpson. Isn't that correct? You could have done it also, couldn't you?
I could have.
Just like you gave the notification to the real next of kin, Mr. Lewis Brown. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But it's your testimony that after hearing this from Phillips, all 4 of you...
Objection, I'm sorry. Objection to the realness of
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Objection to the question that's raised, realness of the
Overruled.
May I try to restate my... She wouldn't object to this question, so let me restate it. So is it your testimony... We'll strike that. You were aware, were you not, that Van Adder had worked West Los Angeles? You were aware of that sometime in the past?
Some 20 years prior, yes.
And were you aware that he's testified he knew the area in West Los Angeles and knew how to get to O.J. Simpson's house in Rockingham?
He stated to me that night that he didn't know the way.
All right, now, my question to you is, are you aware whether or not he's testified before that he knew the area of West Los Angeles, having worked... Let me finish the question. May I ask...
Sustain.
All right. Did you watch your partner testify at the preliminary hearing in this case?
I did not. I was banned from the courtroom.
Well, they have television?
I was sent into the hall and not allowed to watch.
Well, you weren't here all the time, but you watched, right?
At the preliminary hearing, I was excluded while my partner testified, and he was excluded while I testified.
So you didn't hear what he said?
That's correct.
Did you read his testimony in the preliminary hearing transcript?
No.
All right. Have you talked to him about it, his testimony?
No, I stand objections.
I can ask, he can answer that yes or no.
Well,
I don't recall discussing specifics like that. The only conversation I had regarding your question with Van Adder was that evening.
Okay. All right. At any rate, you were aware he'd worked West Los Angeles at some point in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Van Adder were in one car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who was driving that car?
Van Adder?
All right. And is it your testimony that your purpose, after hearing this from Phillips, was to go over and just establish some rapport with Mr. Simpson so you get to know him, so you could cooperate as this investigation proceeded? Is that your testimony is?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
All right. Was one of your reasons that you went over there because you thought he was a suspect in this case?
No, not at that time.
Well, let's see now. If when you got inside the Rockingham residence, if Cato Kalin was a potential suspect and you looked at his shoes, O.J. Simpson wasn't a suspect?
I'm not saying that Cato Kalin was a potential suspect. I believe Furman requested to look at his shoes.
Well, let me ask you this. You told us yesterday that Furman looked at his shoes. Didn't you see Furman give Cato Kalin a nystagmus test? Did you see him looking in his eyes to determine whether or not he was under the influence of anything at some point? Were you aware of that?
He may have done that. I wasn't in the room. I was out on the walkway. He may have.
But you've read reports, have you not, about that?
I don't recall.
Well, he's the investigating officer, Your Honor. I'm asking you to read reports.
Sustained. Sustained.
All right. Now, were you aware that Furman looked through this pile of clothes that were in Cato Kalin's room?
He may have. I don't have a specific recollection. I didn't see him look through any clothes.
Now, with regard to your going to this location, you described for us you're going over there. Your purpose then was to establish this rapport with Mr. Simpson, right? Among other purposes?
That's one reason, yes.
All right. And the other two detectives, Furman and Phillips, were going to go over there to for Phillips to give notification. Is that correct? Isn't that right?
Well, if Mr. Simpson were at home, myself or Detective Van Adder would have probably actually given the notification.
Well, then why then would you need Furman and Phillips to go over there?
Because it was my intent to leave both detectives with Mr. Simpson while we returned to the crime scene to complete our investigation.
And was that to establish more rapport with him and kind of get his cooperation? Is that what you're going to do?
As far as my contact,
Yes.
one of the reasons was to get him to meet us, to establish some rapport and to get some type of an initial statement, yes.
All right. And were you going to question him about these previous domestic violence situations that Furman had told Phillips about, who then told you about it?
No, certainly not at that time.
All right, you weren't going to talk about that.
That would be the last thing I would have brought up at that
All right.
time.
But what you were going to do was to try to establish this rapport and leave these detectives there to try to assist Mr. Simpson, right?
That was in the back of my mind, yes.
All right. So you've described for us that you went over there and how you ultimately gained entrance. In other words, you had Furman climb over that wall. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you went inside, and you've described for us how you ultimately ended up at Cato Kalin's residence, right?
Yes.
And yesterday, when asked by Ms. Clark, you indicated that Cato Kalin did not tell you that Mr. Simpson had left for Chicago the night before. Isn't that correct? Can you so indicate?
I may have. I didn't recall that being put to him as a question, but yeah, I don't recall that being said.
Do you recall that Arnell Simpson said to you and Van Adder that her father was in Chicago, Illinois, after leaving the L.A. area late the night before? Do you recall that?
She may have after. Initially, she didn't say that, though.
Well, let me show you this report again that we were just talking about. I still have your copy here. Let's look down. Look at Appendix 1021. Look at the next to the last paragraph, and I want to ask you if you wrote this and if Arnell Simpson said this to you. Detectives were also informed by Ms. Simpson that her father was in Chicago, Illinois, after leaving the L.A. area late the night before. Ms. Simpson further stated she had returned home at approximately 0100 hours, that's 1 o'clock, right?
1 a.m.
After attending the movies in Westwood. She tell you that?
That statement was made subsequent to other statements by Ms. Simpson. Yes,
Question is, did she tell you that?
she did subsequent, yes.
Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Okay, now, with regard to Cato Kalin, you or your brother officer wrote a report of what Cato Kalin said that very morning when you all talked to him. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall writing any report.
You don't? Well, let me approach, and counsel, I'm referring now to defendant 1024 for identification. I want to place before you a report dated 6/13/94, 6 o'clock hours, I presume in the morning. It revolves a Kalin.
Objection. Objection, I'd like to approach.
This is one of the exhibits already marked here.
Johnny's report.
I'm good. Doesn't matter, Mr. Porter. I want to ask him about this report. Your Honor.
All right, at this
Proceed.
point, the objection is premature. Proceed.
This report, I want to show you this report here. See Kalin, Brian Gerard Kalin? See that?
Yes,
3959, right?
correct.
And this,
Counsel doesn't need to read it into the record. He can allow
You
him
just
to-
ask him the question if he
Okay.
person was present when this statement was taken, counsel.
with regard to this statement, I want you to read this statement to yourself. I want you to read it in total, and then I want to ask you a question or two about it. Oh, Mike.
Okay,
You read that report over?
yes,
All right, and you recognize this as a Los Angeles Police Department report of some kind?
it appears to be a partial statement.
And do you recognize the handwriting on this report?
I think it perhaps is Detective Van Adder's.
Now, you worked with him a long time. It looks his handwriting to you?
It appears to be Detective Van Adder's.
And you were present, were you not, when Van Adder spoke with Cato Kalin? Isn't that right, at least a part of the time?
No.
You were never present when Van Adder was talking to Cato Kalin?
No, Van Adder was in the rear at the bar area with Kalin, and I was with Arnell in the kitchen area.
Well, let me ask you this. Didn't Cato Kalin tell you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm asking him specifically this question. Let me ask you
Objection.
this.
Sustain. It's your say.
What Cato Kalin told you?
See? Yes?
We need to, well, we'll do it over the lunch hour. Let me ask you.
But then it won't be a lunch hour.
Well, it's okay, Your Honor. His lunch hour is ruined already anyway, so we're going to ruin everybody's, except the
The fact that
jury's.
his is ruined doesn't mean mine has to be ruined.
Well, Judge, we all have to suffer together, Your Honor, in this whole thing.
All right, Mr. Cochran, we're about 6 minutes till. Do you want to excuse the jury at this point and argue the point?
No, I'd like to proceed a little bit longer.
All right,
This won't take long, Your Honor,
Thank you.
this part of it. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now, what I want to ask you is, you had a conversation with Cato Kalin, didn't you? Are you
I don't
present
believe
during
I
a
did.
conversation?
I don't believe I did.
Were you present during a conversation with Cato Kalin?
No, I was outside the room when Furman was inside, and I recall overhearing some things before proceeding down to Arnell Simpson's room.
Well, if you were looking for O.J. Simpson to establish this rapport and cooperation with him, and you were the co-lead investigator, wouldn't it have been important to talk to Arnell Simpson and Cato Kalin there to find out when they last saw O.J. Simpson?
Be important to talk to anyone there.
All right. Well, don't you think it was important for you to ask Cato Kalin, when is the last time you saw O.J. Simpson? You want to ask that
Initially,
question?
I would probably say no because we didn't know who he was, and I didn't talk to him in any event.
I see, but you weren't, as an investigating officer, you weren't interested at all in what he might be able to tell you about when you last saw him?
It's certainly not a matter of me not being interested. Of course I'd be interested.
All right, but you never asked him that question, did you?
I didn't speak with the man.
All right, but you read Van Adder's statement that was taken by 6 o'clock that morning, right?
Well, objection, that assumes facts, not
All right, I'm
evidence.
asking, have you read Van Adder's
Partial
statement?
statement. Misstates the testimony as a
Or
partial
rule.
statement.
That part's overruled. I've sustained the objection there.
All right, did you read Van Adder's statement?
I'm aware of that partial statement, and I did not read it that morning, no.
All right, he never told you about what Kalen had told him?
Objection irrelevant.
Well, he can say yes or no
Say
to
yes
that.
or no?
I don't believe he got into any detail at all.
All right, so then, you didn't talk to Kalen, but you then went down and talked to Arnell Simpson, right?
With Phillips, that's correct.
All right, and at some point, because we saw it in your own statement, she told you her dad was in Chicago. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, when you were searching around that house and going all through the house, did you ever go upstairs and look in Mr. Simpson's bedroom for him if you were so interested in finding him?
No, because Ms.
Oh, no,
Simpson,
you answer that, can you answer yes or no, please?
I never went upstairs.
All right, and so when you were trying to find out whether O.J. Simpson was on the premises or not, you never went upstairs to his bedroom or looked in the upstairs part of that house, right?
That's correct.
And you described for us yesterday how, pursuant to the LAPD policy, you're supposed to give, where at all possible, personal knowledge of the death to the next of kin. Isn't that correct?
Personal
Sure, your
knowledge
manual?
or notification?
Yes,
Personal
notification.
notification,
All right.
yes.
And in the situation, so that we're clear, in a situation where you're divorced from someone, who is the next of kin?
Well, it wouldn't be the person you were divorced from.
Right, it would
The
be
next
their,
of kin could be anyone.
could be maybe their parents. Would that be
It
perhaps?
could be anyone who's the next of kin.
All right, and you ascertained at some point, in fact, you knew when you were talking to Phillips that Mr. Simpson was divorced from Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson, didn't you? You knew that, didn't you?
I believe he said either divorced or separated. I don't believe the distinction was made at that time.
And do you know if whether or not Commander Bushy knew that when he insisted on giving O.J. Simpson this personal knowledge, personal notice?
I have no idea.
But when you got on the phone and you called Mr. Lewis Brown's house, you didn't give any personal notice at that point, did you?
Personal knowledge?
Yeah, personal notice.
As to what?
Just the death of Nicole Brown Simpson. That wasn't personal notice, was it?
That was not in person, that's correct.
You could have contacted an Orange County Sheriff's Department or whatever the local police department was, had one of those officers go over to that house in person and make notification. Couldn't you have done that?
I could have. That was a judgment call, and I didn't.
All right, and you didn't do that, right?
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to the conversation with Mr. Simpson, that conversation was conducted over on a phone call with Phillips. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was during that conversation that you decided to tell Arnell what had taken place. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And you described for us yesterday that she became very, very upset. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was a period of excitement for everyone. Isn't that correct?
Everyone?
A time for excitement for everybody around the house. Weren't you somewhat excited?
I don't recall being excited, no.
All right. Well, who was excited?
Arnell Simpson.
She's the only one who's excited?
I don't recall anyone else being excited.
Did you see Phillips' testimony where he said it was a period of excitement? Did Phillips seem excited to you also?
No.
So only Arnell was excited inside the house there.
In my opinion, yes.
And did you call the Brown family directly after the conversation was made to Mr. Simpson?
I don't recall the timing. I'd have to look at the phone bills. It was around that time.
All right, and you can look at some phone bills for us maybe over the lunch hour. Now, at some point yesterday, you told us you left the Rockingham location because you had to go downtown somewhere. Remember that?
No, I believe it was to go back to the Bundy location.
Yeah, well, I know you went to Bundy, but at some point you left Bundy, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
to go
okay,
downtown,
Bundy.
right?
That's correct.
And were you aware that Mr. Simpson had returned to town?
Yes,
And you went downtown to see Mr. Simpson, didn't you?
yes,
Down at Parker Center here in Los Angeles, right?
that's correct.
And you and Van Adder went down to talk to Mr. Simpson, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You found him to be very, very cooperative, didn't you?
Well, objection, Your Honor.
I can answer that
Beyond
question.
scope, this
Can
is
make him my own witness.
testifying, so it's backing on evidence.
She's speaking objection, Your Honor.
No, those are statements of 3 legal causes. It's sustained at this point.
I'm making my own witness, Your Honor. I can answer
Well,
this
it's
question.
sustained at this point.
Okay.
It's 12 noon, straight up.
All right, let me ask one last question. You went downtown and you saw O.J. Simpson at Parker Center, right?
Yes,
And you found him to be cooperative with you at the time you saw him at Parker Center.
Objection,
Isn't
Your
that
Honor,
correct?
it's all beyond the scope.
Well, let me ask this question. You took a
Hold.
statement. Okay, well, thank you, Your Honor. What-
You can just say he took a statement from him.
Okay,
That's
well,
where
let
we're
me,
gonna end- that's where we're
let
going to
me
end
go
the
back to the other
morning.
question. You took a statement from him, right?
yes.
All right, that's where
That's a
we're
good
ending.
point. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, let's clear the court. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Counsel, is there anything else we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
No, Your Honor, this afternoon, probably at the break, we want to show some more video to, additional videos we'd like to show, according to counsel. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark? We ready?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We ready?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's have the jurors,
Is there
please.
something else that counsel wanted to show us?
No, they indicated, Mr. Cochran indicated that at the break, he had some additional video.
Why not show us now?
All
Well,
right,
we
let's have
need to
the jurors,
see,
please.
as we have done courtesy to counsel throughout this trial, I show it to counsel before I show it to the witness. Since you know what you're going to show the witness,
You weren't listening. We're not showing you the witness. So relax.
but you obviously are going to, why not do it now? Why not we look at it now?
Let's have the jurors, please.
Wait a minute. It's our case, Your Honor. I said we put the break, and that would help you.
Let's have the jurors, please. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor, and good afternoon, members of the jury, and Detective Lang. Did you have a pleasant lunch?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Were you able to get a list of items that were you able to refer to them over the lunch hour, sir?
Yes.
And may I approach with regard to the list? And maybe, Your Honor, if we can have a moment, save some time, you can tell me those items that you were able to find or whatever.
Sure, Ms. Clark, do you want to approach? concur.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Lang, over the lunch hour, were able to review any of your reports and determine, first of all, when it was that you received some communication from Mr. Mahaney, who is a criminalist in the coroner's office, with regard to their failure to collect the blood drops or spatters on Nicole Simpson's back.
So my office was faxed Mr. Mahaney's report on June 23rd, 1994.
Is that June 21st?
Might be 21, yes.
June 21st.
June 21, yes.
And thereafter, did you do something after that?
Yes, I telephonically spoke with Mr. Mahaney,
And that was
approximately 2 to 3 weeks after, and that's only a guess.
And it was in that conversation when you discussed whether or not the coroner's office had removed or examined or preserved these blood spots on the back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, when we've seen pictures of how Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body was kind of on her side in a fetal position, and when the coroner's representatives, Ratcliffe, and what was the gentleman's name who came out?
There was a driver. It's in the log. I don't.
Was it Jacopo?
Possibly.
Jacopo.
Possibly something like that.
When they came out, you were standing there when her body was placed on this sheet and the plastic. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you recall that they turned her body over on the back, so she's laying on her back. Isn't that correct?
I believe they may have, yes.
And so did you tell them, be careful, don't put the body on the back because you're going to smear that blood?
I pointed that out to the criminalist, and I don't recall specifically saying that. I don't believe it was in a position to be smeared. It was caked and dried.
Well, let me ask this. What criminalist did you point that out to?
The investigator, I misspoke, to the investigator who put the body on the...
All right. But so that we're clear, before her body was removed from that scene, her body was placed on its back. Isn't that correct?
It was on the back so much, there was an attempt to straighten the body out because of the state of rigor mortis.
Right.
So I don't recall the body being perfectly supine.
All right, but as opposed to being on its face, it was on the back, though. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
Okay, sir. And the person that you pointed out to be careful not to smear the blood on the back would have been Ratcliffe, the coroner's investigator?
Yes,
What are you
that's the
talking-
original person who I discussed that with.
Okay. And we'd ask you if you could check your notes or your homicide books and find out about this July 3rd, 1995, strike that, July 3rd, 1994, visit to Bundy when you have testified the blood spots on the rear gate were collected. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have occasion over the lunch hour to look at any kind of chronological entry in the log regarding that?
Yes.
And did your review of that log indicate that you were the first one at the scene other than a police officer who may have gotten there before you did?
That's my recollection, yes.
And that police officer would have been Detective Payne?
Yes.
By the way, Detective Payne is the officer who has been running down leads, if any, regarding other suspects. Is that correct in this case?
No, he's been doing some of that, but mostly coordinating that type of thing.
Coordinating what type of thing?
Running down leads, running down so-called clues as they come in.
Okay, the clues. And his name is Payne. Is that P-A-Y-N-E?
That's correct.
And is he assigned to West Los Angeles?
No, he's assigned to Robbery Homicide Division.
So he's one of your people at Robbery Homicide downtown?
That's correct.
And is that a chore or task that you assigned him early on in this case?
It was done by my lieutenant at the time.
And that's Lieutenant Rogers?
That's correct.
Okay. At any rate, so Detective Payne may have been at the scene. Would you have been the second police officer there?
More than likely.
And do you have a record and indicate what time you actually arrived, approximately?
Yes.
By what time did you arrive?
At 9:45 a.m.
On July 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
And then after you arrived, it was sometime after you arrived that Ms. Clark arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And who arrived first as between Ms. Clark and Mr. Hodgman, if you recall?
What's the possible relevance of this?
There may be, Your Honor. There may be. I'll be very brief on this.
If there's only maybe, then we ought to move on.
Yeah, we'll move on. I just want to find out if I can. They didn't come together, did they?
I don't believe so.
All right. And with regard to the two of them, who arrived first?
I don't recall.
All right. And then was after they arrived, you know the time they arrived?
It had to be right around 10 a.m. shortly thereafter.
All right.
I believe 10 a.m. was the meeting time.
And do you recall whether or not Mr. Fung, the criminalist, was summoned there at some time that morning?
Yes.
And do you know what time he arrived?
No, it had to be obviously after 10.
You have no idea what time he arrived?
No.
And was a photographer summoned also?
Yes.
And the picture which I showed you earlier, was that taken at some time later that day on July 3rd?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, when we
Madam
broke...
Check is vague as to which picture counsel referred to.
Sure, Counsel.
Records not
Let me,
referred.
Counsel's correct, Your Honor. The picture, so we'll show it again, is 10007, defense 10007, Your Honor. That picture or photograph here was taken sometime later that day of July 3rd, 1994, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at the scene on July 3rd, I believe you told us that up to that point, you had not seen any property reports from, or any reports from the criminalist, Mr. Fung, or from Ms. Mazzola?
That's my recollection.
All right. And then did you visually look at the rear gate of the Bundy location?
Yes, I
That
walked... Sorry?
Did you visually look at that
Yes,
gate?
I walked in through that gate.
All right. And then thereafter, or after you had your meeting there, that's when Fung was actually called to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And you have no knowledge of who may or may not have been at that location between the dates of June 13th and July 3rd, 1994, do you?
Who would have been at the location?
There's no log indicating who may have passed by there or come at that location, do you?
Well, I have the my entries only. I don't know if someone else has a log there.
All right. You have no log of people who were at that scene during that period of time?
Oh, on the 3rd?
Yeah, no. Between June 13th and July 3rd.
Objection, Vegas location, what's seen here?
Oh, well, we're talking about Bundy.
Talking about Bundy.
The Bavarian Bundy.
875 South Bundy.
Front, back?
Your Honor, speaking objection. Could you please answer?
There are several logs in the book, and I know that I had been to that location prior. I don't know.
What I'm asking you, sir, is there was no police who maintained a perimeter for the 3-week period of time after you took the yellow tape down. Is that
The
correct?
entire time. Okay, I misunderstood your question. No, there wasn't.
Okay, that's all I was asking you, sir. Now, when we broke for lunch, we were just asking you about the fact that you had left the Bundy scene at some time around noon, was it, on June 13th, 1994?
I believe it was approximately 12:15, yes.
All right, did you log out at that point, if you recall?
I believe I did.
And did you receive a telephone call or something that caused you to leave the location?
Yes.
Who called you?
The station from the division, one of the secretaries?
Okay, and you had a brief conversation with her?
Yes.
And you had left, and you left about 12:15, is that correct?
Yes.
If I might have put you again, Your Honor.
Yes.
The log indicates, I'd like to place before you the log, which is now defendant's 1006. The log indicates that, let's see, you arrived about 4:25?
Objection. Witness can refresh his memory, counsel to read the document.
I'm not trying to push his
Can the
recollection.
witness be allowed to read?
Well, what's the
There's a
question?
proper way to do this, Your Honor.
What's
You
the,
speaking objections, Your Honor?
what's the question?
The question is, did you arrive at the scene at about 4:25 in the morning?
Yes.
All right. And you left to go downtown to Parker Center about 12:15.
That's correct.
Now, does the log reflect the time that you left Bundy to go over to Rockingham, and then the time that you came back from Rockingham to Bundy?
No, I checked out with my lieutenant at the scene.
All right, well, oh, now you can look at the log. Did you indicate that? Is that indicated on the log that you left at all?
That wouldn't be indicated on there, no.
So the log indicates what?
When I first arrived at the location and when I left the location for the day.
All right, does not show the Rockingham sojourn, right?
No, again, that would have been my lieutenant who I checked out with.
Okay. Now, so when you went downtown, were you accompanied by anyone when you went downtown? 12:15?
No, I believe I was alone.
Okay, did you go anyplace else after you left Bundy before heading downtown?
I don't believe so.
You didn't stop by Rockingham at all?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. How long did it take you to get downtown, if you recall?
Perhaps 30, 40 minutes, I don't recall.
All right. At any rate, you went downtown to Parker Center, and that's when you found Mr. Simpson to be cooperative, right?
Yes?
Can you tell us how long you were in Mr. Simpson's presence during that time?
Approximately 3 hours, perhaps a little more.
And of that 3-hour period of time, the time you actually spoke to him was how long?
Spoke to him off and on for much of the time. There was a formal interview process that took a little over 30 minutes.
And I'm talking about the formal interview portion.
Okay.
So about 33 minutes?
I believe it was, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were with Mr. Simpson and after the formal interview, did you take some blood from him?
I did not.
Jeff, this is all beyond the scope of your right.
I'd
All of it.
ask leave of court to make this my witness for that purpose, Your Honor, rather than recalling him.
Your Honor,
All right, the objection will be sustained.
May we heard, Your Honor, with regard to that?
Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. About what time did you finish with your contact with Mr. Simpson downtown on June 13th in the afternoon?
Approximately 4 p.m.
And about 4 p.m. in the afternoon?
Approximately, it may have been a little earlier.
Well, didn't you finish about 2:30?
With my contact,
Yes, seeing Mr. Simpson.
I thought I was with him for approximately 3 hours.
And just give us your best recollection then.
Well, my best recollection,
this is all beyond the scope.
Overall,
Yes, okay.
this is not beyond the scope because we're talking about the time that this detective spent on that day. I'm not allowing him to go into the content of what he did with the defendant. That's beyond the scope.
Thank you.
But as far as his activities where he was at certain times, that's within the scope.
So let's go back over.
I understand the distinction. All right, thank you.
You arrived downtown at Parker Center what time?
I believe it was approximately 1 p.m.
All right. And your best recollection now is how long were you there before you left Parker Center?
Approximately 3 hours.
All right. And when you arrived down there, did you meet your...
Not there, as long in the company of Mr. Simpson, I believe it was approximately 3 hours.
Okay. Was that all downtown?
Yes,
Okay. And so would that be at Parker Center?
that's correct.
And were you also in the company of your partner, Detective Van Adder?
For part of that time,
And you went some other place while you were downtown also?
within Parker Center,
In the same area?
within the building.
All right. And there came a time when you were concluded with Mr. Simpson for that day, is that correct?
Yes,
That was about 4 o'clock?
I believe it was.
Did Mr. Simpson then leave the building at that point?
Yes,
And during this 3-hour period of time, strike that. After he left the building about 4 o'clock, did you then leave the building shortly thereafter?
Sometime after that, yes.
Okay, do you know what time it was you left the building?
I want to say approximately 4:30, perhaps.
About 4:30 p.m.?
Approximately.
Do you have any kind of log or any kind of notes which refresh your recollection regarding this, sir?
I wouldn't have made a recordation of when I left.
And you don't have any time, any report indicating the exact times?
That I left the building?
Yeah, that you finished with Mr. Simpson and left the building?
I wouldn't have done that.
Okay. And when you left the building at about 4:30?
Again, that's an approximate time. I believe it was somewhere in
All
there.
right. And where did you go at that point?
I went to 360 North Rockingham.
Went back out to Mr. Simpson's residence, is that correct?
Yes,
And how did you get out there?
I drove.
And were you driving by yourself at this point?
I believe I was.
And did you have some conversation with Detective Van Adder before you went back out to Rockingham?
Yes,
Did both of you then go back out to Rockingham?
yes.
And about what time was it that you arrived back at Rockingham, if you recall?
Approximately 5:15 p.m.
And when you got to Rockingham, was Mr. Simpson at that location?
I don't believe he was there at that time.
Do you recall a time that he came back to Rockingham that afternoon?
I recall him coming there. I don't recall the time.
You have no idea what the time was?
Well, it would have to be after 5:15 and probably before 6:30, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in that time frame?
I believe so.
Again, do you have any reports which would refresh your recollection regarding that time?
The time of his arrival?
Yeah, the time that he got back there, yes.
No.
All right, now you told us yesterday on direct examination that you recovered some Reebok shoes from Mr. Simpson's residence there. You recall that?
Yes,
And when you recovered these shoes, Mr. Simpson was there, right?
yes.
Do you have a report with regard to that that indicates the time of the recovery of these Reebok shoes?
I don't believe there's anything of the time, no.
All right, you have a report, but it doesn't tell the time?
There's a property report, but I don't believe there's a time on it.
All right. Now, these tennis shoes, where were they recovered from?
From the walk-in closet adjacent to the master bedroom?
That's upstairs in the bedroom on Rockingham?
That's correct.
Where, do you recall that all the shoes were like kind of lined up in some kind of symmetrical order according to color and sort of thing? You recall that?
They were with several shoes, yes, on the floor.
All right, there were some tennis shoes on the floor?
There were tennis shoes also, yes.
And these shoes, based upon your investigation, were important to you, is that correct?
There was a possibility that they would be of some import, yes.
All right. So you asked Mr. Simpson at some point to point out the shoes he was wearing, as you said yesterday, is that correct? Night before?
If you could recall the shoes he was wearing, yes.
All right. And you went and then you then picked up these Reebok shoes, right?
Yes.
Was Van Adder present when this took place?
I don't believe so.
Now, with regard to those shoes, did you take those shoes back downtown and book them at Parker Center?
I wouldn't have done that, no.
Pursuant to the Los Angeles Police Department manual, you could have taken the shoes and booked them at some other station, perhaps on your way home, could you not?
No, I could not have.
You could not do that?
Could not have done that.
What does the Los Angeles Police Department manual say about the booking of evidence as soon as possible after it's taken into an officer's possession?
Generally, it says that it shall be booked as soon as possible. That manual is a guide and to be interpreted as such to assist us to do our job in a uniform manner. It's not possible at all times to do exactly what the manual says.
All right, right now we're talking, not the explanation, we're talking about the manual, okay? Now, this manual, are you, well, I'm asking, well,
Overruled at this point.
Thank
It's
you.
not a question. Rephrase the
okay, let
question,
me phrase the question.
please.
Thank you. Are we talking about section 510.10 of the manual?
I'm aware of the content, Counselor. I haven't memorized the section.
All right, well, let me read this to you and see if this refreshes your recollection.
Objection, Your Honor. Can the
Sustained.
witness be allowed-
That's not the appropriate way. If
All
you
right.
want to show it to him.
Sure, Your Honor.
I returned that back to the chief's office after we borrowed it.
But counsel just have to... It's not the manual.
All right.
Put a section of the manual, and I want to show it to him.
Your Honor.
Yes.
If it's not the actual manual, we have a manual available, don't we? Why don't we pass this topic?
All right. I'll see if we can get the manual. The section of the manual we're talking about deals with booking of evidence and non-evidence generally, does it not?
I believe it may, yes.
And doesn't it indicate to you that an employee seizing or taking custody of evidence shall ensure it's properly booked?
Sustain.
Now, I can ask him about his recollection of what it says, Your Honor.
You can.
Doesn't the manual indicate that you shall book evidence seized without unnecessary delay? Isn't that what the manual says?
It states that, but that is in fact a
Can you just
guide.
answer, is that what the manual says?
Wait. He's entitled to finish his question. Don't argue with witness.
Okay, I won't, Your Honor, but I'd like him to be responsive to the court.
No,
please.
he is. He's answering the question.
All right. Can you proceed?
And I think we're all agreed, as a general policy, evidence should be booked as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you. I want him to say that, Your Honor, not you.
Well, he
but that's
said that
okay.
already
All right.
twice.
All right. So now, in that regard, so you're aware of that on June 13th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the taking of these particular shoes, you did not book those shoes anyplace that night, did you?
That night, I couldn't have, no.
You took those shoes home to Simi Valley with you?
That's correct.
You put them in the back of the police car?
In the trunk.
The back of the trunk of the car?
They were
Did you
placed in a cardboard box that went into the trunk, yes.
did you examine them visually when you first took them from the
Yes.
closet? And then where'd you get this box that you put them in?
I had a box in the trunk of my vehicle.
All right, and you took the shoes, and then you put them in the box, and then you took the box, put it in the trunk, I presume, and took it home, right?
That's correct.
Did you, on June 14th or sometime after that, book those shoes in the property evidence?
No.
When did you ever book the shoes?
No, I turned the shoes over to Greg Matheson, the criminalist, to be examined, and then he would turn them over and to be booked.
And when did you turn the shoes over to Greg Matheson?
I believe it was approximately 7:30 a.m. on the morning of the 14th of June, '94.
Do you have a report with you today that details this information you're just talking about?
There wouldn't be any report that details that, possibly a log entry, but there wouldn't be any report.
All right, do you have a log entry that tells us this?
I could look, I don't know.
Can you look?
Yes, there's a log entry of June 14th at 7 a.m.
Can I approach you?
You may.
Again, what are we referring to, sir?
Referring to turning over the Reebok shoes that you're asking me about.
And the book we're referring to is your homicide manual?
It's the chronological record.
Well, does it say anything about shoes on here?
No, it says evidence.
Just says Ray evidence, right?
That's correct.
Doesn't say anything about any Reebok shoes, does it?
Doesn't say anything about Reebok shoes, but that was when I turned them over.
All right, do you show, let's look at this log while we're here. Does it show on this log what time it was that you got back to the Rockingham residence?
Back to the Rockingham residence
Or got
From-
from Parker Center, do we have an indication of that?
on the 13th.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And what time is it, sir?
It's at 5:20 p.m. on the 13th.
All right, Detective Lang, is there a knob there, a knurled knob, the second one there? Yeah, is that what's the problem?
It's loose down in here. Okay, that may be better.
All right.
So your chronological record indicates that about 5:20 on June 13th, you came back with the search warrant at 360 North Rockingham?
I believe the warrant had already been served. I came to that location to assist in the service.
All right, and do you know how long you stayed at the location that day, at the Rockingham location?
Approximately 6:30, I guess, perhaps 6:45.
All right, and you have an independent recollection that, were we talking about evidence here on June 14th at 7 o'clock in the morning, that you recall turning these Reebok tennis shoes over to Matheson?
Yes, I do.
And you know what he did with them at that point? What Matheson did with the shoes?
Yes, I requested a phenol or presumptive tests on reddish stains that I observed on the shoes, and he performed that examination.
He did that on that date?
Yes,
And the shoes still booked in evidence now?
yes.
All right. And do you know the evidence number of those particular shoes?
Not offhand. That would be on the property report.
At the time you gave him those shoes, Matheson, on June 14th at about 7 o'clock in the morning, did you give him any other items of evidence at that point?
I don't believe so.
That's all you gave?
That's my recollection.
Now, with regard to other evidence in this particular case, did you recover at the Bundy scene some change that was in the rear area near the Jeep vehicle?
No.
Did you see some change back there?
Yes, I believe that was recovered by the criminalist.
And was the change ever booked into evidence?
I believe it was.
And who booked that evidence?
I believe it was criminalist phone.
Now, would the criminalist book that, or would that be booked under your direction as the investigator?
The criminalist would have tagged it, had it photographed, collected it, and booked it.
Now, you saw it, though, that night, is that correct?
Yes, it was pointed out to me when I first arrived
By whom?
by Detective Phillips.
And so that we have a word picture. Can you tell us where this was located?
The two coins were located in the rear driveway area near the Jeep Grand Cherokee that belonged to the victim.
All right, and Phillips had shown you this, had he?
He pointed them out, yes.
Okay, do you ever see any photographs of this, of these coins that were on the, in that rear walkway?
I have.
And did they appear to be over a tire track area? You recall that?
I don't recall that.
Just a second, Your Honor. I'd like to mark as defendant's next in order 2 photographs and
1032.
and maybe I'll mark them
1033.
1032 and 1033, Your Honor.
Have you shown those to Ms. Clark?
1032, 1033. Show them to counsel. I'd like to place before you, if I can, Exhibits D, 1032 and 1033. Ask you, first of all, let's look at 1032. Can you see what's depicted there in 1032?
It's 1032 here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it appears to be a dime and a penny.
And do you recall that appears to be a fair and accurate portrayal of the way the dime and the penny appeared when you saw it, when Philip showed it to you at the Bundy location?
I don't recall.
All right. Look at 1033. 1033, and tell us what you see there, 1033.
Also a dime and a penny with a, looks like a photographer's rule alongside.
All right, do you recognize that dime and that penny depicted there?
I recognize a dime and a penny, and from that I'd assume that that would be the coins located at the rear.
Well, so that we're clear, did you see 2 dimes and 2 pennies, or 1 dime and 1 penny?
My recollection is 1 dime and a penny.
Now, I want you to look, first of all, look at 1033. There appear to be tire track marks on that photograph. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and the penny seems to be right over the end of the tire track marks. You see that?
Yes.
Is that the way that appeared when you saw that on June 13th, 1994?
In this photo here,
Yes, sir.
I would
It has the ruler there.
say this is the way it would appear, yes.
Okay. Now I want you.
Indicating which one?
That's 1033, I believe, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Referring to. Now I want you to look at 1032. We put them on the Elmo, Your Honor. And I want the dime and the penny in that photograph appears to be in a different location. But you see tire track marks under that also? You see them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing a dime and a penny in that particular location?
No.
All right. In reviewing your reports, do you recall the total amount of change booked at the time this evidence was recovered?
I believe it was 11 cents.
All right. So under that scenario, this would be the same dime and penny, right?
I would assume that, yes.
Okay. May I put this on Elmo here? I'd like to, first of all, put 1032 on the Elmo. And Detective Lang, you see right where the penny is, you see those marks right under that? Do those appear to you to be track marks, tire track marks?
Appears they could be, yes.
Okay, and the 118A, that little card there, what does that, is that an LAPD evidence card?
That would be the criminalist identification card taken for the benefit of the photograph.
All right. And by the way, did you have a tire track expert come out and look at any of the tire tracks that may or may not have been at the rear of that location?
No.
Never did that?
No.
Never been done to this day?
No.
All right, let's take a look at 1033. Now this is 1033 with the penny kind of right on the edge of, again, what appears to be some tire track marks. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do you see that little ruler there?
Correct.
Have you seen a ruler like that before?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a photographer's rule.
All right, and that's the kind of photographer's ruler that's used by the Los Angeles Police Department?
It appears to be.
All right, and I'd like to put those two photographs in juxtaposition to each other, right side by side. All right. Can we do that? Put 1032 and 1033. Now, can you look and see the tire track marks on both those photographs?
Yes.
They appear to be consistent in 1032 and 1033? So there's one tire track mark there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm asking if you knows.
The problem with the photographs as well as with the expertise, Your Honor.
I'm asking if he knows.
Foundation.
Sustained
The,
without further foundation.
all right. You've been a homicide detective, as we've established, for 20-some years, is that correct?
Approximately 20 years.
And in the course of your experience as a homicide detective, you've dealt in other cases with tire tracks,
I have.
scenes of crimes, have you not?
I have.
And you're familiar with the patterns made by different kinds of vehicles as they leave tire tracks, are you not?
No.
You're not familiar at all with that?
I'm familiar that tires leave patterns, not with the vehicles.
All right, well, let's talk about tires leaving patterns. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And you have in the past called upon other people in the police department to take photographs of of tire tracks? You used those in evidence in other cases?
That has happened, yes.
All right, over the course of your 20-year experience?
Yes.
And given all your experience in looking at these tire track marks depicted on 1032 and 1033, first of all, you... First, 1033. In 1033, you do see tire track marks in that, don't you?
Yes.
And in 1032, do you see tire track marks?
Yes, I do.
And you've already told us that they booked 11 cents in connection with this case. Does it appear to you in these two photographs placed in juxtaposition that the coins have been moved?
If this were a true representation of that mark, it is lined up. The lower one certainly does appear to be closer.
They seem to be closer together, do they not?
Yes.
All right. Now, one of the things that you strive to do as an investigator at the scene is to make sure that evidence is not moved. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And if evidence is moved inadvertently, intentionally, or accidentally as part of your training, you log that or you make a note of that. Isn't that correct?
I would probably do that, either that or have it documented such as it is here.
Right. You would document it in some way. Is that correct?
If I knew of it, I'd attempt to do that, yes.
Have you seen these photographs before today?
I have seen the photographs, yes.
Have you ever seen them together in juxtaposition like this before today?
No.
You've never?
No.
At the scene, at the Bundy crime scene, when you were present when these bodies were moved, the bodies of Mr. Simpson and Mr. Goldman, do you recall seeing the evidence moved at the time the bodies were moved?
At that time, no, it was subsequent to that.
All right, at that time, you didn't see it?
I didn't see them being moved, no.
I mean, evidence being moved we're talking about.
I didn't physically see evidence being moved, no.
Okay. If you'd seen the evidence being moved, you would have made a note of it, would you not have?
Either a note or documented it in some other fashion, such as a photograph.
All right, you would have tried to make some recordation of that, isn't that correct?
More than likely.
But you didn't do that in this case, right?
I didn't.
You did
I
not
did.
do that. You did not note that in this case, did you?
I didn't note those coins at the time
Okay.
in the rear.
Now, I want to show you one other photograph, 1034, with regard to the coins and their approximate location to the Jeep, and I'll show it to counsel.
All right. That's next in order.
There's in the foreground here, by the way, there's no question this is a black Jeep, right?
I believe that's the Jeep, yes.
Yeah. So now, and you know generally, because you were shown by Phillips where those coins were, can you point on that photograph 1034 and show us generally where those coins were recovered? Can you do that?
No, I think people have an objection, I don't mind.
Yeah, no, speaking of objection,
Photograph that has-
can he answer my question first?
What's the objection?
The objection is that this photograph is misleading.
That's all. Can he answer?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any coins in here.
You see well, first of all, my question was this. Is that the general area where those photographs, where the coins were recovered, is that depicted in that photograph, sir? The general area?
Objection as stated.
Overruled.
The general area as to the north side of the vehicle, are you referring to?
Yes, sir.
I believe so.
All right, it was recovered from the north side of the Jeep vehicle, is that right?
I believe so. I could check the property report and get an exact location.
Do you want to
for
do that? Why don't you do that for me?
If you would like me to.
Can you, if it's okay with the court? Yes.
Yes.
Certainly.
Have you uncovered the property report?
Yes.
And, may we read it, Your Honor? Now, I'd like you to read that to yourself and see whether or not, if you can read that, you can look at this photograph 1034 and see whether or not this is the general area depicted in this photograph 1034 where this dime and this penny was recovered.
Yes, it appears to be that general area.
All right, and what is your report, what does your fresh recollection indicate to you?
It- About what?
What does your fresh recollection indicate to you about where the dime and penny were recovered?
Approximately 6 feet east of the west edge of the driveway and 3 feet north of the north wall.
And, Your Honor, that's 1034 I'm asking put on the Elmo at this point. All right. And that area we've asked you, that's the general area where this dime and penny were recovered, right?
I believe so.
By the way, do you recall that on or about August 27th, 1994, that we saw you at the scene, strike that you were at the scene of the Bundy location and I was there with some other individuals? Do you recall that?
I believe that might have been the date, yes.
And do you recall that one of our investigators, Mr. Pavlik, pointed out some change that was inside the garage area on that particular day? Do you recall that?
Change?
Yes, pennies, dimes or something on the ground.
I recall a cigarette butt that he might have pointed out. There may have been a penny, I don't recall.
Do you recall there may have been some change also pointed out?
There may have been a penny or something. I do specifically recall a cigarette butt.
All right, it had not been booked, isn't that correct?
The cigarette butt?
Yes.
No.
And the penny hadn't been booked either, if there was a penny there?
No.
Now, also, by the way, while we were inside the Bundy location on August 27th, 1994, do you recall being pointed out to you a dark blue or black knit cap? Remember that?
Seems to me there was a cap up in one of the kids' rooms, yes.
Yes, it was outside one of the kids' rooms on one of the landings. Do you recall that?
It was, I believe it was in a box, yes.
Okay, if I were to show you a copy of the log, perhaps this will refresh your recollection regarding this. I'll show this to counsel for 1219. Do you have that? Counsel, I'd like to approach you. I'd like for you to refer to this particular report regarding the August 27th time that we were at Bundy. Read that to yourself, first of all, and see whether or not that refreshes your recollection.
Just the first paragraph?
Yes, first paragraph, I'm sorry. You read it?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That I asked you, along with a man by the name of John McNally, we inquired about a black ski cap in a box in the hallway. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was outside of the young lady's room, Sydney's room, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And by the way, was that black ski cap booked after we pointed it out to you?
No. I had no reason to book it.
But you did see it there, did you?
You pointed it out to me, yes, I did.
All right. Now, with regard to a plastic heart, do you recall seeing a small plastic heart, item 288, somewhere recovered at the Bundy location, somewhere near the rear of the Bundy location?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as our next exhibit, if we might. 1035. Where did you see this plastic heart, if you recall, sir?
It was somewhere in the vicinity of the vehicle, also in the driveway.
Was that near where this change was?
I think it may have been on the other side of the vehicle.
All right, it was somewhere back near the vehicle, though, but maybe it was on the south side of the vehicle?
Perhaps.
All right, I'm going to approach you and show you this plastic heart and ask you whether, as pictured here, this is a fair and accurate portrayal of the way this heart appeared, sir.
Yes, it appears to be.
All right, now, when you saw that, when did you see it?
That would have been on the initial walkthrough.
Now, 'cause that was when Phillips was showing you what was taking place?
Yes,
Be on June 13th?
that's correct.
And did you have that item booked into evidence?
It was booked, yes.
And, by the way, now, you saw it on June 13th. Can you look in your reports and tell us what date was that item booked into evidence?
It was sometime after the 13th because I held this item out.
All right, I understand that. My question was, what date was that item booked into evidence?
I don't know.
Can you look at your reports and tell us?
I could go through them, several pages,
Could you do that for us?
certainly.
I'd like to show the item here.
All right.
This is 1035, heart down, rear, south side. .288. I thought I'd said that earlier. I'm sorry.
That item was booked on August 25th.
August 25th, 1994.
Yes,
Now, this is an item that had been recovered and seen by you on June 13th.
yes,
Not booked till August what?
25th.
By you, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, that would be contrary to the policy expressed again in your manual to book this evidence as soon as possible. Isn't that correct? Can you
would
answer that
be-
yes or no, please?
Objection, the witness needs to explain. his-
Wait, no. Yes or no?
I don't believe I can answer that one way or the other because, again, the manual is a policy, but it's just a guide.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but I would like to see if you can answer this question yes or no. I'll try to ask it again. An item,
Objection, Your Honor, you just said you couldn't.
I want to rephrase the question. Thank you, Your Honor. This item, number booked as by you, number 288, our number 1035, was shown to you in the walkthrough by Phillips in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994, correct?
Yes,
You were aware of it, pictures were taken of it. It was not booked until the latter part of August of 1994, is that correct?
that's correct.
Would you agree with me that that does not seem to be immediate booking? Would you agree with that initially?
It's not immediate booking, that's correct.
Does the property division of the Los Angeles Police Department that is downtown here in downtown Los Angeles, does it close or when at particular hours? There are certain hours when the property division is open for booking evidence?
Yes.
And if you recovered evidence in the middle of the night, so your testimony, there's no procedure by which an officer can book evidence that is recovered in the middle of the night when the property hours, irregular property hours?
The evidence control unit is closed. There is a property division downtown that is staffed 24 hours a day.
So if you wanted to book something, you could book it 24 hours a day?
Ostensibly, yes.
You get a DR number, and you could then take it down and book it if you wanted to. Isn't that right?
Yes.
This item was booked by you on what date? August what?
It was booked by Detective Payne on August 25th.
But Detective Payne works for you, does he not?
He works with me. He's assigned to this investigative effort, yes.
Now, turn our attention back to the Bundy scene. Do you recall at what time it was that the criminalists arrived at Bundy, from where I believe you told us they were at Rockingham?
What time they arrived at the Bundy location from
Yes, sir.
Rockingham?
Yes, sir.
I believe I testified to approximately 10:10 a.m.
All right, and did you review that on the log at all? See whether or not that was accurate? You have it up there?
Yes.
And what does the log indicate?
Log indicates 10:15 a.m.
All right, and that's, so we're clear, that's when this lady whose name was Ratcliffe and followed by her associate, Mr. Jacopo, arrived shortly after her. Well, strike that. That's when Fung and Mazzola came over from the Rockingham location, right?
That's when they arrived at Bundy. That's correct.
All right, and by the time they got there, the two people from the coroner's office, Ratcliffe and Jacopo, had already been there, isn't that correct? They were already there?
They were still there, yes.
All right. And the bodies had not been moved at this point, is that correct?
I believe that process had started.
Have you ever seen a video of the sequence of events that took place that early morning hours vis-a-vis the arrival of the coroner's representatives and then the arrival of the criminalists from Rockingham?
I recall some video that's been played on on television several times, different pieces put together.
All right, have you ever seen that?
Yes.
All right. And the parts that you saw, do they refresh your recollection at all about whether or not the bodies had been moved by the time that Fung and Mazzola arrived at Bundy from Rockingham?
Again, I believe they were in the process of doing that at the time.
All right. And when you say in the process, were they both, with both the bodies still in place at that point, had not been actually moved, sir?
I believe Mr. Goldman was the... I'm not sure about the other victim. As far, it was pretty close as far as Fung's arrival time and to the time that the Simpson victim was put on the plastic sheet. It was pretty close around in that time, so I'm not exactly sure.
You're not exactly sure. Well, perhaps we can make that clear for you later. With regard to this Mr. Jacopo, Jacobo, Jacobo, he was attired or dressed in some kind of a blue jumpsuit that said coroner on the back. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you noted that as he dealt with these bodies, you saw Mr. Jacopo and also Miss Ratcliffe with gloves on their hands. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And did you have some gloves on your hands at that time?
I believe so.
And you saw them handle both bodies in sequence. In fact, they handled the body of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson first, then they moved their attention to the body of Mr. Goldman. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
And you noted at the time that Jacopo did not change his gloves after handling Mrs. Simpson's body when he then proceeded to handle Mr. Ron Goldman's body. Isn't that correct?
I noted at the time.
Yes. Did you notice that as you were standing there and watching them?
That he did not change his gloves?
Yeah. That he used the same gloves with regards to handling both bodies.
What's the objection? Sustained.
Well, did you note that? Did you see whether or not Mr. Jacobo changed gloves after he finished handling Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body, if she was the first body handled?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Did you participate in handling the bodies?
Once again, perhaps I might have assisted moving them. I don't have a specific recollection. I don't believe I did, but I can't rule that out because there was a lot going on and someone may have needed a little assistance on something. I just don't have a specific recollection.
Were you wearing gloves?
Once again, I believe I was.
Did you change gloves if you handled the first body, the Simpson body? Did you change gloves before you handled the Goldman body?
Some specs on that, some states of testimony.
If he, it's not mistaken, if he remembers, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
I don't recall handling the bodies. I don't recall if I had changed gloves at that location either.
Did you see or ever see that after Mr. Goldman's body was laying in a supine position, that one of the coroner's representatives had taken their gloves and dropped them on the body? Did you ever see that photograph?
I have seen that photograph,
And,
yes.
and I'd like to bring this photograph up at this point and mark it. This will be the defendant's 1036, Your Honor. We'll have to try to print it, I think. You got the feet on this one, please. Now, you see those gloves on Mr. Goldman's body there?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that scene on that particular date?
Again, I don't have a specific recollection of those gloves being like that.
You know that's Mr. Goldman's body, don't you?
Yes.
And you see that lady's feet standing on that sheet of plastic there?
Yes.
See her feet? Those are the feet of Miss Radcliffe from the coroner's office, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
And you recognize those are shoes she was wearing that day?
I can't say I recognize the shoes, but I believe that to be her.
All right. And do you recall whose gloves those are that are Mr. Goldman's body?
I could only make an assumption that they belong to the coroner's investigator.
Objecting to.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Speculation.
Sustained and shall be stricken.
Now, with regard to those gloves, do you know whose gloves those are?
No.
And you recall seeing that particular picture, what's depicted there?
Yes.
And when you saw that particular picture, think back for me, was Jacobo wearing gloves when he handled these two bodies?
I don't recall if he was or not.
All right. And do you recall at some point Radcliffe was in fact wearing gloves when she was handling the two bodies?
I, again, would assume that.
right.
I didn't check them for gloves or make note of that.
At some point, did you see her take her gloves off and drop them on Mr. Goldman's body?
No.
Do you know what the coroner's procedure is with regard to taking gloves that apparently have some blood on them and placing them on the bodies of victims? You know what their policy is regarding that?
What the coroner's policy
Yes.
is regarding that? I don't even know if there is a policy regarding that.
When you saw these gloves placed on Mr. Goldman's body like that, did you say anything to Miss Radcliffe?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as facts, assuming facts not in evidence.
He said he saw it, Your Honor.
So you've seen the photo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you ever see, you've seen this photograph that's depicted there, right?
Yes.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the way that scene was that day?
It appears to be Mr. Goldman's body. I don't recall seeing the gloves.
On that particular day?
That's correct.
Who took that photograph?
I would imagine it's one of our photographers.
And Rokar?
It's probably Rokar.
And didn't you direct the photographs to be taken there at the scene that day?
In a general sense, certainly, yes.
And you were standing right there when the photographs were taken, weren't you?
Not necessarily. If, by way of explanation, when we have the bodies out like this, most of our photographers have been through this before, and they'll work also with the coroner's investigators, getting various views of various injuries on the bodies. I may or may not have directed this specific photograph. I was doing many other things.
So you don't recall?
I don't recall seeing those gloves.
But you know that's an LAPD photograph taken on June 13th, 1994, of Mr. Goldman's body with Mr. Radcliffe standing right next to him, right?
I would say it is, yes.
Now, I may have asked you this. If I do, I apologize. Did you ever take this man Rokar, the photographer, inside the interior of the house, and other than that kitchen area? Did you ever take him upstairs and have him take any pictures of anything you saw inside that house?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I apologize in advance.
And I'll sustain the objection again.
All right, good. And I won't ask that. With regard to Rokar, he doesn't come out and just start taking pictures. He takes pictures under direction of the investigating officers, right?
As a general rule, yes.
Now, with regard to this Jeep that was at the rear of the vehicle, you testified yesterday that the Jeep had the passenger side door was partially ajar of the Jeep. Is that correct?
It was cracked open. It wasn't really ajar. It was cracked, but still not ajar, but slightly cracked open, I'd say.
All right. Did you have any pictures taken of that door so we can see how it actually looked?
I believe there were pictures taken of it.
Do you have one showing the door ajar or cracked open at all?
I know there's photographs of that side of the vehicle. I don't know if one shows it ajar.
All right, that's what I'm trying to find out. Is there such a photograph?
Well, I would have to look at the photographs,
Well, perhaps when we take our break, you can help us with that.
certainly.
Now, speaking of cars being parked, at the Rockingham location yesterday, you talked about the Bronco being parked in a fashion that was askew, or whatever words you use. How would you describe the way the Bronco was parked when you first saw it?
The rear end of the vehicle appeared to be jetting out in the street more than the front end, and parked at an angle in towards the curb, facing northbound.
And yesterday, we saw a picture during the presentation by the prosecution. I'd like to see that picture again, Your Honor. I don't see John here.
You're looking for?
Yeah, we're looking for the one with the Bronco comes in. Find it. The curb.
Council has all the photographs.
No, I understand.
They're not on the work encumbrance.
I understand that we all have the same set of photos. I'm just wondering if somebody recalls what number in evidence it was.
This is in cross-examination also. Direct examination. 62E, do we have the ability to call that up? Picture, the photograph was used? What? Is there a print of 62E?
It's on one of the posters.
We got a direct examination yesterday, Your Honor. I'm trying to see if we can find it.
It's on a board.
Okay, all right.
All right. All right, counsel, the court reporter reminds me that I promised to quit at 4 today, and so I have to take my break now. Need to take my recess at this point for the court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Ask you to step back into the jury room. And we will stand in recess for 15 minutes, and Detective Lang, you may step down. Anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Yeah, we wanted to show the video at this point.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
And if Detective Lang step out here.
Well, isn't he the one who's going to lay the foundation for this?
Well,
Shock value?
I'll understand. Save some time.
All right.
When it comes to a part where I don't necessarily want to show, I'll try to let Your Honor know and see if we can cut through that.
Well, we got color bars.
I don't want to show this part. Yeah. You recognize that gentleman there?
Oh, yes. One on the left?
Yes. One with all that hair. You recognize those two? Is that Phillips and Rogers?
On the record here?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, here.
Why don't you use the microphone to take one? We're actually, in fact, reviewing a videotape this time.
Now, you recognize that lady?
That's Ratcliffe on the left.
Coroner's lady? Would
Yes.
this be a time when you are telling me what you have here?
Yes,
That Phillips in the foreground?
yes.
What time would that be? Shortly after 9 o'clock that you arrived at 9:10?
I'd say so, yes.
Now, that sheet that's over the body, that's, that sheet that you're handling there, is that the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And are you showing the back at that point to her?
I don't know if it's the back at that point or possibly, I don't know for sure what I'm doing there. It's hard to see.
But it's Nicole Brown Simpson's body, and you're talking to Ratcliffe, and you're over the body, and it's still in that fetal position, right?
Yes,
With the arrival of the county coroner's office with Jacobo,
yes,
that would be a few minutes after she came at 9:10,
yes,
about 9:20, 9:25 perhaps?
something like that.
What time would your resident be there? This is now.
Perhaps 9:15.
Who's he talking to? Who's he logging in with? Is that Cummings? You know?
I don't know.
Is that Ratcliffe up in the back?
Yes,
Is that 873?
yes,
That's the Nicole Brown Simpson's body.
yes.
You talking to Lieutenant Rogers there?
Yes,
Do you remember what time that was approximately?
I have no idea.
Those are the front technicians in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
You know what time that was, do they?
No,
You're not interested in this part. This part I don't want to show. That, you know, that officer is the African-American officer who got today's.
that recognizes Sergeant Palmer.
That's Palmer,
Yes,
Sergeant Palmer.
yes,
Body's still there at this point?
yes.
All right, now that, you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, that's me.
What do you have in your hand?
Gloves.
Fresh your recollection? Body's still there at this point?
Yes.
Recognize each person depicted here? You're just walking out. Who's that in that jacket? Who's in that light colored jacket?
Appeared to be the photographer.
Is that Rokar or somebody else?
I believe it's Rokar.
What's happening now? Is this one, is that the plastic you're talking about?
Yes,
This is regarding Ms. Simpson's body?
I believe so.
We'll move this.
I'd like to see the whole,
I think you have a copy of this whole thing. This is not, I'll show the part that I want to show this one. If you look at it all the time. First body moved was Ms. Simpson's body.
Yes,
We can go through this part, go through this part. Is that Rokar there, with the white hair?
yes.
We'll skip through this part. Lieutenant Rogers is being interviewed here. Who's that going through there now? Without bare-handed. Is that fun?
Right to left?
Yeah, get back of that. You may have missed it. Yeah. That's you, is that?
Yes.
Now who's that?
Fung.
Bare-handed?
Appears to be.
Are you writing notes there?
Yes,
With some of the notes you have in that book here?
I believe so.
What time of day is it about now? This is Mr. Gordon's body. We can skip to the What time of day is that?
It's probably about 10:40, 10:45 perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe later.
That's it, Your Honor. I think these are witnesses who now make mistakes. Could you you tell on there, or do you refresh your recollection at all that the delivery temperature of Mr. Goldman was taken there? See, you have a recollection of that now at all?
I don't see that on there, but I believe that's where it was.
All right, is there an objection to this?
Yeah, we still have a problem with the time and with the angle. We have a problem with depth perception. This is a telescopic lens. Obviously, there was no media allowed inside the crime scene tape. And the problem is with distortion, as well as the lack of foundation.
Now that goes to weight, not admissibility. Lay a foundation, run with the cameraman, so take contemporaneous so you know what time it was. You're on 9:10, you're 9:10, and about 10:30. It's absolutely clear. Pictures are clear. We want to show nothing objectionable, and I want to cut out anything even about moving bodies, because I don't think that's necessary. Okay, we're just to lay that foundation to be able to...
When do you intend on doing this?
This afternoon, if I can.
How do we do it without showing all the extraneous stuff and fast forwarding?
I can ask my experts about that and find out.
Why not?
May I check, please, Counsel?
No, may I make an objection, please, counsel? Under 356, I think that it all ought to be shown, instead of having portions cut out, so that the jury gets a more complete picture. It's still distorted. And under 352, even though, I mean, yes, there's a weight and admissibility issue, there comes a point after which it's simply misleading. And this...
What is misleading about the videotape?
Yeah, first of all, we have, as you noted, Your Honor, already, it's clips pasted together. It's also taken from an angle that completely leaves out the depth, and it's incomplete because you can't see where the people are standing or the surface on which they're standing. All that's going to happen is the jury is going to be misled into believing they're standing on bloody areas or contaminating evidence when they're really not, because the lack of depth in this photograph, because it is distorted, because it is done obviously from a distance with a zoom lens, misleads the jury completely. Under 352, you have a situation where the picture not only does not speak for itself, but speaks to a set of events that are very different from what the reality was. So you have a misperception created by the lack of depth shown, and you have clips pasted together that leave out significant events that is going to give a misimpression to the jury about what was going on there.
Your Honor, with regard to the people...
Excuse me, Mr. Cochran, let me just
Sure.
ask a few questions of counsel. The clips, you're right, the camera seems to move several times. It seems to be from different locations and/or zooms. And then obviously it's different in time because there's a difference in where cars are parked. I mean, I can sense that. But what is actually depicted, my recollection of what was just shown to us is Mr. Cochran was concentrating on 3 specific times. The arrival of the coroner's personnel, he was concentrating on the removal of the body of Nicole Brown Simpson, and then the removal of the body of, or the moving of the body and removal of the Ronald Goldman.
And the people's point is multiple with respect to that, Your Honor.
Let's just flesh out the clips, the 356 issue. You're saying that you object that it's just clips put together and you would want the whole videotape played under 356? That's one objection that you're making?
One objection I'm making is if the court deems this to be admissible despite people's other objections to it, that at least the entire clip be shown so that everything is placed in context.
Right, that would make it the entire shot, not the entire clip.
Yes.
Right. Is that available, the entire video?
Yes, I can show you mean what you just saw there? Yeah, we can show you whatever we got. You want the interviews and everything?
No, I mean, I'm asking, is the videotape, is there a continuous videotape or does it just start and stop? Does the camera person start and stop the video?
This is the video that we have, Your Honor. This is not put together from something else.
This is one source, Your Honor. This is one source, it's not demonetized. This is one source, one video, which you just see here.
Or is there anything left out or that's been edited?
No.
It's obviously been edited.
Not edited by Your Honor. And that doesn't help us tell, obviously. She doesn't know what she's talking about, Your Honor. We have no objection. She wants to show
Well,
the entire...
counsel, when you videotape something, when you start and stop and you elect not to photograph something and to tape other things, that's editing.
Yeah, how is that different from a photograph?
No, I'm just, counsel, I'm not hearing from you yet, Mr. Cochran. I'm just asking informational questions. What I want to hear from, I'm trying to figure out what the objections are at this point. All right, I accept the representation that is from one source, and that, let's assume that the camera person shot and then turned off and then shot some more and moved around different angles, that sort of thing. All right. So if I overrule your objection, you're saying we should watch the whole thing?
Yeah, if it's going to be shown, then it should all be shown.
Okay. Now, what's your objection?
Obviously not the interviews of the witnesses.
All right,
The other
then,
objection is that even if we do, the problem with the entire tape is that we have a distortion that is irremediable. The distortion occurs because whoever is shooting it from an obvious distance and doing it with a zoom lens. What that does is it deprives the view of depth. And so what you have is people looking like they're on top of each other, and they're not. It's a small space, but everybody is in a particular place, and it is very misleading to the jury, making it look as though there's a crowding effect that there wasn't. It also is misleading to the jury because it does not depict all of the areas that were free of blood where the people were standing. And so the jury is led to believe, based on what they see with this lack of depth, with this lens, that they are standing in blood that they're not standing in.
but let me ask you this then, Ms. Clark. How is the jury going to be misled when we have the overview photograph of the steps with Nicole Brown Simpson at the bottom of the steps, correct? And you can see that there are areas on the stairway that is not covered in blood. And we know the testimony from the officers, the first officers and Detective Lang, that they did in fact go up and down that stairway, being careful not to step on the bloody areas, correct?
The problem is that those photographs are not evident in this videotape. And this videotape, the way it's shot, because it is shot from a distance, makes it appear that you almost can't tell that there are steps from this videotape.
Mm-hmm.
But that photograph is not present in this videotape, and you can't see where these people are standing. So to put the photograph, it's impossible to put the photograph together with the videotape to allow the jury to understand that where they're standing is no blood.
Mr. Harris, how long is the tape in its entirety, its entire running time?
I believe it's about 14, 15 minutes.
All right, Mr. Cochran, do you have enough time to see? What I'm going to need to do is sit down and watch this thing in its entirety and carefully evaluate. I've seen this once now.
Oh, sure, I have enough, Your Honor. The point, I'd like to, may I address this? Yeah?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Any photograph, Your Honor, there's a depth perception problem. They've talked about this even in their own photographs. The pictures they have up there of the blood spot and the nearest footprint, there's a depth perception problem. There's a depth perception problem with regard to how the Bronco is parked. That's always a problem. You don't hear us screaming and moaning about that. The question is, you can explain those things. It's not going to be perfect, but there's nothing better than a video. We didn't take this video. And if she wants to show the whole thing, it was through sensitivity that we didn't want to show the whole thing, because I didn't need to show the bodies being drug out of there and that sort of thing. So that's the part I wanted to cut out. I have absolutely no problem with Your Honor doing that. What I do believe is that we've been talking about this for a long time now, so if there's a level of frustration evident, it's because we've been showing this from the very beginning. It is admissible. What counsel is talking about goes to weight. It's her witness on the stand. He's perfectly capable of talking about this. You know the 3 or 4 areas I want to get into, and I think that we need to resolve this at some point. But I can proceed on with the cross-examination. I had hoped to, since he's on the stand, to do this toward the end of my examination today. As I said, I'm willing to cut out certain portions, but whatever Your Honor's pleasure is.
Mr. Cochran, I don't see that you're ready to go forward with this today, because to have to then fast forward for this stuff and look through it, it's going to be disjointed, and
Yes.
things will be presented to the jury that perhaps they ought not see. What I would suggest we do is allow the court to carefully review the tape, and over the evening you should prepare an excerpt of each critical scene that you wish to present.
Why don't we, that'll be fine, Your Honor. Why don't you review it? Now, you may disagree with what we come up with. How will we do that? Let's see. I can do that with the areas we've talked about.
All right, we've talked about 3 areas at this point.
Yes, and we can do that and look at those. Are there any others? I'll leave those in, and we can try to do that.
Well, if you recall, tomorrow morning, as I told you, we're going to start with the jury at 11 tomorrow. We have that other in-chambers conference at 10, so why don't we resolve this matter at, say, 9:30?
That's fine.
All right?
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll try to come with a pared-down version.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark? Sure. Without report. In its entirety, so I can take it home tonight and watch it.
Your Honor, this tape that we're watching is already a marked exhibit. It's exhibit number 2. It was played on January 23rd. We have another copy that we can take with us tonight, so you can have this one.
All right? It's my copy to begin with. Court's exhibit.
Do you have it already?
I'll take it home.
Yes, you have it with you.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right,
Would you
let's...
like a copy of the version we're now, with your permission, editing down for 9 also?
Well, I think our agreement is that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, you'll file with the court and with the prosecution the excerpts that you intend on presenting. And I think that's will just make for a cleaner presentation in any event.
Fine, probably a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd like to request that the identity of the cameraman who shot this film, this footage.
Camera person.
Camera person,
We
who
have
shot
it.
this footage, be divulged to us for the purpose of calling him to the witness stand,
Or her.
possibly, or her.
You never know these days.
No, I don't, and it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
That's why, it's just a word, Your Honor.
Oh, I just
Right?
think you're trying to lure me into some problem here.
We would like to have the
As a
identity of the
matter
camera.
of discovery, I think they're entitled to know the source of the videotape.
Can counsel please tell us? They've got to know now.
Let me ask, Mr. Blazier, do you have the identity of the video photographer?
I do not personally, Your Honor. I'm not sure that we know that. These are clips that we got, and I'm not sure exactly what the source is. We'll tell them anything we know.
Would this magically appear on their doorstep?
Well, Ms. Clark, it hasn't been presented to the jury yet. Mr. Blazier, over the evening hours, would you make your best efforts to find out who this is? Because I think the prosecution is entitled during any redirect or possibly even calling that photographer as a witness in their case in chief to explain what it is that's there and what the timer means and all the other things. They're entitled to know who took these.
I'll try to track it down.
All right. That's something I'd like to have resolved by tomorrow morning at 9. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, let's resume with the jury, please.
Is there a, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Your Honor, if a time was given by which we get that information?
No, I indicated to you, I think you're entitled to know who the photographer is, and you're entitled to potentially interview that person and/or call that person as a witness in your case in chief. I agree. And I told Mr. Blazier to make his best efforts and have that information for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, great, that's what I agree.
And I would assume we'll be able to find that out by tomorrow morning.
I didn't hear the deadline, that's what I was,
Yeah,
thank you, Your
okay.
Honor.
Well, sometimes I don't make myself clear. Still on the witness,
Afternoon.
and you are again reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd like at this point to have placed on the Elmo a photograph, which I believe is a duplicate of 62E. for the counsel. And I'll also I'll ask the witness some questions about that. 62E. Now, can you see that on your monitor, Detective Lane?
Yes.
And with regard to Plaintiff's Exhibit 62E for identification, is that a photograph of the way this Bronco was parked that you said was kind of jutting out from the curb?
Yes.
And let's take a look also, as we're looking at 62E, let's look at Defendant's 1037.
All right, you're marking this next in order 1037, Mr. Cochran?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd ask this to be marked as defendant's 1037, next in order. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of how this vehicle was jutting out from the curb?
The depth perception isn't all there, but yes, that appears to be the way it was.
All right, now, when you were at the Rockingham location, you had an officer there or officers there who sought to secure this particular vehicle, isn't that correct?
I believe there were officers there to do that. I didn't speak with them.
All right, and their job, however, was to try and, was one of the officers there Gonzalez and Ashton?
I believe
Those
those were
names?
the names, yes.
And their job was to try to make that vehicle secure until such time as it was to be towed away or impounded or whatever, is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to bring up and mark as defendants, we'll call this defendant's 1038. We're going to see. All right, now, Detective Lang, do you see the Bronco there in the foreground?
Yes.
See a tow truck in the rear part of that photograph?
Yes.
See that lady standing up close to the vehicle there?
Yes.
When you had left Rockingham earlier that morning, the officers, Gonzalez and Ashton, were in charge of securing the Bronco and keeping people away from it, were they?
I left approximately 6:45 a.m. I'm not clear on whether or not they'd arrived at that time.
Well, at some point, you became aware that Phillips had called for them to come over and provide security at some point. Is that correct?
I don't recall if Phillips did that.
Do you know what time of day that vehicle was towed away ultimately on June 13th?
No.
Do you have any records that assist you in that?
I wasn't at the location. I suppose one could check the impound report.
One could do what?
One could check the impound report. I wasn't at the location, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Could one do that for us right now?
One could.
Okay, I'll ask one to do that.
Is there going to be a hearsay objection on that?
I'd like to see first of all what it is he's going to use, and then I'll...
Counsel, please. Certainly. Mr. Harris, were we successful in putting that out? Were we successful? Good. Thank you. particular issue, since Detective Lang has testified he wasn't there when it's towed, my inclination is to sustain the hearsay objection.
May I move on to your please?
Please, thank you.
So one question that Detective Lang. When you left to go back over to the Bundy location in the early morning hours, the vehicle was still as depicted in the photographs we've shown the jury. Is that correct?
They were still at the location, yes.
And although you have some impound reports, you're not the person to tell us what time that vehicle was actually towed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph on the board that's now been printed, you can't tell us who that lady is, right?
I have no idea.
All right. All right, we'll get the appropriate witness on that. Now, with regard to, I'd like to show counsel a document entitled Crime Scene Investigation Checklist and mark that as defendant's next in order, 1039. Show it to counsel. While she's looking at that, when you were at the Rockingham location, after you'd been told by Phillips, the Furman had told him that Mr. Simpson had been involved in a domestic violence situation early in the morning before you went over there. You recall that?
Yes.
How long were you at that location altogether before you left to come back over to Bundy?
I misunderstood. How long was I at Bundy before we left?
No, how long were you at Rockingham before you, from the time you got there to the time you left, how long were you at Rockingham?
Approximately an hour and 40 minutes.
All right, and during this hour and 40-minute period of time, you shared with us some of the events that took place with regard to the notification of the Brown family and other things. You recall that?
Yes.
And you shared with us, I think, yesterday that at some point, Furman came to you and escorted you out and around the garage side of the Rockingham residence. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you the first officer so escorted around there?
No.
Do you remember the sequence of officers, if any, who were escorted around by Furman?
I believe Phillips might have been first, and then Van Adder, and then myself.
And do you have that written down someplace?
No.
If Van Adder's indicated he was first, would he be wrong?
Not necessarily. I just don't have an independent recollection. That's just my belief. I could be wrong.
Trying to get your best recollection now.
That's what I'm giving you.
And your best recollection now is that you believe that Phillips was first? That you were second?
It seemed to be that it might have been that way. Maybe it wasn't. I
You don't know,
really
do you?
wasn't paying that much attention. I had other things on my mind at the time.
All right, you had other things on your mind, I understand that. And so as you sit here now, you don't know whether you were second or third, do you?
It seems to me I was perhaps the last one, but I might be mistaken. I don't know.
All right. So how many went back there altogether? You were the last one.
I believe that Phillips, Van Adder, and myself all went back at different times.
So your present recollection is now that you may have been the third officer in the sequence of three taken back by Furman. Is that right?
Again, I believe that's what it was, but perhaps it wasn't. Again, I didn't pay any attention to that.
And you have no report that would refresh your recollection on that, right?
I wouldn't have a report like that.
Now, when you went back to this location, were any photographs taken when you were back there that particular morning?
The photographer hadn't arrived when I was there. I'd left before the photographer arrived.
So is the answer no, there were no photographs taken?
That's correct.
And you described the area as, what time was it that you were taken back there by Furman?
Approximately 6:25, perhaps. I don't know exactly.
And was the sun up by that time?
It was beginning to get light. A little hard to tell if the sun was all the way up.
All right, you described for us that area was it was dark because of the foliage over there, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have the use of your flashlight when you went back there?
I don't recall if I had my flashlight or not.
How close did you get to the location that Furman was taking you to?
To the glove?
Yes.
Approximately, perhaps 6 feet.
And you never got any closer than that?
No, I took one look and returned to the front of the house.
You never touched the glove that morning?
No.
In one of the photographs, there's a stick that was somewhere around the location. We saw it briefly yesterday. I'm not sure it was marked. You remember seeing that stick, a stick somewhere out in and around Rockingham that morning?
Yes.
Where was this stick?
There was a piece of splintered wood, if that's what you're referring to, white in color, that was located on the parkway adjacent to the Bronco.
And was this stick ultimately booked into evidence?
Yes.
By whom, if you know?
I wasn't there when it was collected, I'm assuming Fung.
And I believe yesterday we showed some photographs that had some kind of a blue object on the other side of the fence. Do you remember seeing that blue object at all? On the other side of the fence, to the right of the fence at Rockingham?
I didn't recall seeing any blue object when I was there.
And did you see a photograph yesterday that had such a blue object?
I may have seen a photograph.
Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Perhaps if you showed it to me.
I'll mark this as defendant's next in order, Your Honor. I'll show it to counsel. D 1040.
1040.
And I'll mark the stick as D 1041. Show them both to counsel. And I'll place D 1040 on the board, on the elbow. Now, take a look at D 1040. Back it up. Now, is that the approximate location that you recall that you saw this glove in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994?
It appears to be. That's kind of a close-in shot, but
All right, that's closer than you were to that. Is that right?
the shot appears to be closer, yes, if
All
it's
right.
6 feet.
Do you look to the right of that? Do you see some kind of you see a card and then some kind of a blue object to the right of the fence?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that morning?
No, I don't.
And so that we're clear, can you look at the board for a minute? Look at the big screen. That area in there is the area that appears to be the blue, kind of blue package or whatever.
Yes.
All right, and then here's some kind of evidence card, is that correct? Can you see that?
Yeah, appears to be an evidence card, yes.
All right, so at some point that blue container was booked, is that correct?
I believe so. I wasn't there, but I believe it was.
All right. Now, with regard to this this glove at that location, do you check, were you able to find out whether there's any blood or any blood spots around that glove that's indicated in this last exhibit, D40, 1040 rather?
I wouldn't have checked that. That would have been done by the criminalist.
All right, do you know if the criminals did that?
I wasn't there.
All right, do you know any of the reports, as you're the lead investigator in this case, whether or not there are any blood droplets or anything like that in and around this area where this this glove was allegedly found?
I don't believe there are.
All right. What about on the fence? Have you found any blood spots or anything? Any smears on this fence to the right of where that glove was allegedly found?
I'm not aware of any.
All right, and you're the investigator, right? Still?
I am the investigator at Bundy. We had a bifurcation. Detective Van Adder took Rockingham, and I took Bundy as a crime scene.
But, I mean, I presume in this case, both Bundy and Rockingham are part of this case now, isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And you're one of the investigators. You know what took place at both places, don't you?
I am not as familiar with Rockingham as Bundy because I investigated Bundy and my partner investigated Rockingham.
All right, will Detective Van Adder favor us with his appearance before too long?
I don't know.
All right. But as far as you know, there's no blood on that fence, right?
As far as I know, that's correct.
All right, no blood back in this area, this walkway area, right?
I didn't observe any.
And Van Atten are still your partners in this case, the co-lead investigators, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to 1041, Your Honor, I'd like to move that up next. This is, I want to ask you whether or not this is the stick that you described out on the parkway?
Piece of splintered wood that I observed in the parkway, yes.
All right, well, you want to call it splintered wood? Okay. The splintered wood, where did you find this splintered wood on the parkway?
That was the parkway north of the Rockingham Gate and adjacent to the Bronco. I guess it would be east of the Bronco.
And that, because of that LAPD ruler there, or whatever was that, that was taken, a photograph taken by the LAPD, right?
Yes,
And this splintered wood was booked into evidence, was it not?
I believe so.
Were any tests run on that splintered wood?
I believe so.
Was it negative for blood, or do you know?
I believe it was negative for blood as well as prints.
Negative for blood and prints?
I believe so.
By the way, this morning when I was talking to you about these Reebok tennis shoes, you told us that you had these Reebok tennis shoes tested for blood on them. Remember that?
Yes.
There's no blood on those tennis shoes, was there?
No.
You have a report to that effect?
No.
When it's negative for blood, they don't write a report. Is that what happens?
When it's negative for a phenol, that's correct. Presumptive test.
Right. You still have those shoes, do you? In police custody?
I believe they're in evidence.
Now, we've talked about the arrival of the criminalists at the Bundy scene, and we know that at some point, in addition to the criminalists, some technicians came from SID to do the fingerprinting and the dusting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that connection, I'd like to show you People's 84. Ask you some questions regarding that. Do you recognize the young lady in the foreground of People's 84?
Yes.
And she seems to be wearing some gloves in her hands, is that correct?
Yes.
And did she bring those with her, or was this provided by you that morning?
She brought those with her.
And she's wearing, and I don't choose not to use the word booties, she's wearing some covers for her shoes, isn't that correct? Some
Yes.
shoe coverings?
Yes.
All right, and that morning out there, as you saw these technicians doing their work, they were garbed in white, with gloves on, and with their shoes covered, is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't see Mr. Fung, the criminalist, with any coverings on his shoes, did you?
No.
Did you see Mr. Fung
Objection, Vegas of time. When?
that morning when he was out there at Bundy?
Overruled.
All right, thank you. Did you see, you never saw Fung with any coverings on his shoes, right? That morning.
I never observed any, no.
Do you recall whether or not he was wearing gloves at any time that morning?
Oh, absolutely with the old tech. I was looking at these when I first saw this trial. I recognized the old monitors. You know, when I grew up seeing, and it's is I've seen so many new trials with they have laptops and iPads and regular computers, more modern computers. So seeing how they did it back then with this old technology, it's like wow, it's really captivating. It's through a historical lens. Now with a lot of the trials, they have it's still the technology is primitive, but not like this type of technology, and the sound isn't always great in courtrooms. But usually now they have like a projector, but this time period, it's like they have this computer, a monitor on its on the back of it, like standing upright, and watching what usually they put on a big screen now. So yes, and there's papers and books everywhere, but now it has been compiled into smaller machines. So yes, definitely the old tech indeed. It's really quite fascinating what they have done since this time period. You know, everything's all digital. Oh, the Harry Potter book. I love Harry Potter, and I like reading the Harry Potter books as well. Yeah. Just about to start reading the second Harry Potter book. Oh. As I said, that is a very good book. I have read them many times. It's and a lot of times with the books, they'll tell you a little bit more that the movies don't always say. It's really intriguing to go down the rabbit hole that they go down. I think that I'm on the Half-Blood Prince. I believe it's that one that I'm reading currently. Yeah, the floppy disks. So, speaking of floppy disks, for instance, like right here, this is a floppy disk right here from around the era of this trial. This is from 1991. This is from 91. This was about 4 years before that trial that we see happened. So yeah, the floppy disks, and I used the computers before the floppy disks briefly. Yeah, that's where a lot of information was stored. That was like where apps were stored, but now it's all downloadable from different applications. Like with the Mac computer itself, like the Snow Leopard, they had it on a CD, and you would put it in and upgrade the computer. But now, you download, if it's Windows or PC, if it's PC or Mac, it's all digital. Maurice, I zipped through the HP books one summer about 2010. This time I'm taking it slow, and you're right. So many subtleties to catch. Oh, you went through it in 2010, yeah. During the Harry Potter movies when they were out, I always saw them when they came out. Yeah, so I do think it's good that you're taking your time and reading it slowly like that. Yes. All right. And also the hairstyles and stuff were different back then, and the outfits and the clothes. 30 years ago. Oh yeah, it is probably worth something now. Yeah, because I have an older Mac that's obsolete, that's in storage, and I just wasn't able to resurrect it because of the people that were helping me that were older than me may have not have completely known what was wrong with it. Now, I will say about the Mac, sometimes the older computers would just die because it's how it is. But I would say a way that could have been salvaged. It was a Macintosh Performa 360. It's possible putting it in a safe mode, and it would have maybe promoted another screen where you could kind of look into doing maintenance on it. That's something I didn't try. But what could have been done was saving the hard drive because it still had stuff in it. It was from my grandpa, and putting a other hard drive in it and putting Mac OS 7 in there. So putting a new computer out of it is something that can be done. But yeah, the putting it in safe utilities mode. I'm gonna call it utilities mode. It's like pressing command and then starting it up. That might work. Now there's something with the older Macs that they used to do is where you press command and shift and the on button. It was something like that. It makes the chimes of death, and it puts like a death screen. So that it's like a doorbell. But and also the older PCs too, they had floppy disks on them as well. My school had floppy disks. It was a way of storing information. Now there's USB. Yeah, there's USB now where you can store things on, and there's the cloud and digital apps. But that's how it was back in the past. But yeah, the big computers, it's a nostalgia trip for sure. Oh, you saw them in theaters too. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the Harry Potter. Oh, I dressed up one of the cats as Harry Potter. I put the robe on the cat one time. Yeah, and I used to wear glasses a lot, and people would call me Harry Potter because of the glasses. So with their glasses, I look like Harry Potter. Without the glasses, it's similar to Tom Riddle. I look kind of like Tom Riddle with the hair and the kind of hairstyle I have. So without the glasses, so with the glasses, it's like Harry Potter, and without it's like Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle and Harry were cousins, by the way. That's something that I discovered later. They're distant cousins. Goose says, look up the cover of the nuclear waste in San Fernando Valley. Dirt after. Okay. Thank you, Goose, for the suggestion. All right, and now going back. Now we're continue with the OJ trial.
I don't know whether he's wearing gloves or not.
All right. Do you recall whether or not the two individuals from the coroner's office were ever wearing coverings on their shoes that morning, June 13th, 1994?
I don't recall him wearing coverings.
And of course, you were not wearing any shoe coverings yourself.
No.
You ever remember seeing Detective Phillips with any shoe coverings that morning?
No.
Was he wearing gloves at any time that morning?
Generally, if one was going to handle evidence, they'd be wearing gloves, but I don't believe he did. I don't know for sure, though.
All right. What about Furman? Do you recall him wearing either shoe coverings or gloves?
I don't believe he had shoe coverings, and I don't know about the gloves.
Now, yesterday, you testified about the condition of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's feet, and you were showing some photographs. Did you ever photograph the soles of her feet that particular morning before her body was taken away?
I don't believe it was a direct shot of the soles.
Did you ever walk around and look at the soles of her feet?
Yes.
And how did you accomplish that?
I believe that was at the time that the body was moved.
And with regard to her leg, and I'm referring now to defendant's, strike that, plaintiff's 80. I'll put it all in there. Plaintiff's 80. That is a photograph of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's lower part of her body and her right and left leg and foot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any direct on shot of the bottom of her feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is that under? Is that her right leg in the foreground?
The foreground is the right leg, yes.
And what is that under the right leg there?
That is a Thai fast food takeout restaurant mailer menu.
All right. And with regard to the leg, as you move up the right leg, there appear to be some marks on the leg, as though was that ever dusted for prints? That part of her leg can you step down and see what I'm circling now? There appear to be some little marks.
The leg dusted for prints?
On the right leg. Was anything dusted in that area?
On the body itself?
Yes, on the body.
No.
Not at all?
No.
All right. So that when that body was taken to the coroner's office, you saw it on the next day. Do you know whether or not the criminalist, Mahaney or anyone else, did anything with regard to what appears to be some spots on the right leg there?
I believe there was blood removed by the criminalist from the leg.
And what criminalist was that?
That would have been Mahaney.
McCaney?
Mahaney.
And do you have a report for that?
I believe so.
Can you find that? Maybe look at it?
Yes.
Clark?
Indication that some blood testing was done regarding scrapings on the right thigh and right calf by Mahaney?
Of Nicole Simpson, yes.
Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, while you were at the autopsy or sometime we were at the coroner's office, was anything done with regard to the fingernails of Nicole Brown Simpson?
I believe there was samples taken.
Some clippings from under her fingernails?
I believe so.
From both fingernails on both hands or on what hand? Can you tell?
I don't know. I would assume both hands. Without checking, I couldn't tell you.
If you had wanted to have a rape kit done in this particular case, you could have asked the coroner, isn't that correct? The investigating officer?
I suppose I could have asked. I would have had no reason to do that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking, you have the right to ask if you'd wanted to, isn't that correct?
I suppose I can ask, yes.
All right. You've done that in other cases, have you not?
Cases where rape is fairly obvious, yes.
Well, that's all fine and good. You didn't know what the facts of what had happened out there on June 12th, did you, sir?
Objection,
I'm asking,
That's sustained.
well,
You can rephrase the question.
certainly. You didn't know what had happened out there on June 12th, 1994, did you, sir, when you arrived on the scene?
It was evident to me what happened, yes.
It was evident to you what had happened?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson had a visitor that evening after 10 o'clock, a male visitor? Do you know that? Do you know that?
The night of the murder?
Yes.
What's the objection? Overruled.
Do you know that for a fact?
The only male visitor I'm aware of is the other victim.
Do you know whether or not she had any other male visitor that night? Do you know that?
No.
But in your investigative capacity, you decided not to order this rape kit, which you could have ordered. Isn't that correct, sir?
In my observations, in my experiences, sex was the last thing on the mind of this attacker. It was an overkill. It was a brutal overkill.
I wasn't asking you
There's
about
no
that.
evidence of rape.
I was not
no
asking about
evidence of
that.
sexual assault.
I wasn't asking about that. I asked you if you had the right,
That was responsive.
No.
not responsive. I moved to strike it. It wasn't responsive, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cochran, I think we're about... You want to just wind it up here?
Yes, I can. Move to strike that last thing, Your Honor. All right. Not responsive.
That was responsive, Your Honor. It was exactly what it found.
It's not what I asked.
Well, let me see. Let me see. All right. Overruled. Proceed.
All right. Now, with regard to, as an investigator, do you make assumptions and then stay with those assumptions for the entire case? Is that what happens? You figure out and look in your crystal ball of what happened and make your determination and discount everything else? Is that what happens, sir, as an experienced investigator?
Certainly not.
All right. I didn't think so. And with regard to, for instance, these stomach
You're going to
contents.
have to speak up a little louder. Is that an argumentative objection?
Yes, sorry about it.
All right. Mr. Cochran, we're right about there.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. With regard to these stomach contents, they would have been very helpful in this case, this jury in determining time of death. Isn't that correct?
We've talked
Well-
about this 4 times
Well,
now.
I was going to ask a slightly different question, Your Honor, but I'll reserve it till tomorrow morning.
All right.
Perhaps I'll talk to you about it tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay? See you tomorrow.
All right, counsel, if you recall, we have Mr. Hodgman is on his way, I assume, for our 4 o'clock conference on our other evidentiary issues, correct? Ms. Clark? All right. And Mr. Scheck, there's Mr. Scheck. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for this afternoon. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to attend to courthouse at 10. Detective Lang, you can step. Mr. Scheck, something we need to...
I, for one, was interested in looking at, and then we had another matter of discussion that could potentially involve the court, but need not go on the record at this time. And we were just in the midst of discussing that.
All right,
So-
I can take a break for 10 minutes, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
If Ms. Clark is, the only other thing I thought was outstanding was the packages. That's the only thing.
Have you resolved that with Mr. Hodgman?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he was involved. I don't know.
I was just apprised of that situation, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think we're done for the day, as far as the record goes. We need to talk, I need to talk to Mr. Scheck to see if, regarding a proposition to work something out. We can easily present that to the court tomorrow morning. So
We have a rather full plate tomorrow morning.
if not tomorrow morning, I think if we take the time right now,
Okay.
we can take a minute of the court's time, so,
Well, I have plenty to do, so.
okay.
All right, then we'll stand in recess. I'll be available in chambers. All right. Do we have Mr. Simpson available? Let's stand. Thank you. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, good afternoon. We need to look at the videotape that I take it these are now excerpts from the videotape that we viewed yesterday.
In line with Your Honor's instructions, we would now try to comply, and I think you'll provide Your Honor a copy at 9 o'clock. There's one additional tape, which is very short, which we've been playing that tape. I'd ask that you take it playing the outset.
All right. Ms. Clark, let me ask you this. Do we have an objection from the people as to, have you seen the excerpts, first of all? All right. Do you lodge any objections to any of the excerpts? Which ones?
Actually, I think I'm going to need to play it and show the court which excerpts. That
Okay.
might be the most effective thing.
Let's take it from the top.
Okay. Stop right here? Oops. Can you stop? Yeah? Okay, thanks. Part of the problem is shown just before this frame and in this one as well. And the problem is with this tape, with the excerpts that I'm going to be pointing out to the court, is the lack of depth, the lack of perspective. Under 352, this tape is clearly more misleading and more prejudicial than probative. The problem that we have is that we have a cameraman whose angle and position is unknown, and we have the use of a lens, the nature of which is unknown. The problem created by this is that there's no depth perception, and it's more misleading than it is informative because it winds up making everyone look on top of each other. What you can't see is where their feet are positioned. You can't see the ground that their feet are positioned on, and that is the whole point for which the defense is attempting to introduce this, is to show that people were walking through blood and contaminating evidence. The tape fails to show that, and even worse than that, is misleading in that it tends to leave the inference that the feet are in blood or contaminating blood as they move when you really can't even see them. So the tape does not, in fact, inform you of where the feet are because you never can see them. It makes it appear that they are stepping in areas that they're not because of the lack of depth perception. And the court has been there, so the court is aware of the way the area really looks, and you can see how flattened this picture really is. It doesn't depict the distances.
Hasn't the jury also been there?
They have, but you can't count on the jury to remember everything in such great detail. I will tell you that, Your Honor, I've been out to that scene 4 or 5 times, and in between, I have every time forgotten what the distances were really like. Every time I go back there, I'm surprised at how small that area is in front where the fences meet to the north and to the east, and surprised at the length of the walkway, the number of stairs going up and down. You can't remember this accurately. No one can. So the fact that the jury went is helpful, but certainly does not resolve this particular problem. Moreover, to the extent that their memories fade, their memories will be their accurate memories will be replaced with this misleading video that it has no probative value because it doesn't show the very thing the defense purports to use it for, which is where they're stepping. And as we advance the tape, the court will see how bad this problem gets.
Do we get to hear her narrative? Can I respond at some point?
Well, let's watch the
This is called-
first excerpt, and then I'll hear.
This is called argument, I think, and it's at least. At least see where the detective is standing.
Detective Phillips.
Right. Now here again. Can we stop that? Same problem. We can't see where Claudine Ratcliffe, who is the woman to the left of Tom Lang, is standing. You can't see whether she's standing in a clear area or in an area that the defense wants to allege, is bloody. Same thing with Detective Lang. You can't tell by this video where he's actually standing. The inference the defense will ask the jury to draw is that he's standing in blood. I'm sure that's totally untrue. Nevertheless, the impression created, which is a totally misleading one, is that they are, or might be. The fact of the matter is, this tape does nothing to clear up that issue. In fact, it does the reverse. It clouds the issue to make it appear one way when it is in fact another. By this tape, it would appear that these people are standing in blood if the defense inference and spin is to be bought by this jury, when in fact that is not the case. So what you have here is a piece of evidence that not only does not inform the jury of the truth, but actually hides and distorts the truth.
All right, how about the next portion of the...
Right, and the timestamp is right over their feet, obscuring the very point that the defense is trying to make.
Well, let me hear what Ms. Clark's objections are to first clip, and then I'll hear your response, Mr. Cochran. Mr. Harris.
And the court can see, again, the timestamp continued to obscure their feet as they stood there. And now we have a person who completely blocks the view.
Detective Phillips.
Again, you can't see where Claudine Ratcliffe is standing, whether her feet are on plastic or whether they're on the ground itself, whether they're in blood or in a clear spot. Everything up to here is largely irrelevant. Again, you have Claudine Ratcliffe shown there in the background, as the court could see. No, there's no way to tell where she's standing or where she's walking. you can see that Detective Lang is taking some care in the way he steps, but what you can see is where he is stepping. His feet are obscured. The area he's stepping in is totally obscured. Same thing here, same problem. You can't see where these people are standing. You can't see the area of the case. You can't see their feet. You can't see the ground they're standing on. As the court can see, at every point so far, when the defense would ask the jury to make an inference, the very point that they're trying to make is obscured.
Mr. Harris?
It continues on just a little bit further.
This epitomizes the problem with this whole tape. It looks from this that everyone is standing on top of each other with not 2 inches between them. We know that is not the case. That obviously can't physically be the case, but it's such a misleading and distorted clip that you can't tell where everyone is standing. You can't appreciate the spatial distances, and you certainly can't see from any of this where their feet are. Same problem here. Again here.
Ms. Clark?
I think that what this clip shows the court is the very reason for the existence of Section 352 of the Evidence Code. This is a piece of evidence that is not evidence. This is a distortion. This is a method of confusion, and it does not inform the jury of anything of probative value. In fact, quite the contrary, it obscures the facts that it purports to, that the defense says it purports to show, and that is where people stood and whether the crime scene was properly handled. It doesn't inform the jury of any of that. It's very distorting. It's very misleading. They have not produced the cameramen who could come forward to tell us. Oh, there's more.
No, we're just looking at the first clip at this point, taking one at a time. Mr. Harris, thank you.
Yes, this is still part of the first clip.
It is?
I didn't watch this part of the tape. I thought the tape was over.
Me too.
Well, there's a lot of blank space in between.
Well, see, no one told us that.
We can't tell them how to watch
Yeah,
the
well,
tape.
we're not gonna sit up and
Wait,
watch
wait,
an hour blank.
Wait means stop. This looks like the same thing over
It
again.
is, I have to rewind the review.
All right, let's take up the first segment that you're offering first. All right, Ms. Clark, do you have any other objections?
Furthermore, and lastly, that they have not produced the cameraman who could tell us where he stood. I'm sure it will be something in the nature of across the street. And someone who will tell us the nature of the lens he used. I'm sure there's some sort of telephoto lens. And I'm sure that if an expert were called, because we have received calls from experts after this tape was shown yesterday, they will inform the court of just how distorting and misleading this really is. It won't be hearsay when they come in to testify. But I really don't think that it's appropriate for the court to allow the jury to be misled this way. And that is the purpose for Section 352. The probative value is nil, and we'd ask the court to keep it out for that reason.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kirkland?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like very much to get to the cross-examination, and I will not belabor this point. I think it's a sad day when we have a videotape of the scene, Your Honor, that where there's a proper foundation. Cases say we don't have to bring in the cameraman. No one is trying to mislead anyone, Your Honor. This is a videotape. And Ms. Clark protests too much, Your Honor. They obviously don't want the jury to see this. As you pointed out, we've all been out to the scene. There are certainly spatial differences, but one can see that yellow tape very clearly. I went through yesterday with Detective Lang with regard to what was shown there at various times. Ms. Clark's problem throughout the whole presentation of her case is she's worried about what we're going to do and what we're going to say. This tape is a tape taken that morning, Your Honor, on 3 particular periods of time. It's taken when Detective Lang greets Miss Radcliffe and advises her what's happening. The bodies are still there. It's taken when the body of Nicole Brown Simpson is moved. It's taken when the body of Mr. Ron Goldman is moved. It shows us also, if the court pleases, when Mr. Jacopo arrives at the scene. We also see Mr. Fung, the criminalist, there. That is far more compelling evidence than the hours she spent with detailed little questions, and we're showing exactly what happened. When and where does it say that a videotape, an accurate depiction of what happens, would not be admissible under 352? It's preposterous, and it's sad, Your Honor. It's really sad. Further, Your Honor, we've done everything that you've asked us to do with regard to this. We started talking about this tape in opening statement. We presented them a copy of this tape on January 23rd. They will do anything they can to avoid having the jury see an actual tape of how things looked that day. Judge, with regard to any spatial differences, we have a detective of some 28 years' experience, a very, very competent detective who will be able to tell where people were standing and that sort of thing. They don't want the tape shown because they don't have the tape, we have the tape. And we're the ones trying to help this jury see what really transpired. Who could complain about a tape of what actually happened? We didn't make this up. This is what happened contemporaneously with the events. It is the best recollection of what took place. And as to the spatial differences, we have witnesses, we have the yellow tape, we've all been out there. We know it's a small area. And so I think, Your Honor, they've objected on this for months now, at least 1 month. Isn't it time to proceed with this, Your Honor? We've lost one whole morning. We'd like to proceed with our cross-examination and to get this done. This is admissible, it's appropriate, it's relevant, it's a videotape of what took place, Your Honor.
What's its relevance?
Its relevance is to show exactly what happened with regard to, for instance, the officer testifies that he doesn't remember whether he's wearing gloves or not. It shows us who's wearing gloves at the scene, who's wearing anything over their shoes. It shows us what the coroner's people are doing at various times. It shows us this particular scene. And Judge, this scene and what took place, this scene becomes very relevant in this case. Because if the evidence was not appropriately and properly collected, if there was contamination of this scene, we have an absolute right to show this. This is a videotape. This would be almost like, and I'm sure that in the Rodney King case, I'm sure the prosecution argued you can't show that tape. The defense argued we couldn't show that tape. But this is an accurate recollection of what took place. So why in the world would it not be shown? It has relevant testimony about the arrival of people, what they did, how these bodies were placed, where things were, with Fung coming in there with his collection of things. There's great relevance, and it also goes to impeachment. For all those reasons, this is it's relevant. It's not prejudicial. We took out the prejudicial parts. In fact, I mentioned to your court yesterday I would do that yesterday. So we've been talking about this for more than a month, and their objections about spatial differences are obviously cured. We've all been out there, Your Honor, and we have Detective Lang.
Well, don't you agree that there's at least one shot there where everybody's lined up on the sidewalk when I believe one of the bodies is about to be moved, and everybody's sort of lined up, and you can't really tell who's standing where because of the lens distortion?
No, I don't agree with that at all, Your Honor. We know where these people are. There is a yellow tape. There's some people beyond the tape, some people within the tape, and we can cover that with the examination of the officer who was there. That has nothing to do with admissibility. That has, Your Honor, with all due respect, it has to do with the weight of it. And I think we will carefully cover that with Detective Lang. It's not offered.
You agree the court still has 352 jurisdiction?
Oh, the court has certainly 352 jurisdiction, but the court also wants, this is a search for truth. And I cannot see, if this is a search for truth by both sides, how anybody could object to a videotape of what actually took place there. I mean, they were talking all the time about the truth and what went on, and that's folly. We want to show this. We have the officer there, Your Honor, who can make this clear, and the prosecution never gives the jury any credit. Marcia Clark says that each time she goes out there, she forgets how small it is. But I think these jurors will not forget how small it is. I think Lang is here to remind us, Your Honor, and this is relevant testimony. It's very relevant. It also has some impeaching aspects, and where there's any effort or any possible confusion, that'll be cleared up by Detective Lang.
All right. Let me see excerpt number 2.
Is that, you're going to Detective Lang be outside with that? Hold on.
I don't think we've finished all of the ones on this
one.
tape.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
basically stating that they have the absolute right to distort, confuse, and mislead this jury. You can see from this tape, the problem is that the people would have absolutely no objection to an accurate videotape. From the previous shot you saw that introduced this segment, you can tell it's being shot from across the street at some distance from the location, which is why they had to use a zoom lens. And that's why we have everything so compressed as it's shown here. These people look like they're within 1 inch of each other. You can't tell where they're standing, you can't see their feet, and you haven't been able to see their feet in any part of this segment yet. This right here shows them like literally in a dog pile on top of each other. We know that can't be true. But you can't see where they're standing. You can't see where their feet are. You can't see the ground they're standing on. You can't see the spatial relationship between them. If there was any accuracy to this videotape, the people would not object to it. The very reason the defense wants it is because it is so misleading, it is so inaccurate, it is such a distortion of the truth. If the defense really wanted the truth, then it would be calling these people to the witness stand to say where they stood and what they were doing and whether they were wearing booties or whether they were wearing gloves. You don't have to put on this pile of distortion and basically lies to get the jury to believe in something that never occurred. And that's what's so unfair here, is that this is the nature of this videotape is going to mislead them to the point where they will not be able to remember they are not going to be able to remember the crime scene from their own memory nearly as well as a very recent depiction on videotape. I would also remind the court that there is a video that will be shown concerning what the defense still frame picture. Never mind. The vice and the problem with following the defense lead on these things is that they are deliberately hiding the truth from this jury. And they did that with the American Journal. They did that with the American Journal photograph. Then I don't know if the jury knows to this date that the photograph they showed was a still frame from a video. They would never have known that in fact it was shot by some news tabloid agency had I not brought that out. Had the people not marked an exhibit that was the duplicate of that showed what that logo was that the defense blocked out. And we're going to have more to show the court about that later. But in showing that to the jury, they deliberately created the inference that before any testing or collection was done, officers were traipsing up and down the walkway. We're going to prove that's not true. We're going to prove that's a lie. And the problem with this tape is the very same thing. They have an impression created by a distortion with lens and with position. They inform the jury of nothing probative. I understand the difference between admissibility and weight, but in that term, this is weightless. This is really non-probative. The only value in it is to distort, mislead, and confuse the jury, and that's the value the defense seeks to get from it. But truth, there's nothing resembling the truth that this jury will get from this videotape.
Ms. Clark, do you have access? Because apparently one can tell just by some of the distance shots that there are a number of video photographers at the location. And inadvertently, I have myself seen on television many versions of this same activity taken from different shots. Do you have access to any of those?
I haven't. We haven't been able to. We, as a matter of fact, tried to get a hold of the cameraman who produced this tape, and they have resisted our subpoena.
Channel 5?
I'm not sure the name. We're going to check. I'm informed by Mr. Darden that we're talking to their lawyers in Chicago. But in the meantime, what we have here...
Well, let me just ask you, you don't have any other videotapes from any other sources of this particular activity?
No.
Okay. Mr. Cochran?
Again, prosecution could go back and try to get O.J. Simpson's medical records in 1970 in Buffalo, and they can't. Everybody in America has seen these videotapes. Your Honor, and I think that the court's going to see who's being disingenuous in this instance. This is a videotape. We didn't create it. This was shot by local people. She's talking about distortion and lies. This was shot by local TV people, and we're just trying to show
Am I correct, this Channel 5?
I think it's Channel 5, I believe it, Your Honor. You know, and the problem is, this is available to all of us. You told us to go out and try to subpoena whatever we could. We were all trying to do that. Your Honor, with regard to any particular photograph she wants to stop at, it is common sense that when you shoot a video, it's going to show people at different locations. Detective Lang can explain that. The jury understands that. Nobody's trying to mislead anybody. What we're trying to show is what took place at the scene. Make no mistake about it. What we're talking about is their fear of anybody seeing what took place out there. That's all this is about. Have you ever seen them protest and argue for 1 month over something that is admissible? This is clearly admissible. They have Detective Lang. They have every officer there out there to make this clear. We will make it clear. Nobody's trying to mislead anybody about the American Journal thing. What the court allowed us to do on the American Journal was to ask whether or not anybody had seen that officer. We took American Journal out of the photo. It was a print. There was never any attempt to mislead anybody about that. What happened at that...
Mr. Cochran, that's apples and oranges.
All right, well, she brought the apples and oranges up, Your Honor. You didn't say that when... Well, I won't bring up what you didn't say when she was here. But that is apples and oranges, but she brought up the apples and oranges. So since we're talking about fruit, let me get back to the right fruit. This is appropriate fruit for this jury, Your Honor, and we will handle it in an appropriate way. And the court knows we have witnesses here. Nobody's trying to distort or mislead. This is a videotape, Judge, of what happened there. You yourself have seen videotapes. They're available to everybody. Everybody tries their case the way they want to. If they want to hide what took place out there and try to create a sterile view of one man's opinion by calling somebody to the stand, so be it. If we want to show what actually took place, so the jury sees Jacopo, so the jury sees Miss Ratcliffe, so the jury sees Phillips is where he was and what he had to do. I think that's absolutely our right, and this defendant should not be punished by this. And it's unfair and it's outrageous, and we want to proceed with this at this point, Your Honor. We've laid the appropriate foundation. We've cited the cases. We want to move on and get this thing done and move on with our cross-examination. We've lost this morning. We're now losing much of the afternoon. We'd like to resolve this.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, excuse me, Counsel. Detective Lang, now that you've seen that videotape, can you ascertain where people are standing from those camera angles?
Not really, Your Honor. I'm pretty sure about where I was in my location, but I can't tell where anyone else was because I can't see the bottom of their legs, their position.
There's another element of this. Is that the defense has failed to lay any foundation at all. I don't know why Mr. Cochran keeps saying that. There's been no foundation laid for this. There's been no one called to authenticate this tape or how it was made. And just because it's good enough for Channel 5 doesn't mean it's good enough for this jury. I think there's a big difference between what you can show on a news TV show, as we've seen, and what you can do in a court of law. You know, there have been, the problem with veracity is not that we're accusing Channel 5 of lying. That's not their fault. They were out there, they were trying to take the most accurate picture they could from a distance. They did the best they could.
Channel 5 would have a Chicago lawyer.
Right. But what I'm concerned about is this, Your Honor. Channel 5 did not shoot that scene for the purpose of introducing the matter in court. They shot a scene as best they could from a limited vantage point so that they could put it on television. That's all. They weren't looking to admit something in a court of law so that they could most accurately depict everything at all. That wasn't their purpose. That wasn't their focus. I'm not casting any aspersions on them. But this is a court of law, and our standards have to be higher. And we have to require more for this jury. And we have to make sure that this jury does get the accurate truth, and all of the truth. Not a distortion, and not a piece of a truth, and not a little corner over here that pleases the defense, but the whole truth. And that's what the people are looking for. If they want to have the jury see Jacopo, the jury see Ratcliffe, they know where to find them. These people can be subpoenaed. They're not hiding somewhere. And Mr. Cochran knows that very well. He doesn't want the jury to get the truth. He doesn't like the fact that we have witnesses taking the witness stand and telling it the way it really was. He doesn't want that to happen. We're doing it with very painstaking care. He doesn't like it. He wants to spin that. He wants to distort that. He wants to make it appear in a way that it never was. And so what a perfect thing. He's got a tape that was taken that happens to distort the scene completely. He's got the perfect vehicle for it. But it is not appropriate in a court of law. He can entertain his friends with it, and he can tell all he wants about how we're hiding the truth. We are the only ones seeking the truth in this courtroom. We are the only side, on counsel table, Your Honor, at counsel table. let me make that real clear. We are trying to make sure the jury gets the accurate evidence, the truth of the matter, and a complete picture. And the defense wants to hand them a distortion and a half-truth. And that's what this is. Yes, it tells you that certain people are at the crime scene. But the one thing that the defense is claiming it wants to admit it for is never shown by this tape. In fact, you never see anyone's feet. So their claimed probative value is non-existent. And all we have left is prejudicial value. That is the value that it has for the defense in misleading this jury. And that's what the people are required to prevent. And that's what we are seeking the court's seeking the court's order to say, no, you cannot confuse, no, you cannot distort, this jury will get the truth, and this tape is not the truth.
All right. Briefly, Mr. Cochran.
In this courtroom, we've heard so many times how the people are the only ones seeking the truth, Your Honor. We welcome their witnesses. I welcome Lang, as you saw yesterday. I welcome all the witnesses they're going to bring. They can't stand the truth. We are the ones introducing the truth here. We're showing a videotape. Now, the fact that somebody can't see somebody's legs, that's preposterous, Your Honor. The part of a videotape, the beauty is you stand there and you look at it, and you can tell where people are standing. You can see that some of the people are standing in the shrubbery. You can see exactly where they are. That's what a videotape is. I'm sure that in every case, it's amazing. I'm sure people all across America are amazed at this argument. Somebody wants to keep a videotape of a scene out. You know, Judge, this all would have been handled appropriately if the LAPD would videotape these crime scenes like other big city departments do. They'd have their own video, but they don't do that. So we have to go and get the next best thing we can. We're not trying to hide. They should change their procedure. We're bringing in what we have under the circumstances, and they have to live with that, Judge. It's admissible, it's impeaching, it's relevant, and as to the spatial differences, we can cover that up. There's not going to be a 352 problem when you weigh this. You can understand where the people stand up and make these grandiose speeches that are falling on deaf ears to everybody. I don't know who they're spinning it to. The jury's not out here. And we're not impressed at all. We know who's seeking the truth here. And so the question is for them to talk all they want. As the judge, you understand, you have asked me last night to focus on those 3 or 4 areas. We've come back and done exactly what you've asked us to do. Whatever you asked to do in this regard, we've done it. This is admissible, and if there's any question of confusion, I'm sure it'll be cleared up by both sides. And that's the question. And that's what happened. This is a videotape of what actually happened, brought about because they don't do this at the LAPD like other departments do. It's the best evidence that you're ever going to have in this instance. And it's relevant, and I ask the court to let us proceed with this at this point. You've listened to us very patiently, and it's now time to rule, Your Honor. We've been talking about this since January.
All right. Thank you, Counsel.
Your Honor, can I just point out one thing? I won't even stand up.
Well, Your Honor, do we have
If we do
sometime?
have to clear it up, if, as Mr. Cochran says, concedes, we have to clear it up by calling additional witnesses, then it's really a 352 issue.
didn't say clear it up. I said if there's any problems,
We're
you
going to
can
wind
clear
up
it up.
calling another dozen witnesses to clear up all the mess that's made by the distortion of that video. So it's an undue consumption of time as well.
Fine. Thank you, Counsel. Always interesting to hear these arguments. And I don't mean that facetiously because, I mean, it is fascinating since it is a videotape which ostensibly is as accurate a depiction as we will ever get. It is not someone's recollection or interpretation. It's the events as they unfolded. And the court is able to discern from looking at the videotape itself that this videotape was taken at a relevant point in time when the coroner's investigator, Miss Radcliffe, arrives. She appears to be briefed by Detective Lang. We see Radcliffe and Lang at the top of this, what clearly appears to me to be the top of the steps. I then see them move down to within 2 steps above the body of Nicole Brown Simpson at the bottom of the stairs. I observe them to be looking over the body, and Lang appears to be describing to Radcliffe what is there. We do have the benefit of the People's Exhibit, which shows the blood on the steps and the footprints, which appear to be avoided. We have Jacobo arrive. We see him check in with Officer Cummings. We see Detective Langs take care to step over the body of Nicole Brown Simpson. He then holds a measuring stick and a ruler, appears to be measuring things. Then we see him step into the planter area. It appears that when he does that, he looks around and takes care as to when he steps. True, you cannot actually see what it is he is actually stepping upon. That is excerpt number 1, and I find that the probative value outweighs the prejudice on that, and I'll allow it. As to number 2, we start with a distant shot, and then it is shows the corners with the plastic sheeting preparing to remove the body of Nicole Brown Simpson, and then the body placed on the cart. And I take it the probative value of that is the fact that the coroner's people are actually standing in the walkway as they spread out the plastic over the cotton sheet. and removed the body, indicating that they were walking in the walkway where the blood was, but they're not walking on the steps where the footprints were, and the footprints remain unobscured, so they appear not to have been disturbed. I find the probative value outweighs the prejudicial value. I'll allow that as well. Excerpt number 3 starts with a distance shot of the crowd around the step area. We see Investigator Fung step out of the planter area where the body of Ronald Goldman was discovered, although we do not see that body. We see him come out not wearing gloves, however having a paper bag in his hands. The coroners then appear to spread out another plastic sheet and appear to be moving the second body, which is now out on the walkway. That appears to be Ronald Goldman's body from the sequence of events. We see Lang in the planter area watching the wrapping of the second body, Ronald Goldman, and we observe him to be making measurements and taking notes at the time, and I find that the probative value of this also outweighs any prejudicial value. I'll allow this. However, I am going to instruct the jurors that they are to take into consideration in evaluating these videotapes the angle and any distortion that there might be from using the lenses and shape, the lenses that were actually used.
Thank you.
Let's have the jury, please.
John, there's one other, can we have, there's one other that we should have.
That one I have concern about because it stops abruptly. I want to see the entire tape from which it was taken. Detective Lang, why don't you step outside? Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. With regard, we presented this tape. We think this tape is impeaching. We'd ask the court to take a look at it, and perhaps we can answer the questions if there's other parts of the tape. What it shows...
No, I understand what it shows. What it shows is Detective Lang walking out of the Rockingham residence.
Right.
Walks to his car.
Right. He's carrying the tennis shoes, just carrying the tennis shoes, puts them in the right front seat of the car.
Right, and the tape ends.
Right, well, and he then drove, I think the other part, we saw it last night, I think he then, Mr. Blazer can represent, he drove off. The point I'd like to hear from Mr. Blazer, but the point is, yesterday on examination, he says he put it in a box in the trunk, he drove off. It's impeaching, Your Honor, and you hear from Blazer who had the tape.
My point, Mr. Cochran, is that the tape that you gave to me this morning to view stops with him placing it on the front seat of his car. He doesn't enter the car, he doesn't start the car, he doesn't drive off, it just ends right there.
Hear from Mr. Blazer, Your Honor.
You know, I've watched that tape many times, and we had that dub made last night. That's basically the end of it. He drives off, I think, is in the tape, but he doesn't take the shoes and put them someplace else. That's the end of the clip.
Well, out of curiosity, why did you choose not to show that to me?
This was part of a long tape that we took just a small clip out of because we just wanted to illustrate putting the shoes on the front seat. There was nothing significant after that.
Glad to let you see that.
No, that entire tape is being copied, even though I think we've already given it to the prosecution. We're making copies of everything to give them another set, as well as to provide you with a set of everything that we have. So that tape is now at a studio being copied.
And the point, if I can say this, Your Honor, with regard to it, it's impeaching. And
No,
I can then...
Mr. Cochran, I understand
Right.
the value. I understand
Right.
why
I know.
I'm just saying that it doesn't
Sure.
have the impeachment value until he starts up the car and drives off.
Well, I'm sure we can get
with the
that.
tennis shoes still there.
I'm sure we can get that part down here.
If that's true.
And I'm sure I can ask him, didn't you then put the tennis shoes there and then drive off? But I'm sure we can get that. I mean, if that was just a point where he drives off, that's the representation? He drove off at that point?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's exactly the point. So, I mean, I think that the important part is he said under oath
I
here
understand
yesterday
what he said. I recall
put him
what
in
he
the
said.
trunk. Right.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't become probative until he drives off, does it?
You know, I can...
I think when he puts him in that front seat, it's pretty probative. You didn't tell us that yesterday. But I understand what you're saying. And
Well, if the tape ends with him putting he reaches in and places it on the passenger side of the front seat, and then my tape ends.
the court allows us to
abruptly.
see that we'll do what we can.
All right.
Mr. Blazer says he'll go, leave and get it right now.
Well, let's start with the jury with what we have.
Sure, that's fine. You'll be back.
We're not, the court's not allowing it in until we see the entire...
That's correct. All right, Deputy Magnaro, let's have the jurors, please. We've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, my apologies to you for the delay in getting started today. Oftentimes, as I have explained to you, there are facts and circumstances regarding the people involved in this case that the court has no control over. And things happened this morning that we were just not able to get started when we had hoped to get started. I apologize to you for the inactivity and downtime. I realize that you would much rather be here participating with us than being cooped up in those little rooms. And I understand that you're there, and believe me, one of the things that weighs heaviest on my mind is knowing where you are and what you're doing. But unfortunately, these things happen, and we've tried to get up to speed and running as fast as we could this morning. And with that said, Detective Lang, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Cochran, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Lang. When we concluded our cross-examination yesterday, I'd ask you some questions about this, what's called a rape kit. A rape kit is basically the ability of the coroner's office to obtain trace evidence, generally in the pubic area of a male or female. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so no one has to be raped in order to take a swab of the genital area of male or females. Isn't that correct?
I believe they look for evidence of a sexual assault prior to that being done.
All right. They may very well do that, but they can take the evidence without any evidence of a particular rape. Isn't that correct?
I've never known that. There's usually evidence of such things before that would happen.
Well, I guess what I'm asking you, in order to collect trace evidence, one could check the pubic hairs of a particular decedent. Isn't that correct?
If one were looking for trace evidence, certainly.
Yes. And one could check the cervix area of a female. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And I think you indicated to us they do this by using some kind of a swab. Is that correct?
It's correct, as well as visual examination.
All right. And then they can make some kind of trace analysis. The coroner's criminalists can do this after the decedent, after these swabs are taken from the decedent. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
Now, Detective Lang, when you arrived at the scene at Bundy there at 425, you knew nothing about this case except you had two dead bodies. Isn't that correct?
No, I was informed that one of the victims...
Now, when you first, I'm talking about when you first, so we understand each other, when you first got there, what did you know?
that one of the victims was the ex-wife of Mr. O.J. Simpson.
All right. But did you know anything else other than that?
Just that there was a male victim and a female victim.
So you didn't know anything about the time of death, did you?
No.
You didn't know at that time initially how these two individuals had met their death, did you?
No.
And as part of your investigation, as an investigator, would you agree with your homicide manual that the preliminary examination and investigation is very, very important and very paramount? Would you agree with that?
I agree that all aspects of the investigation are very important.
Specifically, the things you do at the very beginning. Isn't that a fair statement?
Certainly.
And your note-taking is also very important in that regard, is it not?
Yes.
And you would agree that in seeking to charge someone with a double homicide, the issue of the time of death may become very relevant. Would you agree with that?
It could, yes.
And, sir, with regard to a particular decedent, either decedent in this case, wouldn't you think it would be relevant to determine the last individual that either one of these decedents came in contact with?
That's certainly something that would be taken into consideration.
For if, let's assume that in the case of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, she had a visitor at her residence as late as 10:30 p.m. Would that be relevant to you to know that?
I had no evidence or information that that was the case.
I didn't ask you
If in
that.
fact that were the case, I'd certainly want to speak to that person, yes.
Right. The question is, if she'd had a visitor as late as 10:30 p.m. on June 12th, 1994, that would be relevant, would it not?
I would think so.
In fact, you would like to know, or would you like to know, whom she talked to on the phone that particular evening, wouldn't you?
Certainly.
And if you had evidence that she'd had a visitor that evening, as you said, you'd want to talk to that person, wouldn't you?
I would.
Now, the two Simpson children were taken down to the West Los Angeles Police Station, isn't that correct?
That's what I was told, yes.
And at some point, you are aware that one of the officers who were looking after these children, may I finish the statement, Your Honor? This will not be hearsay. May I finish the statement?
And may I work with you with counsel?
Sure.
Why don't you counsel with counsel?
In lieu of sidebar.
Thank you.
And be able to resolve.
All right, let me see counsel.
It would be after the children were taken down to the station, isn't that correct?
I would assume that, yes.
And you read the purported statement, did you not?
Yes.
You sort of exceeded the court's largesse in allowing this.
Certainly, Your Honor. I appreciate the court's largesse.
All right.
And with regard to that, did you then yourself, or anyone under your direction, go and talk to Sidney Simpson about the
Yes.
statements she had made?
I did not personally, but I had that done.
And who did that?
The Brown family.
The Brown family?
I was informed that the
Well, just a
children
moment.
were...
Let's be responsive if you can. Who in the Brown family? Can you answer that?
Denise Brown.
And when was that?
Sometime after...
I think we have Denise Brown in the audience here. We're going to
maybe she stepped out
discuss.
of
Ms. Brown, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to leave since we're
Thank you, Your Honor.
discussing facts and circumstances that involve you in the case. Thank you. All right, Denise Brown is withdrawn from the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me see if I understand this correctly. You asked Denise Brown to talk to Sidney Simpson?
Would you like me to explain it to you,
No.
sir?
No, I want you to answer my questions first, if you can do that, please, sir.
I-
Your Honor, that's an objection. That's argumentative. This witness is allowed to explain his
I'm
answers.
asking the questions,
No,
Your
the
Honor.
question.
Counsel's cutting him off.
Ask the question, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cochran.
Did you ask Denise Brown to talk to Sidney Simpson?
That's correct.
All right. When did you ask her to do that?
Sometime after learning about the statement.
Well, when, sir?
I don't know when exactly.
Do you know what month it was in?
I believe it was probably in the month of July, perhaps.
July of 1994.
Yes,
All right.
correct.
And were you present when and if she ever talked to Sidney Simpson?
No, I was not.
Did you write a report with regard to this?
No.
There are no police reports at all written with regard to your request and what happened after that regarding this conversation?
Would you like me to explain again?
I'm asking you, can you answer the question? The question is, are there any reports?
I'm trying to. There are no reports.
When you made the request of Denise Brown to talk to Sidney Simpson, did you do that over the phone or in person?
Over the phone.
And do you yourself ever make an effort to speak to either of the children?
No.
Did you ever ask any other police officer to speak to either of the children?
I did not want to do that because of the circumstances described to me by the Brown family.
The question is, did you ask any police officer to speak to either of the children, sir?
I did not.
Now, do you have that logged anywhere that you asked Denise Brown to talk to Sidney Simpson? Is that logged in your log anywhere? In any of those 5 books you have there?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever talk with the police officer who spoke with Sidney Simpson on the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994?
I believe I had that done by another officer in checking out her statement to see if it was accurate.
That's not, I ask you, did you ever ask? Just,
I would not have done it then. I had it done by someone.
all right, who did you have it done by?
I believe it was Detective Phillips.
And did you write a report based upon what you asked Detective Phillips to do?
There was nothing to write, no.
There are no reports in
No.
that connection? What was the name of the officer or officers who spoke with Sidney Simpson on the night or the early morning hours of June 13th?
I don't recall. It was the female officer who transported her to the station.
Do you have a report there that would refresh your recollection regarding that?
There's probably a report in there.
Can you find it for us?
Yes.
Please, sir. Approach, Your Honor. May I approach? Save some time.
Why don't you show that to counsel?
And so since we're referring to this, should I mark this, Your Honor, to that point?
I think you're just using it to refresh his recollection,
Yes,
correct?
at this point. All
Fine.
right, very well. I'd like to place this before you and ask you if you would read, why don't you read the last 3 paragraphs and see whether or not that refreshes your recollection regarding the name of the officer who spoke to Sidney Simpson in the early morning hours of June 13, 1994. Of the, as to the name of the police officer that you had in mind who spoke with Justin and overheard a conversation between Justin and Sidney that night?
I may have missed that part. The officer's name is there?
Let me maybe start those paragraphs.
No, I didn't see the officer's name there.
Why don't you start? Why don't you start with that paragraph, too?
I'm sorry, I do not see the officer's name. Okay.
All right, is that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And what is the name of the officer who spoke with Sidney Simpson and overheard the conversation between Sidney and Justin?
Objection, this seems back on the evidence.
Sustained.
Well, let me rephrase it. What is the name of the officer who spoke with Sidney Simpson?
Officer Vasquez,
And is that a male or female officer?
is female.
And it's an officer in West Los Angeles?
That's correct.
And is that the same officer that you asked Phillips to talk with at some
Yes.
point? And do you have any other reports in connection with anything that was said to the children other than this page that I've shown you at this point?
No.
Did you make more than one request to Denise Brown? Strike that. Did you request anybody else in the Brown family to talk to either of the children other than Denise Brown?
The recollection is that the request was made to the entire family.
All right, and that Denise Brown stepped forward? The family chose her?
When I made the request, Denise
Can you
Brown...
just answer that? How did Denise Brown end up being the one who was
Well-
appointed? Do you know that? Did you ask her?
I was going to explain that.
Well, I'm trying to get you just to answer the question.
Objection, Your Honor, he's allowed to explain.
Wait,
if he needs
wait,
to.
wait.
Matt, ask the question.
No, but your question, he was allowed to answer the question.
Trying to ask a specific question so I can get a specific answer, Your Honor, an answer that's not a rambling long answer. So
Why don't you rephrase
ask
the
again?
question then?
Yes. Did you ask Denise Brown to talk to either one of these children? Yes or no?
Yes.
And was that after you had asked the General Brown family to talk to the children?
I believe the first request was to Denise Brown.
All right. And as near as you can tell, that was in July of 1994. Is that right?
I don't have a very accurate recollection of when that was. It was shortly after reading that report.
All right. And when you say that report, you refer to the report that I have in my hand?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this report, at least at this point, as Defendant's Nixon order.
All right,
Defendant's 1042.
1042.
Counsel has seen it, Your Honor, at this point. Now, in the course of your investigation, do you know who Faye Resnick is?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of the name Faye Resnick in the course of your investigation?
When I learned that Faye Resnick was a friend of victim Nicole Brown Simpson.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that Faye Resnick moved in and started living
Objection,
with
Your Honor.
Nicole?
Objection. It's all assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Ask him.
Sustained.
Did you learn, in the course of your investigation, whether or not Faye Resnick moved in with Nicole Brown Simpson on Friday, June 3rd, 1994?
This is the same.
I'm asking you, did you learn that?
Sustained. Sustained.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever ascertain whether or not Miss Nicole Brown Simpson had anyone who lived with her in the month before June 12th, other than the children?
I had heard there was someone living with her, yes.
All right, you heard that in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And did you pin it down and find out that someone had actually moved in with her in the month of June of 1994? Did you ascertain that in the course of your investigation?
That was information that I did receive, yes.
And did you find out at some point in the course of your investigation that Faye Resnick moved in with Nicole Brown Simpson on or about June 3rd, 1994?
Same
You found out.
Overruled.
Same objection. Hearsay, no foundation.
Overruled.
That is what I had heard, yes.
And did you verify that?
I personally had no way of verifying that.
Well, did you ever talk to Faye Resnick?
I did not interview her. I believe my partner in the district attorney's office interviewed Ms.
All right.
Resnick.
Well, who's your partner?
Detective Van Etter.
All right, and as such, he is the co-lead investigator in this case, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And did you not find out,
Objection, hearsay.
may I finish the question?
Yes.
Did you not find out in the course of your investigation that in truth and in fact, Faye Resnick became a resident at 875?
Let me see counsel this side by please. All right, records reflect the jury has withdrawn to the jury room. Mr. Darden, let me give you a piece of advice. Take about 3 deep breaths, as I'm going to do, and then contemplate what you're going to say next. You want to take a recess now for a moment?
I don't require a recess, Your Honor.
All right. I'll hear your comment at this point. I've cited you. Do you have any response?
I would like counsel, Your Honor.
You can have counsel. You have counsel. You want to call your counsel? You want to have somebody from your appellate division come down?
I'd like to be heard on Mr. Darden's behalf, Your Honor.
You represent Mr. Darden in this matter?
I don't know if I'm legally entitled to, but I would like to be heard on his behalf.
All right.
What we are all concerned about here, Your Honor, is that there is a method of cross-examination that is being conducted by Mr. Cochran
It's
that
not
has
what I'm interested in, Ms. Clark.
and that is the impetus for the exchange at sidebar, Your Honor. And we are, all of us, greatly concerned about what the jury is getting. They're getting, that is the impetus, that
Ms.
is
Clark.
what
Ms. Clark.
led to
I don't want to hear
the
this.
exchange at sidebar, Your Honor. Mr.
No, Ms. Clark, I don't want to hear about that. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the refusal to avoid, excuse me, the refusal to obey the court's order, not to address that issue, not to speak to the court, as I was hearing from one counsel, not to interrupt the court. And the court gave 3 admonitions, and Mr. Darden chose to ignore those.
Mr. Darden did not choose to ignore them. I think Mr. Darden was simply at that time overcome with what has been transpiring with Mr. Cochran's cross-examination. It was not a desire to flaunt the court's authority, although I would point out to the court that the court's order to stop and desist had by the defense time and time and time again with no citation. No citation. Mr. Darden is simply responding to the events that have been occurring in this courtroom today and have been occurring throughout cross-examination. I myself have become overwhelmed by the fact that the jury has been given hearsay, has been given, and the record will stand by what I said, slop, in the form of counsel testifying before
Counsel,
every
didn't
witness.
I just tell you I didn't want to hear that? I'm interested in a contempt proceeding.
And if the court would like to set the matter for OSC, then we will proceed to OSC. I don't think it's required. I think
No,
that
it's not required. I can do it summarily. Do you want to push it to that?
no.
Then how come you
I-
haven't taken the opportunity? When I invite counsel to take 3 deep breaths and think very carefully about what they're going to say to the court next, that's an opportunity to get up and say, gee, I'm sorry, I lost my head there. I apologize to the court. I apologize to counsel. When you get that response, then we move on. When you tell the court you want to have an order to show cause, that's a different response. That says you want to fight. You want to fight some more with the court? You're welcome to do so. I'm going to take a recess. I'm going to give you and Mr. Darden an opportunity to think about this carefully, with about 10 deep breaths, perhaps. Have I made myself clear?
You have? Shall I take off my watch?
pursue this.
We are only asking for the opportunity at this time to confer with counsel.
Well, you seem to have two options. Either you offer an apology to the court, and we proceed, or we proceed to a contempt hearing. Those are your choices. Request for a continuance is denied.
On February 23, 95, Judge Lance Ito held prosecutor the Christopher Darden. They're trying to hold him in contempt for repeatedly interrupting the judge and bickering with defense attorney Johnny Cochran during a sidebar conference. This is a defense tactic. The defense, specifically Johnny Cochran, was cross-examining Detective Tom Lang and asking questions about the Resnick, a friend of Nicole Brown Simpson, an alleged conversation with Simpson's daughter Sydney. The prosecution, led by Marcia Clark and Chris Darden, vehemently objected, arguing the defense was attempting to introduce admissible hearsay and sloop rumors to the jury through questioning. Hilarious chat. And contempt citation. During a heated sidebar decision out of the jury hearing, Darden lost his temper and argued with Cochran, who had insinuated that the prosecutors did not know how to try a case. Judge Ito repeatedly ordered Darden to stop interrupting and calm down, but Darden persisted, leading to Judge cite him for contempt. And we're going to find out more about what happens. Naughty counsel needed counseling and a spanking. Yes. Yes, that's true. And very cool chat about the food. Good. I only like jailed and dried cranberries. Yeah, hilarious chat. Good advice about that. And the pineapples, too.
We would like the opportunity to confer with counsel before we resolve this matter, Your Honor. And is the court then not going to afford us that opportunity?
No.
We could proceed with the trial and resolve the matter at the conclusion of the day or in the morning tomorrow. And that way we wouldn't have to take up any more court time with this matter at this time.
It's a very simple way to terminate this, Ms. Clark.
I'm aware of that.
I think I've offered it to you twice already now. I don't know that I have to do it a third time. But I'm prepared to go forward if you wish to choose, if you choose otherwise.
Well, even if the court is prepared to go forward with the contempt proceeding, we're entitled to counsel, are we not?
It's a civil contempt, counsel. Has to be adjudicated immediately. Unless you want to make it a criminal contempt and have a jury trial. Love to see the voir dire in that case.
Me too. Can we use the same jury, Your Honor?
Ms. Clark, you know, all levity aside, I've offered you now 3 times an opportunity to end this right now. This is very simple. And perhaps if Mr. Darden had the opportunity to review the transcript that I have before me, he'd see the wisdom of that.
And perhaps we would like to review it as well, but why don't we review the transcript, Your Honor?
Mr. Spence, your comments aren't necessary. I heard him. I have great ears.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Okay.
You guys make me feel like Mr. Kimball.
Who?
Never mind.
I'm not literate enough.
Let me see counsel at the sidebar without the reporter, please. Mr. Hodgman, you join us, please.
It appears that the court is correct.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden?
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to review the transcript of the sidebar. It appears that the court is correct, that perhaps my comments may have been or are somewhat inappropriate. I apologize to the court. I meant no disrespect. However, I did have some concerns, and concerns I would like to take up with the court when the court is available to hear my concerns. I apologize.
Mr. Darden, I accept your apology. I apologize to you for my reaction as well. You and I have known each other for a number of years, and I know that your response was out of character, and I'll note it as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's have the jury, please.
I am aware at some point that Faye Resnick moved in with Nicole Brown Simpson on or about June 3rd, 1994.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
That's not happening.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. You can ask him if he conducted any investigation
Thank you.
regarding the residence.
Thank you.
and what
Did
he
you have occasion to conduct an investigation to determine whether or not Faye Resnick moved in at the 1st of June, 1994 with Nicole Brown Simpson?
I did not personally.
And did you have someone under your direction do that?
Under my direction, no. I believe my partner made that interview.
All right, and your partner's Van Adder?
Yes.
What did Van Adder do to make that determination?
He interviewed Ms. Resnick.
And who was present during that interview?
I wasn't there, so I,
Objection then, hearsay.
All right, have you reviewed the interview, sir?
I have been told about portions of the interview. I have not read an interview.
You've not read it?
No. I
Was it
believe
conduct-
it was perhaps tape recorded anyway. I'm not sure.
All right, and you've not listened to the tape?
I have not.
And where was that interview conducted, if you know?
Objection, hearsay.
Can he ask if he knows you?
He knows the hearsay.
He indicated he wasn't here. I don't think this is the appropriate witness.
All right. And it was your partner, Van Adder, who conducted it? All right. You have never talked to her personally yourself,
Just in passing, a greeting.
but in connection, not only just a greeting, with connection with whether or not she ever lived at that residence. Have you ever queried her at all?
No.
Now, with regard to the Akita, the brown Akita, Cato, did you see that Akita at any time on June 13th, 1994, sir?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene after 4:25, was the Akita out in the street anywhere at that time?
I believe by that time the animal had been impounded.
All right. Did you have, as part of your investigative duties, any tests or any photographs taken of any substances on that Akita?
There was an examination of the Akita, but it was not that day.
All right. Was that done in the course of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
And when was the examination of the Akita?
I believe it was during the time of the service of the second search warrant, if I'm not mistaken, on June 28th, 94,
Where was this examination done, if you know?
at 360 North Rockingham.
The Akita was back at Mr. Simpson's house at that time?
Yes.
What was that date again, sir?
I may be mistaken, but my recollection is June 28th, I believe, at the time of the service of the second search warrant.
All right. And what kind of examination was done at that point, if you recall?
The animal was examined as to its aggressiveness and there were other behavioral type tests done by the dog expert.
All right. And who's that dog expert?
Sergeant Yarnell.
And do you have a report from Sergeant Yarnell in the course of your investigation?
There was a report generated, yes.
May we see it, please?
I don't believe it's here. I believe it was turned over a couple of weeks ago.
Turned over to whom? The DA's office?
I believe so.
And you don't have a copy of it?
I'm not aware of one. I could check.
Well, will it take very long? If you can check
I can
quickly.
check one section real
Yes.
quick here.
Would you, please?
I don't see it here.
You don't have it, but it was by Sergeant Yarnell, and that report was as a result of an examination that was done on or about June 28th, 1994. Best of your recollection, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, what I had in mind, though, sir, was do you know whether or not anyone ever checked the blood that was supposedly on this Akita at a time before June 28th, 1994?
I saw no one do that.
All right, in the course of your investigation in this case, did you ever have any photographs taken of the Akita between the period June 13th and June 28th, 1994?
I did not.
Do you know whether or not your co-lead investigator, Van Etter, had that done?
I don't believe he did.
Did you, in the course of your investigation as the senior lead investigator in this case, or co-lead investigator, did you have occasion to review the notes by Mark Furman as they relate to the dog on that particular, the night of June 12th, 1994?
I reviewed some notes of Detective Furman.
All right, and do you recall whether or not there was an indication?
Objection, hearsay.
May I finish, Your Honor?
Objection, no, there can't be anything else.
May I finish, please? I'll restate it.
Let's hear the question, but it sounds suspicious.
Well, I said, let me restate it.
All right.
I have a suspicious question, sir. With regard
You
to,
have not for proof minute sidebar?
may I just ask the question, Your Honor? Detective Lang?
Let's-
Not a court ruling.
Let's hear the question, but
Okay.
be cautious,
Okay,
Mr.
all
Cox.
right. Detective Lang, at any time, as the senior co-lead investigator in this case, did you ever conduct any tests or direct anyone to conduct any tests as to whether or not the Akita dog on the night of June 12th may have bitten anyone?
Subsequent to that, yes.
And when was that you conducted these tests?
Again, that would be the tests of June 28th.
Do you know where that Akita had been between the period of the 13th and the 28th of June?
I believe at the Rockingham residence.
Were you present when the Akita was brought back to the Rockingham address?
No.
Did you see, when you were at the Rockingham address at about 5:30 on June 13th, 1994, did you see the Akita Cato there?
I don't recall seeing the dog there at that time.
Does that mean it wasn't there, you don't recall seeing it?
I don't recall seeing it.
Now, there are two Akitas at Rockingham, isn't that correct?
Yes.
There's another Akita, the black dog is also an Akita, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you find out that dog's name?
Yes.
What's that dog's name?
I believe it's Chachi.
All right, so the black dog is Chachi and the brown dog is Cato, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you find out, do you know, in the course of your investigation, who bought both of those dogs?
Objection, irrelevant,
It
hearsay.
will become relevant, Your Honor.
I'd like to see, do we have not for proof minute?
It'll become relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you find out who bought those dogs?
I had heard who bought those dogs.
Who bought them?
Well, objection.
That's hearsay.
Well, how did you make that determination of who bought the dogs?
I don't recall. I just heard who bought the animals. I don't recall. There was no specific reason for someone to discuss that with me. I just heard that.
Do you have a report of that connection?
With who bought the
As to
dogs?
Who bought the dogs?
No.
All right. Now, on June 28th, when Sergeant Yarnell was there, were both Akitas there at that point?
I believe so.
In the course of your investigation, did you ascertain whether or not the Akita Cato had at some point lived prior to June of 1994, had lived at 360 North Rockingham?
No.
Never made that determination?
No.
Do you know, and in the course of your investigation, did you ascertain when the Akita Cato was purchased?
No.
Were you present when Sergeant Yarnell did whatever tests he did on the 28th?
I was at the location. I did not observe the entire examination, but I saw him with the animal.
Do you know whether or not he took any photographs of the Akita Cato that day?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not he took any photographs of his teeth or gums?
I don't know.
No. While we're on the subject of dogs, did you ever use any dog to help you in your investigation on or about June 13th, 1994? Did you use such as anything like a scent dog at all? Do you ever do that in your investigations?
A scent dog?
Yes, a dog who would seek to pick up a scent of some individual.
No.
Have you ever done that in the course of your investigation?
I have not, no.
Now, with regard to the dog, Cato, on that night, you looked inside the interior of that residence, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any bloody paw prints inside the interior of the residence?
No.
Did you see any bloody paw prints that went westerly toward the rear gate of that particular residence?
No.
You saw paw prints, did you not?
I saw what I believed to be paw prints, yes.
And the paw prints that you saw moved in the easterly direction from the front gate out toward the sidewalk, is that correct?
Initially, yes.
And then did they make a turn, a right turn to go kind of southbound on Bundy?
That's correct.
Then did they make a right turn to go kind of westbound on Dorothy for a short period of time?
That's correct.
You never saw any paw prints either going inside the interior or in that long walkway there on the side of the house, on the north side of the house, did you?
No.
And while we're about it, as the investigating officer, can you tell us, sir, the distance, the approximate distance from the front gate of Bundy that we've talked so much about to the rear gate at Bundy? How far is that in feet?
I believe it's approximately 110 feet.
All right, 110?
Approximately.
All right, and to the sidewalk of Bundy to the rear gate would be about how far?
I think perhaps 120 feet. I believe the length from the sidewalk to the alley is approximately 120 feet, so I can only estimate from there.
All right, so from the sidewalk, and we're talking about the sidewalk on Bundy, right there, to the rear gate, is that correct?
Yes.
Would be about 120 feet?
It may be less, because again, I believe the sidewalk to the rear alley is approximately 120. I have a schematic that would give us a scaled distance, but if you're asking my recollection, it's probably 100 to 110 feet, somewhere in there.
I would like, and I think we'd all want your best recollection if you can give it to us, sir.
Well, it would be if I would look at my schematic, certainly that would,
If that's not too much trouble, can you do that?
certainly. Looking at the ground floor schematic on Bundy,
Yes, both council may approach.
to point out on the schematic, the sidewalk is at an angle. So as an estimate, from the rear gate to the front sidewalk as an estimate, I would say 120 feet.
All right, and looking at, you're referring to a schematic, which will not mark, Your Honor, but there's a schematic in his homicide book. And pursuant to that schematic, your best estimate at this point is about 120 feet from the front of the sidewalk of Bundy to the rear gate of Bundy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I believe you'd indicated the other day that the intercom inside the house worked, so that someone standing outside that gate could speak to someone inside that house. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you had tried to see whether or not the front gate, it would be possible to open the front gate from inside the house. Is that a fair statement? You tried to do that?
Yes.
And did you have the help of anyone else when you tried to do that?
Yes.
And the conclusion you came to that was inoperable at the time you tested it?
I was able to get a sound, a clicking sound out of it, but we couldn't get the release to work properly.
All right. Now, you'd never done this before that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what date did you do this test to try to determine whether it was operable?
Initially on the 13th, and it was done subsequent to that.
All right, and did you have anyone ever from the Brown family to assist you in that at all in the course of your trying this to see whether or not it worked?
I don't believe the Brown family was there when we did this.
You believe they were?
I believe they were not there.
Okay, you believe they were not?
Yes.
All right, and so at the times at least that you tried it, the intercom worked, but you could not get the front gate open from inside the residence. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In the course of your investigation in this case, did you ever have occasion to go to Mr. Ronald Goldman's home?
I personally did not.
Did anyone under your direction go there?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detectives Tippin and Carr.
Tippin and Carr?
Yes.
Is that Tippin?
Yes,
Carr?
that's correct.
Do you know whether or not they found out whether was there shower and bath at Mr. Goldman's home?
Was there a shower and bath?
Yes.
I believe there was.
Did you have a drawing made of the interior of that residence?
I believe there were photographs taken. I don't believe there was a schematic.
When do you recall when Tippin and Carr went to the residence of Mr. Goldman's?
No, I don't recall a specific date.
In the course of your investigation, did you ascertain whether or not he had a roommate on the date of June 12th, 1994?
I don't believe he did.
Now, did he drive a vehicle to the Bundy location, if you know that night?
Yes, he did.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
I believe it was a Toyota.
And do you know whether or not that vehicle belonged to him?
It did not.
Belonged to some other person?
Yes.
Where, if any, in relation to the address at 875 South Bundy, did you find this vehicle parked, if you found it so parked?
It was parked on Dorothy Street on the north side of Dorothy, facing in a westerly direction near the alley.
On the north side of Dorothy, facing the westerly direction? Toward the
Westerly
alley?
direction, and that would be west of Bundy.
All right, and the alley that runs behind Bundy there, is that correct?
Yes.
At what point, and on what day did you discover this vehicle belonging to Mr. Goldman, or that Mr. Goldman had driven there?
It was discovered on the 13th.
At what time?
What time?
Yes, what time of day, sir?
I believe it was approximately 3 p.m.
Now, as I understand it, when you first saw this, the glove and the knit cap at Bundy, they were under some foliage or plants, or plant, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you recently been to Bundy? Have you been there? You were out there with the jury view, were you not?
Yes.
And that plant that the glove and the knit cap were under appears more full on the photographs than it appeared at the time of the jury view. Would you agree with that?
It appeared about the same to me. Perhaps it appeared about the same.
Appeared about the same to you?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can get one of the exhibits here.
Yes, why don't you take the pointer there, Detective?
With regard to 56A, a couple of questions over here. The plant that we're talking about, the foliage that we're talking about, is I guess depicted in 56. Is that the same one there in 56C?
56C?
Yeah.
No, I believe it's below that.
All right, well, let's look.
It's one here.
Okay, let's look then at 56I. Depicted in 56I, is that correct? Right here.
Appears to be, yes.
All right, and in that connection, there what is depicted in 56I appears to be some dark object and what appears to be perhaps a glove. And is this photograph 56I for identification with a 103 mark thereon, Your Honor? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the way you first saw this cap and glove on that particular day?
It's in the general area, but I don't believe it's in the exact location I observed.
Had this cap and glove at some point been moved that morning?
I believe the glove was.
And was it moved after Mr. Goldman's body was moved?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you ever write a report indicating that the glove had been moved at all?
No,
Were you aware at the time that the glove had been moved?
not at the time, no.
When did you become aware of it? When this trial started?
No, when I observed the photograph with the glove in a different position.
When you observed it at a different position, why didn't you write a report at that point?
So I don't need to write a report. I have the photographs.
But you did not write a report?
I didn't observe it being moved. I had no personal knowledge of it being moved. All I have are the photographs, and for my certain purposes, they spoke for themselves.
All right, now you tell us the other day that you felt when evidence had been moved, the best procedure would be to try and document that if you could, of how and why it had been moved. Is that a correct statement?
And the documentation, in my mind, is the photographs.
All right, and they are.
The witness could be allowed to resume the witness
Well,
stand
I'm not finished with the
for the
witness.
examination.
I'm not finished with this. So with regard to, so that we're clear, with regard to 56I and 103, there's never a report written about it being moved. Is that right?
There's no report.
Okay. With regard to the envelope that's depicted in 56J, in the course of your looking at photographs, did you ascertain that it also had been moved at some point?
Yes.
And would I be correct in assuming there's no report with regard to that item? Is that correct?
Same situation.
All right. Now, this plant that we were talking about here in 56I, did your testimony that this photograph, 56I, which was taken, I presume, somewhere around June 13th in the early morning hours, is a fair representation of how that plant looked at that time? Is that correct?
That's a close-up view of the plant. Perhaps a fair representation would be one from the back, but I would say so. Yeah.
Well, we have to take...
For what we have, yeah.
This is what I have, all right? And so based upon what I have here, is that a fair representation, the way that plant looked?
Based upon what you have, yes.
All right. Now, when you're out there on that Sunday, the day of the jury view, does that look to you about the same fullness with regard to that plant as you saw that day?
Once again, I would like to see a shot a little farther away. Again, it appears to be about the same, yes.
I think it's about the same. I noticed there's some blood splatters on the, apparently blood splatters on that plant. Did you do any testing on those blood splatters?
There were blood spatters everywhere, and not every plant leaf was collected, no.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you do any testing or have any testing done regarding the blood splatters on this particular plant depicted in 56I?
I don't believe that was done.
All right, that's all I have to ask. I mean, well, I got him up here. Let me see that photograph. For the record, we're now looking at 45A. I just want to call your attention briefly to 45A, People's 45A identification, and I want to ask you just a couple of questions regarding, let's start with 45D. You see 45D here? There appear to be a pair of white shoes, I guess on the landing above where the Simpson's body was, and a pair of black shoes. First of all, let's take the white shoes. Do you know whose shoes those were, standing there?
I could hazard a guess.
Well, let's see. You were out there that day and you saw who was wearing white. Who do you think the shoes were?
I believe they belong to the photographer, Mr. Rokar.
Rokar?
I believe so.
All right. And now these black shoes are not very descriptive, but can you tell us whose shoes those are?
I believe they're mine.
And so you would recognize your own shoes.
I believe I'm wearing them.
Same shoes. Let's say I'd like to mark those in evidence. No, I'm kidding. So at any rate, these are your shoes and these are Rokar shoes. Is that correct?
Yes.
The best you can recall?
Yes.
Right. right, you gotta have one more. And you are aware, are you not, that you cannot always see footprints with the naked eye? You're aware of that, right?
I'm sure they can always what?
You are aware that you cannot always see footprints with the naked eye. You aware of that?
It would depend on lighting and angle, but it's certainly possible that you might not see all of them, yes.
All right. And if I might, we're now referring to 54, People's 54 game. Just want to ask you one question about 54. Do you recognize this shoe standing right here adjacent to the plant we talked about earlier? Recognize that black shoe?
It's the same type as I have, but I don't know if it's mine.
It's not a police issue shoe, is it?
Would not be.
All right. So, is that your shoe?
As I said, it may be because I have those types of shoes.
And so, Your Honor, for the record, we're looking at People's 54-2, and that shoe is standing right in the grouting, right where there's some blood in the grouting, adjacent to the plant where we can see the cap and the glove. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
That shoe appears to be a man's shoe,
Appears to be.
and you don't know whether it's your shoe or not.
No.
But it's similar to the same shoes you're wearing.
That's
right?
correct.
All right. Now, answer some questions about this rear gate Monday. And we're referring now, Your Honor, to 53A. You have previously described for us something about these new cards and how these numbers are placed on various exhibits. I want you to look first of all at 53B, and I see a 115 and a 116. How are those numbers placed there, if you recall?
Those are placed by the criminalist.
All right, and the criminalist selects a particular number, then there's a photograph taken of that particular, whatever they're seeking to pick there, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that we're clear for perspective for the jurors, this 115 and 116, is this the rear gate?
Yes.
And there's also a 117, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in the course of your investigation in this case, there was another 115 and 116 numbers somewhere at that scene, is that correct?
I don't know. There may have been.
Okay. And I may want to use both of these. Now I want to show you, and I can show you both of them at the same time if you like. Put them both at the same time if you can, Your Honor, for the record so we're clear. Mr. Douglas is safely holding 53A. So I want you to look at 53A. I want you to look at the numbers. See this 115, 116, 117, which you've told us is the rear gated Bundy, is that correct?
Yes.
Now I want you to look at this particular exhibit, which is 48A, etc. And you see this 115 here?
Yes, I do.
Which is 48G, which purports to be a blood drop. Now, this 115 here, what is that 115 mean?
That's a photo identification number apparently put down by the photographer and the criminalist.
So let's see, are you saying we have two 115s?
I believe these were taken on different days.
No, that's not what I asked you. Do we have two 115s?
That's pretty obvious to me.
All right, so this 115 here is a blood drop, is that correct?
Right.
And the 115 back here is allegedly a blood drop on the rear gate, is that correct?
That appears to be that way.
All right, and is there also, there's a 117. Now, is 117 allegedly a blood drop that was collected supposedly at the rear of the residence?
Yes.
And that was placed there by the photographer?
I'm assuming that, yes.
Well, you recognize that little card, don't you?
That's the type of card a photographer would put down, yes.
All right. Now, and over here, if we look at 117, there's a 117 here with regard to the fence, is that correct?
Yes, there is.
Now, was that a separate photographer, or was it just a mistake made? How do we have the same numbers?
2 dates, 2 different times, 2 different photographers.
Let's see if I understand this. You mean to tell me that if you take photographs on one day, let's say on June 13th, use 115, 116, 117, you come back on, let's say, July 3rd, use the same numbers? Is that
No.
acceptable procedure, sir?
No, I don't mean to tell you that, but you may want to ask that of the man who did it.
All right, but you're telling us about separate dates, so you're the investigator. I'm just asking you at this point. I don't have any of that. So would that be acceptable procedure in Los Angeles Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor,
procedures?
he's indicated he doesn't know.
I would ask the question.
And counsel's continuing to ask questions of this witness, and he has already indicated he doesn't
So
know.
what's the objection, Foundation?
Foundation, thank you, Your Honor.
I'd like to ask a foundational question.
The foundational questions.
Sir, with regard to how these numbers are given out by the photographer, it's true, is it not, that if one were a photographer, and one used a 115, a 116, and a 117 on June 13th, that in a later date you use sequential numbers, you would start with 118, 119, 120, isn't that correct?
I can't say that. I don't know what his reasoning was.
Well, you've been a homicide investigator for some 20 years, have you not?
Your Honor, objection, it's argumentative.
I want to ask him a question. Have you ever, in your
Objection, Your
career,
Honor.
Overruled, Counsel.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the court's ruling.
have you ever, in your career, ever seen a situation where the photographer uses the same numbers for different pictures at the same crime scene?
Objection irrelevant,
Overruled.
beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge.
Overruled.
I have no idea. I don't recall. I may have in 20 years. I don't know.
Well, do you know or not, sir?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't recall seeing that. It's not to say that it hasn't happened before.
But if it,
Uh,
okay, correct.
Again, the person to ask would be the photographer. He may have a reason for doing this. I don't know.
All right. Well, now, as the investigating officer in this case, man in overall charge at Bundy, right? Did you ever ask him why he numbered the same numbers for different blood drops at the same scene? Did you ever ask him that?
I don't believe that ever came up.
Well, thank you. You may resume your seat. I'm going to talk, Mr. Bennett, I needed this over this time. See. Now, the glove at Bundy that we were looking at under those, under that particular plant, was that a right or left-handed glove?
Left-handed.
And you've had occasion to examine that glove, have you not? You've looked at it?
I looked at it briefly at the scene and was told not to touch it by the criminalist. Aside from that, I think the next time I saw it was right here in court.
All right, have you ever had occasion to look at that glove and make a determination of whether or not there are any cuts on the finger, outside finger portion of that glove?
I did not personally know.
You never looked at that?
No.
As an investigator, did you ever have any interest in looking at that?
I would have an interest in the criminalist looking at that and when it was examined.
And did the criminal look at it as far as you know?
I believe it was examined, yes.
And you've seen some reports in that connection, have you not?
Yes.
And there are no cuts on that left glove, are there?
Objection, objection.
He knows?
Sustained. Sustained.
All right, when Ms. Clark showed you that glove, I guess last week here in court, did you look at it then?
Yes.
Did you see any cuts on the outside of this left glove, left-handed glove, which reportedly found at Bundy? Did you see any?
No.
Objection, there's no opportunity.
Overruled.
Now, with regard to the eyeglasses and the envelope, may we approach this for a minute on this area?
Sure.
You saw prescription glasses with one lens or two lenses?
No, I observed one of the lenses. The other one, because of the angle I was looking at, I don't believe I could observe it.
All right.
But I may be wrong. I just recall peering in and opening in the envelope and observing what appeared to be prescription glasses.
All right. Why don't you take a look in that envelope now? First of all, look in the envelope and see whether or not you're able to see the lenses. Lens or lenses.
No, I'm not able to.
All right. Let's turn it over. When you turn the container over, the package over, do you see a lens or lenses now?
There's one lens in the plastic bag.
All right. Look carefully. Do you see another lens there?
No.
All right. Now, do you have a report when it was booked of how many lenses there were in these glasses when this was first booked?
The report on the glasses should be contained within the property report when it was booked by the criminalist.
All right. Can you take a look at that? You have that here today?
Yes.
I'll hold this. Can you look at that and tell us whether or not it indicates how many lenses were in these glasses?
It does not indicate.
Does that indicate? Now, if only one lens was in the glasses, wouldn't that be something that you would note in one of your reports?
No, I would not.
Or you wouldn't note that at all?
Those glasses were kept sealed in that envelope for a reason.
Well, was it you testified or somebody testified that they were torn open so someone could look inside? Did you so testify?
Not torn open. I testified that there was an opening
All right. And an
where I could
opening-
observe the glasses inside. I didn't touch it, and it was maintained in that manner.
And when it was opened so that you could look inside, how many lenses did you see?
I did not open it to look inside.
All right. But at any rate, the report you've just seen doesn't indicate how many lenses were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, sir, while you were at the scene there at Bundy, after you returned from Rockingham on the morning of June 13th, there came a time when press arrived at the scene. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you saw the press out there, and they were taking video pictures. Did you not see that?
Yes.
And I now want to, Your Honor, with Your Honor's permission, mark as defendant's next in order a videotape, and I want to ask the officer some questions regarding that videotape. Mr. Harris, what's the next number?
1043.
1043, Your Honor. I believe it's queued up, and I want to ask.
I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to show you some videotape. You should keep in mind in viewing the videotape that there may be some distortion based upon the length of the lens that is involved in taking. You should take that in consideration in regarding the depth perception with the video. Thank you.
All right, now, if the court's permission, I'll be asking some questions during this, and we'll stop it at certain points, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Detective Lane, can you tell us, stop there please, can you tell us and identify those gentlemen there and tell us where this is taken, where this video is taken from?
Yes, I am pictured there to the right.
You're the man with no shirt on?
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
strike that. You're the man with no jacket on.
Well,
I was
yes.
thinking about no hair and it came out wrong. I'm sorry. The man with no,
Thank you.
no
Yes.
coat on.
No jacket.
All right.
The man with his back to us is Lieutenant John Rogers. Behind him, facing us, is Detective Phillips.
Is that Detective Ron Phillips?
Yes.
There apparently is someone bending over in the street with some kind of a container there with kind of light white shoes. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who is that person?
I believe that's the coroner's investigator, Ratcliffe.
And that's Ms., what's her first name, if you recall?
I believe it's Claudine.
That's Claudine Ratcliffe. And would this be a scene of her arrival at 875 Bundy?
Yes.
And as best we can tell, would that be about what time? 9:10 in the morning on June 13th?
Approximately.
Now, is there another person in that photograph that you're able to tell us who it is?
Not with this view.
Okay, well, would you keep looking? So this is about 9:10 in the morning. Mr. Harris, will you continue, please? Now, you stop it there. At this point, you apparently are having a conversation with Claudine Ratcliffe, the
Yes.
coroner's investigator?
Yes.
Are you describing to her what you have there, is that correct?
Yes.
And I notice you have a clipboard in your hand at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
What is that clipboard? What is that?
What is it? It's a
I mean,
clipboard.
what do you use it for?
Writing on?
Okay, and is that part of what you do to write your reports, sir?
Yes.
All right, did you write some of those reports in that book before you with that kind of clipboard?
Yes.
All right, may continue, Mr. Harris. All right, now, those two gentlemen there in the front of the residence, is that Lieutenant Rogers to the right?
Yes.
And is that Ron Phillips, detective on the left?
Yes.
Is Rogers your immediate superior? He's a lieutenant
He was, yes.
at that time?
Yes.
All right, now, what is depicted in this photograph, sir?
This is Detective Phillips in the right of the photo with his back to us. I can't make out the individual.
Up at the top? Well, we'll proceed on. See if you can recognize the person up on the landing. Who is that man on the landing without a coat?
I'm having a hard time seeing it from here. It's me. Okay.
Does that look like you?
Yes.
All right. 20 questions. That was you. Now, what are we seeing here? Is this the front of the 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And that yellow tape running around, is that the perimeter that been placed up?
Yes.
It was taken down about 3:45 in the afternoon?
Yes.
All right, now stop it there. Who are the two people up on the landing there?
That's me again, and the D is the coroner investigator Ratcliffe.
All right, and in the foreground there, out on the sidewalk or whatever, is that Phillips?
I believe so.
All right, we'll continue. You explaining to her what you have there at this point?
Yes.
All right, do you notice your hands? Do you have anything on your hands at that point?
No.
All right, you don't have any gloves or anything on, right?
No.
Now, what's depicted in this photograph? Is that one of the bodies now covered with a sheet?
This is looking westerly, and that's looking towards the body of Miss Simpson.
All right, and the lady on the left, where we've now stopped it, is that again the coroner's investigator?
Yes.
All right, we continue on. Are you to the left of her at that point, kind of kneeling down?
To the left in this photo, yes.
Okay. And are you near, where's the body of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson in this particular photograph, so we'll know?
That would be in front of us towards this direction.
All right, in front of us to the east, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I notice now a vehicle is coming up, it says L.A. County Coroner on it. You recall that vehicle arriving that morning?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle driven by Ms. Ratcliffe's assistant, Mr. Jacopo?
Yes.
And he arrived at about what time that morning, if you recall?
I believe it was shortly after her, shortly after Ratcliffe, perhaps 10, 15 minutes.
And the man there in the blue with coroner written on the back of his jumpsuit, that's Mr. Jacopo?
Yes.
All right, and you saw him arrive sometime about 9:20, 9:25, is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, when he arrives at the scene, he stops apparently to talk to some particular officer. And I see to the right, that's Lieutenant Rogers, is that correct?
Yes.
You know the officer he's talking to at that point?
I believe it might be Officer Cummings.
Is he logging in at that point, sir?
Yes.
All right, we may proceed. That's also Detective Phillips again?
Yes.
Is that Miss Ratcliffe again?
Yes.
That's the front of the Bundy residence again?
Yes.
Is that a long view of the residence there at both, I guess, 873 and 875?
Yes, looking northwest direction.
All right, now, at this point, there are two men there. We'll stop it. Is that you talking with Lieutenant Rogers?
Yes.
Okay. If you know it, the body's been moved sequentially at this point?
I don't believe so.
All right. Continue on. Again, that's a view taken from the street, somewhere across the street. Is that correct?
Yes, appears to be.
All right. Is that the sergeant you described for us earlier?
Yes.
LAPD Sergeant Palmer?
Yes.
In the background is the body of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
Now, there's somebody who just stepped down. Apparently, you're stepping over something. Is that over, Mr. Nicole Brown Simpson's body?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you notice something? Do you have something on your hands now?
Yes, I'm wearing plastic rubberized gloves.
All right, where'd you get those gloves from, if you know?
I carry them with me.
All right, and just refresh your recollection that you were wearing some gloves at some point that day?
Yes,
All right, you're stepping over where the body's still in place there, is that correct?
that's correct.
The coroner's not moved the body yet.
That's correct.
All right, and, all right, we'll move it on. Now, stop it there. I noticed that up on that landing, the two coroner's representatives were standing there, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you see the shoes of Miss Radcliffe?
yes,
And to her left, or east of her, the gentleman, Mr. Jacopo, apparently has his left foot resting on the railing there, is that correct? You see that?
looks to be the foot is on the wall. I don't
All right,
know if it's on the railing.
Let's show it on, maybe we can see it clearer. Left foot is resting on something, right?
Yes, appears to be.
All right. See there?
Yes,
stop there.
yes, I do.
Where's his foot resting on?
It went from the wall to the railing.
All right, so, all right. Now, you're bending down. Are you taking some kind of measurements at that point?
Yes,
And they're standing there at that point above you, is that correct?
yes,
All right, and you're about to step into the area where Mr. Gomez's body was found?
that's correct.
Now, you had no coverings on your shoes at that point, did you?
That's correct.
All right, again, that's you in the foreground. Now,
Yes.
let's stop it there. There's a gentleman we've been talking about with a kind of a white jacket on with white hair. Who is that individual?
It's Mr. Rokar, the photographer.
And he's a gentleman who took a lot of these photographs here.
Yes.
He's the man we have to ask the questions about why we have duplicate numbers. Same guy?
No, I believe there were 3 different photographers employed on those 2 different dates and the criminalist, so if I wanted an answer, I'd probably talk to all 4.
All 4? I'd have to talk to all 4?
The criminalist and the 3 photographers.
Okay. All right, but that's Rokar, right?
That's Mr. Rokar in the
Okay,
center,
fine.
yes.
Maybe continue on. Who's he talking to? Who's that to his left?
I'll have to wait till he stands up again. I believe it looked like Phillips.
All right. Now, it's apparently a long view from across the street. Do you see your back there?
Yes.
Rokar is somewhere near you? Okay, stop it there. We see inside the yellow tape there, that's Lieutenant Rogers, is that correct?
I can't tell whether or not he's inside the tape. I can't see because of the band at the bottom.
Okay, well, Rogers is somewhere in the foreground, is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that man with the kind of the sandy hair, if you know?
That's Assistant Lab Director Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson, who's he employed? Lab director for whom?
The LAPD Scientific Investigation Division.
All right, when did he come to the scene?
I believe it was probably shortly before for this video.
Okay, have you seen his name on the log before?
I believe it is on log, yes.
Can you tell us, refresh your recollection as to what time he may have arrived?
No.
All right, you don't know?
I don't recall. I
right.
didn't make a point of checking. I suppose I could look at the log.
You do recall he was out there that day, is that right?
Yes.
All right, we continue on, sir. And stop it there, who's that gentleman there?
Which gentleman?
The one with the, you can't see, the one to the left of Mrs. Jacopo who's in the blue jumpsuit. Can you back it up for a minute, Mr. Harris? Do you recall who that was at that point?
The one below the
No.
man with the...
Can you look up? And I'll show you. The one right there, one right behind Jacopo from the coroner's office, that gentleman. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure it'll help you from this angle. You tell us who that is. Mr. Rogers, Steve Johnson, who that is?
No.
All right, you may resume your seat. Thank you. Mr. Harris, please continue. At this point, is this the plastic sheet that you were talking to us about,
Yes.
which Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson was placed on her back as much as possible in a supine position? Is that correct?
Well, she was placed on the plastic. She was in full rigor mortis, so that couldn't be a complete supine position.
I said as much as possible in a supine position, sir, as opposed to being lying
Well,
face
she was
down.
placed on it. I don't know what you mean by as much as possible.
Well, due to the rigor that you described for us. All right, stop there. Now, you recognize the people in this photograph, do you not?
Yes, there's myself, and
The man in the dark suit is whom?
I believe it's Phillips,
All right, and to his left is whom?
and that's Rokar.
And in the foreground here, do you know who this is?
I really can't tell.
Can't tell?
No.
And to the right there, bending over, you know who that is? Isn't that Miss...
I can't see, but it possibly is Ratcliffe.
Miss Ratcliffe? All right, continue, please, Mr. Harris. Now, can you see now who that gentleman is in the foreground?
No.
Okay, continue on, please. Still can't tell?
No.
All right, we'll continue. This is the removal of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body. Her body was moved first.
Yes.
All right. Now, again, is that you in and around the scene where the body was?
Yes.
And at that point, we see the two coroner's assistants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the foreground there, is that criminalist trainee Mazzola, M-A-Z-Z-O-L-A?
Appears to be, yes.
All right. Continue on, please. Are you stepping... Now, who is that coming through there now? With
It's
no...
Miss-
Who is that?
Mr. Fung.
And is he one of the criminalists?
Yes.
Stop it. You see he has nothing on his hands?
Yes.
And he's carrying... You back that up a minute, Mr. Harris? Stop it there. He's carrying a bag or something in his hand.
Yes.
You see that? So that we're clear who's here in this particular photograph, the female coroner's representative, and her name?
Her name?
Yes.
Ratcliffe.
Radcliffe, and we have Fung, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, in the foreground we have Jacopo.
Yes.
Okay, and further out, because of the perspective, is Mazzola, is that right?
Yes. Appears to be.
Okay, to her right is Rokar, the photographer.
Yes.
All right, and then because of perspective, can you tell who that is with that dark suit there, behind Rokar?
At the lower right-hand corner?
Yeah, yeah, right-hand corner there, the dark blue suit. Left eye.
I believe it might be Officer Carson Pierce.
Carson Pierce?
Yes.
Perhaps we'll see another photograph. Continue, Mr. Harris, please, sir. Now, can you see that person with the sandy hair? That's Steve Johnson, though?
Yes.
Steve Johnson?
Yes.
Who's that man there? In the
That's
foreground?
Detective Tippin.
Mr. Tippin, he's one of the ones who took the statements that you told us about earlier, T-I-P-P-I-N?
He's one of the detectives who went to the Goldman residence.
All right. Tippin and Carr?
Yes.
All right, sir. Is this Mr. Goldman's body this time, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
He's already been moved out from the small area?
That's correct.
All right, now stop it right there, Mr. Harris. This man over the left who was kind of rubbing his brow a moment ago, is that the criminalist, Mr. Fung?
Yes, he's on the left.
You notice he still doesn't have any gloves on? You notice that?
He doesn't appear to.
All right. And again, you previously described the individual. Is that you pointing?
Yes.
All right. Continue, Mr. Harris, please. Did you ever use more than one pair of gloves that day, if you recall?
I may have. I had gloves on for a while, had them off for a while, had them on. I may have. If I'd taken those off, I couldn't have put them back on, so I'd have put a different pair on.
Do you have that written down anywhere? Is that in your notes?
I took my gloves off?
Yes, that you changed gloves at the scene.
No.
Yeah, Darden got scolded by the judge. He got into a fight with Cochran, and then then Clark had to go and defend him to try, and then eventually, they're trying to get the situation resolved. But yeah, they had a little bit of a fight for a moment earlier.
I think that's it.
It's 4:30, Your Honor.
Indeed it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves or perform any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. And we will be in session on matters regarding the case, but we will not require your presence on Friday. So we'll see you back here on Monday, 9 o'clock. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice weekend. I don't see Mr. Cochran. Okay. All right. People represented by Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Gordon. All right, we have two matters on the calendar this morning. First, we have a motion by the prosecution asking for the court to direct or to allow a 402 hearing regarding any impeachment evidence that will be presented with regards to witness Mark Furman. Who wishes to address that motion on behalf of the people?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, back in January, the court ruled on the people's motion in limine with regard to 3 alleged incidents in Detective Furman's past. Of those 3 incidents, the court excluded 2 and ruled that the defense could indeed cross-examine with regard to the Kathleen Bell allegations. The court, it was my impression, based on both your written ruling as well as your comments, Your Honor, that you were ruling in that regard based on several things. One of those things that seemed to weigh predominantly was that there were some circumstances of Detective Furman's involvement, or contact, I should say, with the defendant and the victim in this case, which seemed to cause the court to feel that that was relevant. I want to just briefly address that because I did not do so before, did not have an opportunity before now. First, the court noted that Detective Furman, when he was a patrol officer, did respond to the scene of a domestic violence dispute between the two back in 1985. The court also noted that Detective Furman chronicled that visit in '89 when called upon to do so by the city attorney's office, and the court further noted that Detective Furman responded to the scene of the homicide that happened on June 12th with regard to the same victim. I want to make the point, Your Honor, that it is not unusual, in fact, it is highly common for patrol officers within this city in every area to respond on multiple occasions to the same location for repeat incidences of domestic violence between the same couple. So that is not something that is at all unusual. In fact, it's more the usual. And I know the court has seen cases, I've certainly handled cases where the officers have told me that this was not the first time they responded to that particular scene. In addition, Your Honor, the fact that Detective Furman responded as a homicide detective in 1994 is not of any moment either when one considers that the homicide unit at West LA consists of only 4 homicide detectives, all of whom respond to every homicide. There were only 14 total homicides in West LA Division last year, so that there is not the greater amount of detectives as is present in other parts of the city. So the fact that Detective Furman responded to the homicide scene is of no moment because everyone who worked homicide, every detective, responded to that scene last June. The other point I want to make, Your Honor, in addition to making the point that it is very common for officers to respond to the same scene on multiple occasions, is that Detective Furman did not act affirmatively in any of those contacts, either of those 2 contacts or in the request from the city attorney's office. In 1985, he was responding to a radio call. In 1989, he was responding to a request by the city attorney's office. And only with regard to the 1985 incident, that wasn't even a contact between the defendant and the victim. And in 1994, he was responding to a supervisor's call, Detective Phillips, to go out to the scene. So we don't have a situation where, and even if we had a situation where that I'm about to describe in a moment, it would be commendable, but we don't have that here. We don't have the situation where we have patrol officers who are aware of a particular household having this kind of problem and go on their own volition to try and keep things calm to prevent future violence. So in this instance, we have those couple of cursory contacts, or the one in 1985, which was rather cursory, the 1989, which was not even contact, and then the 1994. And the probative value and relevance of those put together is simply very, very slight. Now, against that backdrop, Your Honor, the people are moving by this motion. It is our attempt to provide a vehicle to the court, for the court to preserve the integrity of this trial. We are asking that the people be allowed an opportunity to respond, to be heard in a 402 hearing before whoever is going to be cross-examining Detective Furman comes out with racially blasphemous types of allegations. Now, it is true, Your Honor, that as the court, I'm sure, has probably instructed this jury, though I haven't seen it yet, questions asked by lawyers are not evidence. And the jurors are supposed to disregard any questions asked by a lawyer when the objection to that question is sustained. But in this situation, Your Honor, we're not talking about the vast majority of types of questions which are asked of a witness. The vast majority of those questions are simply questions that have to do with the testimony of that witness or other witnesses or of evidence in the case. They're not questions which carry with them an assumption that jurors are likely to take personally or have the potential for jurors to be personally highly offended by. And that's what makes this particular type of questioning particularly volatile and emotional. Now, it does not mean because jurors hear this kind of questioning that they're going to go off the deep end. It does mean that they will have planted a cloud and a bitter taste in their mouth with regard to this witness because, frankly, that an allegation of racism is one of the most abhorrent things that anyone can say about someone. And it will cause these jurors to remember that and will cloud their perception of this witness. And all we're basically asking for is for an opportunity for the court to decide, not the defense attorney, but for the court to decide whether or not an area is appropriate to go into.
How would you propose we do that?
Well, the most reasoned and orderly method of doing that would be to have the defense disclose what it is they plan to cross-examine Detective Furman about, what incidents. I'm sure they know.
At what point?
Well, we could do that soon. We could set that for a special hearing well in advance of Detective Furman's testimony, and that would be the most orderly and expeditious manner of doing it. It would allow the court as well as counsel opportunity to reflect and think it over. The only
But doesn't that also rob the defense of the tactical advantage of surprise during cross-examination?
Your Honor,
Which is one of the fun parts of cross-examination?
well, Ms. Clark makes the excellent point that it is only with respect to racial allegations that we're making this request of, and it is in the extraordinary circumstances of this case where this police officer has been castigated in the press as being a racist, and much of that occurred, some of that occurred well before this jury was sequestered. We are in a highly extraordinarily unusual situation with regard to the allegations brought against this police officer, given the notoriety of this case and the way that the allegations have been continued to be set forth and spawned by the defense and the media. So we're in a very unique situation with regard to these particular types of allegations against Detective Furman. Certainly if they have other impeachment available to them, there's no reason why that can't be handled in the normal manner that we're all accustomed to here in the criminal justice system. But there has to be some orderliness imposed upon this trial, Your Honor, in that regard. The court's rulings with regard to Detective Furman are going to be watched by the world, because the world's going to be watching his testimony. And your rulings, Your Honor, are going to have a significant effect upon the public perception of how witnesses are treated in the criminal justice system. I want to make sure, Your Honor, that Your Honor has an opportunity to make sure that this trial does continue to go forth in a manner that reflects integrity and a search for the truth, and not some kind of gamesmanship or character assassination on the part of the defense toward the witnesses who testify.
Ms. Lewis, let me ask you this. Let's assume that I view your request as being extraordinary to have a 402 hearing regarding impeachment evidence so far in advance. What other vehicle would you recommend to the court, assuming that I feel that a special hearing for that purpose is not appropriate at this point?
Your Honor, certainly the court could order counsel to approach outside of the jury's presence if it's during an examination, or it could be right before Detective Furman testifies at all. But at the latest possible opportunity, if the court is concerned in that regard, certainly to approach before actually asking the question.
But under the normal discovery, isn't it required that the defense provide you at the time of cross-examination with any reports or statements that they intend on cross-examining on? Isn't that required under the laws of discovery?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the court...
Aren't you then put on notice as to what it is the defense is going to cross-examine on?
Your Honor, my understanding of the law is that one has to have a good faith belief that facts exist prior to cross-examining someone about it. That can be done without actually having a report in hand. So I don't feel at all confident that we will receive reports that reflect everything that the defense intends to cross-examine about. In addition, it's our position, having studied the little law available in this particular area under Prop 115, that impeaching statements of the witness per se are not necessarily discoverable. There seems to be, if you look at Izazaga in combination with the code itself, there seems to be a distinction between impeaching statements of a witness himself or herself and rebuttal witnesses that would be called to impeach. In addition, Your Honor, the court is apparently treating this as a discovery issue, and I don't think it can be treated as such. That may be one aspect to it, but our concern is really under 352 of the Evidence Code, and that's what we're trying to address with this motion, and that's what we want the court to, how we want the court to address it in any subsequent rulings, and if the court is inclined to do as we are asking of it. May I continue for a moment?
Please.
Your Honor, I do want to point out an additional case. I did cite a lot of law, of course, in our brief having to do with collateral impeachment. And among other things, this is an area of collateral impeachment. This does not directly impeach the officers observations, or testimony. It's only by way of a circuitous route in terms of credibility, and the court does have broad discretion and wide latitude in curtailing this type of cross-examination without any violation to the defendant's confrontation rights. One of the additional cases that I provided the court with was the Schilling case toward the end of our brief, and that was a second district case which made reference to the Anthony P. case, indicating that while there is a certain latitude in cross-examination of a witness, the constitutional right to confront and cross-examine adverse witnesses does not include the right to ask wholly speculative questions ungrounded in factual predicate, even when posed in the quest to discredit a witness. That's what the Schilling court held, and it prevented, in that case, the defense from pursuing a line of questioning having to do with the motive of a witness to have committed the crime itself. The allegation from the defense there was that the witness actually committed the killing or killed the victim, who happened to be the witness's girlfriend, and not the defendant. So the defense thought they should be able to pursue a line of questioning talking about that motive. The trial court said no, it was sheer speculation because there was no evidence of that, so they should not be allowed to pursue that line of questioning. And the Court of Appeal heartily agreed. And here, Your Honor, we still have the situation, and it's not just the way that people have framed it, but it is in reality the situation that there is no evidence that Detective Furman moved any evidence or planted any evidence, planted the glove at Rockingham. The defense still has not presented any evidence in that regard. And while the court has looked at this after that as more of a credibility issue, that is still an important consideration under 352 in assessing the probative value of allowing cross-examination on the area of race, because its probative value is further diminished and weakened by the fact that there is no evidence supporting the defense's underlying theory. I just want to reiterate again, Your Honor, the unique and unusual circumstances of this case. I'm not aware of any situation where we've had these types of allegations against a police officer who has recovered important evidence in a double murder that's being reported on worldwide by the press. It's simply a unique set of circumstances. Under these circumstances in particular, it's clear to me that there would be no violation of the defendant's right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses were the court to allow an opportunity, even at sidebar during testimony at the very latest, but even an opportunity sooner than that in a 402 to determine what the court feels is appropriate, so that we don't make frankly a circus out of this trial by way of the testimony of Detective Furman, and so that this trial can focus on what it should be focused on, and that is the ascertainment of truth.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Bailey?
Please the court, I think this is a revisitation of the rather clear ruling you made when you said the Anthony P. case is controlling as mandated by Alaska v. Davis. If the issue is bias, the cross-examination license is broad. And this is not a unique case, nor is this detective the first one that may be in a position to be accused of that. However, and to cut to the quick of this matter, short of giving the prosecution an opportunity to interrupt the cross-examination or preview what it can then warn its witness about. And he won't be surprised as long as the information used is truthful, because he will have been privy to it. Whether counsel knows about it or not is another question. I propose the following. It is, I think, endemic to the conduct of a lawsuit that not only is the judge interested when the world is watching, or when only a few people are watching, in seeing that justice is carried out at the highest level attainable, but also responsible counsel have an obligation not only to the profession and the court, but to the public at large, not to recklessly ask questions or unfairly paint or taint a witness with undeserved accusations. To assist the court in the handling of this delicate matter within the context of this case, I concede that it is. I propose that the defense provide to you in camera, under seal, not to be given to either the press or the prosecution, but to assist you in making rulings from time to time as they may be necessary in cross-examination. Number one, the areas of intended inquiry, and number two, the supporting evidence, which is either under subpoena or reasonably expected to be produced in the course of the defense case in the event there is a denial. If there is not a denial, then the need for contradictory evidence evaporates. If there is a denial, I was taught 40 years ago that you don't ask a question unless you have the evidence to back it up in case you get a denial from the witness, and I think that's the rule. And ordinarily, that would be sufficient. The remedy would be, if counsel overstepped that line, whoever does this cross-examination, to discipline the lawyer. However, you can't unring the bell. And in order to speed up and permit a reasonable pace of cross-examination, it seems to me one could hardly be more fair than to give the court a helpful preview and have it stop right there. Whether the prosecution later gets its hands on the document, I think would be a showing of manifest necessity, perhaps. But we will be prepared to call the witnesses who will testify to those things which form the basis of the questions, and I think under Alaska v. Davis and its progeny, we can be asked no more.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Lewis?
Your Honor, the evidence is still subject to a 352 evaluation by the court, and the people should have the opportunity to be heard under 352. That's our great concern here, is the undue prejudice that's likely to arise from planting, given the scant, if any, probative value, from planting the ideas in the jurors' minds when they ask the questioning. I think the people have a right to be present and to be heard to the court, and without having the court unilaterally assessed based on defense representations. And I do, though a moment ago I reiterated this is not a discovery hearing, I do want to reinforce what the court mentioned a moment ago, and that is that since Detective Furman is on our witness list and is obviously going to be called as a witness, if there are indeed rebuttal statements from other witnesses whom the defense intends to cross-examine about, we do have the right to those statements. It's only statements made by the detective himself that are directly impeaching in that sense that we may not have the right to. But this is not a situation where the defense has interviewed Detective Furman, come up with impeaching statements, and can hold on to that information. This is a situation, apparently, by what Mr. Bailey has said, where they have gleaned additional witnesses, additional evidence, perhaps. I can't tell from what he said, frankly. But it's certainly a situation where, under the circumstances of this case, the people should be allowed to be heard. Your Honor, I do want to repeat again that this is a very volatile subject. This whole trial has been a very volatile, so to speak, in the sense of being so world-watched. Everything that goes on in this trial is scrutinized. This is a situation where we should not allow the defense to make racial accusations against a white police officer in front of a predominantly black jury without having an opportunity to be heard, because they have not come forth with any evidence that this police officer did anything wrong in this case.
All right. Mr. Bailey, do you want to address briefly the discovery issue?
A statement was given by one witness that's been turned over. Another witness appeared on a television show, and we have nothing more and no personal contact with the witness, only through counsel. There's nothing to turn over there. There are no other statements that I know of. What I suggested to you was a proffer from counsel as officers of the court as to what could be provided in the way of testimony if there is a denial. Very frankly, in some cases, there's not going to be a denial, in my view. There are too many supporting records.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I should have made mention of the fact that the defense has already indeed disclosed the statement of one witness, so it would not, it could certainly be that could be handled in a 402. They've already abandoned some element of surprise, so the court could certainly rule on that witness's statement prior to cross-examination after an opportunity to be heard specifically with regard to it.
All right. The court will accept the filing under seal ex parte from the defense regarding its proffer regarding cross-examination of Detective Furman. I'm going to ask counsel to advise the court when we are about to get to those issues in cross-examination so that I'm alerted to that, and if necessary, we'll have a sidebar discussion with all counsel to discuss what's about to transpire. That'll be the order. Thank you, counsel.
Your Honor, just so I'm clear, the court will be reviewing the material in advance so that you will have had a chance to digest it, and then
I'm asking Mr. Bailey to advise, to alert the court that we're about to get into those issues.
Thank you. So that we'll have an opportunity at
We'll have an
sidebar to
opportunity
address.
to discuss it, yes.
Thank you very much.
As it occurs, it may not occur, depending on how the case transpires. All right, let's move on to the 1335 matter. Mr. Jones, do you want to join us, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mrs. Lopez is present, available as a witness.
All right.
We do ask the assistance of an interpreter, please.
All right, I have Ms. Doris Whites present, who is a certified Spanish interpreter. I understand that your client is from the country of El Salvador, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let me have Ms. White speak with her briefly, as there are, as you know, 60 major dialects within the Spanish language, and I'd like her to become acquainted with them. All right. Fine, I'm ready to proceed then. All right.
Before we do, I believe the court has a copy of a KMEX television interview.
That was provided to the court, yes.
Okay. And was that transcribed?
No, not to my knowledge.
We never received that, Your Honor.
All right, I understand that we have the reporter here today, however. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I think the proponent of the 1335 should speak first in support of the motion.
First of all, Your Honor, we have never received the
Mr.
interview.
Jones, if you want to have a seat, feel free. Thank you.
We've never received any such interview, and we'd like an opportunity to see that. If it's in the nature of what counsel wants to make the nature of impeachment, I don't know what it's for. As I understood it, it was not an interview of Ms. Rosa Lopez. It may be an interview of the reporter who allegedly talked to Ms. Lopez. I have not seen it, so I'd like an opportunity to do that. I think we'd be entitled to do that. Secondly, Ms. Lopez is present, and we would like to proceed. I would like to indicate to the court that, as I mentioned to the court just briefly yesterday afternoon, because of the media harassment and the problems visited upon Ms. Lopez, she no longer lives even in Southern California. She did not arrive back into Southern California until after 1:30 this morning. We arranged to pick her up and to bring her here today. It's my understanding that she will be, after concluding testimony today, if she's so allowed, she'll be returning to the other state and will pick up her belongings and will be leaving for El Salvador tomorrow, as we've so indicated to the court. This has been brought about because the great amount of harassment she suffered since this happened. It's caused a great problem with her family. I think Mr. Bailey indicated to the court before that she's had one son who died in El Salvador. She's had, her family's had a history of problems with their heart. And they're all under great stress and pressure, and they're all quite frightened by this whole procedure. Her daughter has basically stopped talking with her and the grandchildren by virtue of her willingness to come back and do this. She came back on her own last night, but as I indicated, wants to leave immediately thereafter. So this is certainly a situation where, in the interest of Mr. Simpson's fair trial, should be able to proceed to preserve this lady's testimony. She will, in all likelihood, be in El Salvador after tomorrow, as we've indicated to the court. She no longer lives in Southern California. There's been great harassment in the court. If you've seen television, have seen the number of reporters and others camped out in front of her house, all of which things are on video. And we're ready to proceed. I would ask only that I be allowed to see the video that counsel was referring to, and I'd ask also that any potential witnesses, other witnesses, should be out of the courtroom, because we have that standing order.
All right, but I think we have a preliminary fact to determine at this point, don't we?
Yes, yes. I've given you some idea about it, but yes, we do. That's what I was addressing, Your Honor.
Let me hear from Mr. Darden. People's position.
Your Honor, all along we've been concerned that the defense was seeking to elicit this witness's testimony outside the presence of the jury so that they could test it and evaluate it and assess its value, and then perhaps present it to the jury at a later time, knowing all the while that when the defense prepares to put on its case, that Ms. Lopez will actually be available and here in the country. I don't think that the declaration that has been filed so far is sufficient to cause the court to hold a 1335 hearing, and we have Ms. Lopez here, and so perhaps we should direct some of these questions to her. But I will note this and point this out to the court, if I may. The declaration signed by Ms. Lopez dated February 17 and filed in the last attempt to obtain an order pursuant to 1335, signed by Ms. Lopez. And in that declaration, she indicates that she fears for her personal safety and the safety of her family. And she indicates as well that she has decided to return to El Salvador on Saturday, February 25, 1995. Now, this declaration was obviously prepared for Ms. Lopez in the presence of the defense attorneys, one or more of the defense attorneys seated here in court, I would imagine. And what's odd about this declaration is that just a few hours before the declaration was signed, Ms. Lopez spoke with a reporter from KMEX for 2 hours, for approximately 2 hours. And during that 2-hour conversation, she told that reporter that she didn't want to leave the area, that she had no desire to return to El Salvador, that she intended to remain here. And in fact, Ms. Lopez was filling out unemployment forms during that conversation, just a few hours before, Your Honor. And Ms. Lopez also told that reporter that she did not trust her attorney, whoever that attorney might be, and I'm not pointing fingers, because I don't know. But she also told that reporter that whenever she would ask the lawyer something or a question, she would get an answer like, quote, "You can go back to El Salvador." And so I am concerned, Your Honor, and I think rightfully so, that there was an attempt here to take advantage of the court and the prosecution, and that perhaps the defense is using 1335 as some type of subterfuge to elicit testimony outside the presence of the jury so that they can evaluate it and test it. I think the court should be skeptical of the defense position on this issue, and I think we should take the matter up with Ms. Lopez.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond, Your Honor. As I indicated, I've not been privy to the statement from the reporter from Channel 34, but I know that there were a number of distressed and distressing phone calls from Ms. Rosa Lopez, who could not go outside of our daughter's house, and apparently this reporter came inside and talked to her. I have had the opportunity since early this morning to talk to Ms. Lopez about that. She has fear of her personal safety. She will indicate that to you. She has fear of her family. Her family has been made dysfunctional by all this. She has lost her job. He's right. She probably was trying to get unemployment. She's lost her job with the sounders by virtue of all the harassment that's come her way.
Well, Mr. Cochran, forgive me for interrupting you, but I think at this point we probably ought to hear from Ms. Lopez. The only logistical concern that I have is that it appears that Mr. Darden is going to cross-examine her on the basis of any statements made to the KMEX reporter. Unfortunately, my recollection of my discussions with Mr. Darden earlier this week is that this 2-hour interview is tape recorded in Spanish, which makes viewing of it and understanding what is being said a little difficult. Is that correct, Mr. Darden?
It is not an interview. Ms. Lopez does not appear on camera. The reporter interviewed her for 2 hours, and then the reporter came on camera and recited what Ms. Lopez said. The reporter's right here in court, counsel.
All right, was she, wait a minute.
That's impeachment.
Could be impeachment. Mr. Darden, are the statements by the reporter on this tape in English or Spanish?
Spanish.
Okay.
I do have a rough transcript of that English transcript in English, that portion of the
How long is the transcript?
page.
All right, would you make that available to Mr. Cochran? And Mr. Cochran, have you had the opportunity, what is the name of the reporter from KMEX 34?
She's here in court. It's,
¿Cómo se llama?
could you say your name, please?
Rosa María Villalpando.
All right.
ILLALPANCO.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cochran, what I would suggest we do then is take a brief moment, allow you to review the notes that Mr. Darden has regarding the interview, allow you to interview Ms. Villapando here, so you're at least aware of the parameters of the cross-examination that will take place.
Sure, I appreciate that, Your Honor. Is there an interpreter that will assist me with that? I could use my Spanish, but it may take longer than you have. So will the interpreter help
No,
me
I
with
think
that?
Ms. Villapando speaks excellent English.
Okay, very good. All right, great. All right, that's fine. I'll read this, and we have a brief recess. Do that?
All right, we'll take a brief recess. Let me know when you're available. Also, Ms. White's remain in the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Comments on KMEX?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. I reviewed the videotape, which was in Spanish, and I had the excellent assistance of the interpreter who spoke as rapidly as they did and shared what they were saying on the videotape. And I've also provided now with a one-page statement from, I guess, Ms. Rosmaria Villapando, which I've also read and discussed with Ms. Lopez. We're ready to proceed and would ask leave of court to proceed at this point.
All right, call your first witness.
Okay, thank you. My first and only witness today, I hope Your Honor, will be Ms. Rosa Lopez.
All right, Ms. Lopez, come forward.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? See. Yes. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
R-O-S-A.
R-O-S-A.
M-A-R-I-A.
M-A-R-I-A.
L-O-P-E-E-Z.
L-O-P-E-Z.
Lopez.
Lopez.
All right, record you reflect the presence of Doris Whites, who is our certified Spanish interpreter, whose oath is on file. Mr. Cochran.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Maybe we should move the microphone up, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Yes. That should do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran.
Good morning, Ms. Lopez.
Good morning.
Ms. Lopez, what is your occupation?
Oficios domésticos, housekeeper.
A housekeeper, domestic work.
And are you presently employed?
¿Usted ahorita tiene trabajo?
No.
No.
And how long ago did
¿Y
you
hace cuánto que
leave your last job?
dejó su último empleo?
El 10 de febrero lo dejé.
I left it on February 7th.
10.
Sorry, 10th.
All right. And how long had you worked at that
¿Y
job,
cuánto
ma'am?
llevaba trabajando en ese empleo?
3 años.
3 years.
And what is the name of the
¿Y cómo
family
se
that you
llama la
worked
familia con la
for?
que trabajaba?
Salinger.
Salinger.
And do you know the address
¿Y
where
sabe
the
usted la
Salingers
dirección
live?
a donde viven los Salingers?
3.
And did you live in or live at that location on occasion during the past 3 years while you worked for the Salingers?
Viví 5 días a la semana.
I lived for 5 days a week.
In the Salingers home?
¿En la casa de los Salinger?
Sí.
Yes.
All right.
Está bien.
Now,
Ahora,
over the course of the last 3 years, did you become acquainted with a gentleman by the name of Mr. O.J. Simpson?
O.J. Simpson, espérese,
The issue here
espérese.
of whether or not we're going to hold a 1330.
That's correct. We're at the preliminary stage at this point.
Charlie, I'll withdraw that last question.
Objection sustained.
Thank you. Now,
And for the record, this has not been part of the actual
this is preliminary.
testimony.
This is preliminary to see whether or not we're going to have a 1335.
Thank
This
you.
is the evidentiary hearing.
Thank you.
That's authorized under (1336). Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez,
Señora López,
do you presently reside in the state of California?
¿vive en el estado de California?
Sí.
Yes.
And for the last couple of days, where have you,
¿Dónde está?
strike that. For the last several days, have you lived outside the state of California?
¿Fuera del estado de California?
Sí.
Yes.
And without telling us what state you reside in, did you return to California early this morning at some time?
a la 1:30 de la mañana.
At 1:30 in the morning.
You flew to Los Angeles International Airport?
Al aeropuerto internacional?
Sí.
Yes.
And why were you living in another state over the course of the last several days?
En los últimos días.
Porque los reporteros no me dejan y ya no los quiero mirar tanto, ya me tienen hostigada.
Because the reporters won't leave me alone. I'm tired of looking at them. They have been harassing me.
Now, since the time that you were mentioned as a potential witness in this case, has there been a change in your life?
Sí.
Yes.
And would you tell the court how your life has changed since that time?
Porque ya no puedo salir ni a ir a la lavandería ni a ninguna parte porque donde quiera me están señalando.
Because I can't go out, not even to go to the laundry or anywhere, because wherever I go, people are pointing at me.
Did this cause some problems with your employer?
¿Problemas con su patrón?
Sí.
Yes.
Has it caused any problems with your particular family?
¿Con algún miembro de su familia?
Con todos.
With everybody.
All right, specifically with regard to your daughter, can you indicate to the court what, if any, problems you suffered by virtue of your being a witness in this case?
Me tuve que ir de la casa de donde ella.
I had to leave her house.
And why did you have to leave her
¿Por qué
house?
se tuvo que ir de la casa de ella?
Porque ella me dijo que si venía a testiguar que no me quería en la casa.
Because she told me that if I came to testify that she didn't want me in her home.
And that made you sad?
¿Y eso la entristeció?
Sí, mucho.
Very much.
And does your daughter have some children also who are your grandchildren?
¿Hijas o nietas?
Tengo dos nietas que las adoro.
I have 2 granddaughters who I adore.
Your Honor, may we get some
Su señoría, por
Kleenex?
favor, unos Kleenex. Tome usted, señora.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Just take a moment, Ms. Lopez.
Tome su momento, señora López.
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Were you living at your daughter's home
¿Casa de su hija
prior to your leaving to go to another state?
de que se fuera usted a otro estado?
Sí.
Yes.
And because of your willingness to testify, you had to leave that location?
Porque iba usted a declarar, tuvo que irse de ese lugar?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, what is your native country?
Ahora, ¿de qué país es usted originario?
De El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Do you have a home in El Salvador?
¿Tiene casa en El Salvador?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any present plans to return to El Salvador?
Actualmente para regresar a El Salvador?
Yo me quiero ir mañana mismo.
I would like to go tomorrow.
Back to El Salvador?
¿De regreso
Sí.
a El Salvador? Yes.
And why do you want to go to El
¿Por qué se
Salvador?
quiere ir a El Salvador?
Porque tengo negocios allá con mi casa, tengo que arreglar mi casa que me dejó mi hijo
Because I have a business there with my house, I have to take care of the house that my son left me.
y tengo mi hijo enterrado en una tumba ajena y lo quiero sacar para su tumba que le he comprado.
And I have my son buried in somebody else's burial place, and I want to put him into the burial place that I have bought for him.
And do you plan to leave for El Salvador tomorrow?
¿Irse para El Salvador mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, do you plan to come back to Los Angeles?
No, no por largo tiempo.
Not for a long time.
And why is that?
¿Por qué es eso?
Porque no, ya no quiero que me reconozca la gente en ninguna parte.
Because I don't want to be recognized by people anywhere.
And with regard to your desire to go to El
Con respecto a
Salvador,
su deseo de ir a El Salvador,
is that your particular wish?
¿ese es el deseo de usted en particular?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any family members in El Salvador also?
¿Familia también en El Salvador?
Sí, tengo mi hermana y ella padece mucho de la presión y está mala del corazón y ahorita con todas estas noticias allá.
Yes, I have a sister, and she's sick. She suffers from her blood pressure and tension, and with this news there, she's not well.
All right, is that one of the reasons also you returned to El Salvador?
También por las cuales quiere
Sí,
regresar
por todo, sí.
Yes, because of all that, yes.
Has your family had a history of heart problems?
¿De problemas cardíacos?
Sí, porque mi madre murió del corazón también.
Yes, my mother also died from her heart.
So as I understand it,
Según entiendo,
if you are permitted to testify by Judge Ito today,
pues Ito le permite testificar el día de hoy.
after court, do you plan to return where you were last night?
¿Planea regresar a donde estaba
Well,
anoche? Espérese.
Sustain. Phrase question.
Let me rephrase the question. If Judge Ito allows you to testify today, will you catch a plane after court this afternoon?
Después de la corte esta tarde. Espere.
Sustain.
No conteste.
What will you do after court?
¿Qué haría usted después de la corte?
Thanks, Sherry.
Me voy de regreso.
I will go back.
All right, and
Está bien.
then tomorrow, what do you
Y luego
plan to do?
mañana. And then tomorrow, council.
And then tomorrow, where will you go tomorrow?
Mañana, ¿a dónde va a ir?
Me voy a El Salvador.
I will go to El Salvador.
Will you fly to El Salvador?
¿Va a volar a El Salvador?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you purchased your ticket yet?
¿Usted ya compró el
No
boleto?
lo tengo reservado nomás.
No, I only have a reservation.
And how much is the fare, if you know, from Los Angeles to El Salvador? Is it one way?
Only one way.
Only one way.
All right.
Ms. Lopez, if you would, since we're using the Spanish interpreter, if you would just listen carefully to the question as posed to you by the interpreter and answer in Spanish, which I understand you're more comfortable in, if you would, please. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter.
All right. You indicate you're going to purchase a one-way ticket?
¿Un boleto de ida?
Sí.
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
Un momentito, por favor.
The funds to purchase this ticket
¿Dinero para
to go to El
comprar este
Salvador?
boleto para ir a El Salvador?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
With regard to your clothes and your belongings, are they packed at some location already?
Las tengo para desde hace un mes.
They've been packed for a month already.
So you plan to go to El Salvador for quite a while?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And for the same reasons you told Judge Ito earlier?
¿Qué le dijo anteriormente al juecito?
Sí.
Yes.
Very well, Your Honor, I have nothing further at this particular point. If the court wants me to query further on this point, I will do that.
At this point, no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden?
May I have one more, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Sir.
Ms. Lopez, you just indicated that you've had your bags packed for a month. Is that correct?
¿Usted tiene sus maletas empacadas desde hace un mes, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You've been planning to go to El Salvador for a month?
¿Desde hace un mes?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't purchased a ticket yet, correct?
No.
No.
Okay, you don't have a ticket,
¿No tiene boleto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
and you just made the reservation, didn't you?
Sí.
Yes.
You made that today,
¿La hizo hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
prior to coming to court this morning?
¿Al tribunal el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And were you told to make a reservation?
¿Hicieron una reservación? What's that?
Did someone tell you to make a
¿Alguien le dijo
reservation?
que haga usted una reservación?
No, señor. Yo lo he decidido.
No, sir. I decided to do it.
Okay. You decided to do it today, though?
¿Decidió hacerlo el día de hoy?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you decided to do it today so that you could tell the judge that you were going to leave tomorrow. Is that correct?
Espérese.
Rephrase the question, please.
This is cross-examination.
I understand.
Did you purchase the ticket today so that you could tell the judge that you were planning to leave tomorrow?
¿Mañana?
No.
No.
Okay. You purchased a ticket because you've been planning all along to go back to El Salvador. Is that right?
Well, rephrase the question.
Okay. You reserved a plane ticket so that you could go back to El Salvador.
Para regresar a El Salvador. Yes.
Okay. Have you been wanting to return to El Salvador, to the place where your son is buried?
¿Dónde está enterrado su hijo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you've been wanting to do that for several months, is that correct?
Varios meses que quería hacer eso, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
As well, is that correct?
La prensa,
You have been trying to avoid the press the past month as well, is that correct?
la prensa en los últimos meses, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And that's another, that's another reason that you wanted to go to El Salvador, correct?
El Salvador, ¿verdad? Yes.
And because of family medical problems.
Problemas médicos familiares.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've been wanting to go back to El Salvador for all these reasons for months, correct?
Hace meses, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Years even. For years, is that
Durante
right?
años, ¿es así?
No.
No,
Durante años.
not during years.
Well, you signed a declaration on February.
Usted firmó una declaración
Lopez, you signed a declaration on February 17,
Una
correct?
declaración el 17 de febrero, ¿correcto? Sí. Yes.
Okay. Did you read that declaration before you signed it?
Sí. Yes.
Okay. You read English, don't you?
No. No.
Let me show you a declaration. I don't have a clean copy.
No tengo una copia en lista.
Well, unfortunately, my photocopy machine has died. I have the copy that's attached to the duplicate motion that's filed. Do you want to use that if it's not marked up? Mr. Darden?
May we mark people one for the purposes of this hearing?
I have one that's not marked. Mrs. Robertson, can I have the original from the court file? Hold on just a second, so we're working on the same document here. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Lopez, showing you a
Señora
two-page
López, le
document
estoy mostrando un documento de 2 páginas
entitled
que
Declaration
se llama
of Rosa
Declaración de
Lopez.
Rosa López.
Is that your signature?
¿Esa es su firma?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in what name did you
¿Y
sign
bajo
this
qué nombre firmó
declaration?
usted esta declaración?
¿Qué dice?
What's that?
What is the name written
¿Cuál
there?
es
Can
el
you
nombre
read
que
the-
escribe ahí? ¿Lo puede-
Rosa María López.
Rosa María López.
You read that document?
Usted
prior to
leyó
signing?
ese documento antes de firmarlo, ¿correcto?
Me lo leyó la muchacha.
The girl read it to me, the secretary.
And you also watched a television program from KMEX, is that correct, a newscast?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you heard what the reporter said during that newscast, didn't you?
Sí.
Yes.
And you spoke to her on February 17, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen that same reporter here in court today, correct?
El día de hoy aquí en la corte, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be Rosa Maria Villapando?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You spoke to her for 2 hours, didn't you?
No 2 horas.
Not 2 hours.
How long did you speak to her?
Tal vez 25 minutos o 30.
Maybe 25 minutes or 30.
Okay. Well, during that 25 or 30-minute period, you told her that you did not want to go back to El Salvador, didn't you?
Nunca le he dicho que no quiero regresar.
I never told her I didn't want to go back.
Excuse me, Mr. Darden, I'm sorry. Mr. Franklin, I think Ms. Villapando is still here in the courtroom. Yeah, Ms. Villapando, would you step out of the courtroom, please? Thank you. Mr. Darden, proceed.
Okay. You told her that you were
Usted le dijo
that you wanted to stay in the United States, didn't you?
Estados Unidos, ¿no es así?
Quería ir y regresarme de
Please
regreso.
answer yes or
That I
no.
wanted to go and come back.
Correct.
Haven't been
Answer
explained.
You can explore it further, Mr. Darden. It's cross-examination.
Okay. Didn't you tell her that you didn't want to go back to El Salvador?
¿No quería regresar a El Salvador?
Porque no, si es mi patria y lo quiero mucho.
Why not? That's my country. I love it very much.
Okay. Well, are you a U.S. citizen?
¿Usted es ciudadana americana?
No soy residente legal.
No, I'm a legal resident.
Okay. And you've been here 27 years, correct?
27 años, ¿correcto?
Hágala, vine el 69, haga la cuenta.
I came in 69. You figure it out.
Okay. Why don't you tell me, how long have you been here?
Póngale 34 años.
Let's say 34 years.
Okay. When was the last time you were in El Salvador?
En diciembre.
In December.
And when was the time before that?
¿Cuándo?
No, no he ido más.
No, I haven't been in anymore.
Just one time in 27 years?
No, no, voy todos los años, señor.
No, sir. I go every year.
Sometimes twice a year.
Okay.
Sometimes twice a year.
And you've never
May
stayed?
the record reflect she's saying that in English?
I know.
Sorry.
All right, proceed.
Okay. You said you go there once or twice a year?
¿Una o 2 veces al año?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've never stayed, is that correct?
Me quedé 8 meses una vez.
One time I stayed for 8 months.
Okay. But you always come back,
Pero
don't you?
siempre regresan, ¿no es así?
Siempre regreso.
I always come back. Yes.
You also told Ms. Villapando that you were willing to testify, didn't you?
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
Okay. You told her that you would come to court and tell the truth, didn't you?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the court sends you a plane ticket in El Salvador, you'll come back and testify, won't you?
No.
Overruled. Overruled.
Okay.
Conteste.
You can ask the question.
No pienso regresar muy pronto, señor.
I don't think of coming back very soon, sir.
You told Rosa Maria Villapando that your testimony had to be recorded. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Did someone tell you that you could have your testimony recorded?
No.
No.
Well, how did you find out that you could have it recorded?
Yo dije que yo no quería venir a corte porque no quería estar entre tantas cámaras y que yo quería grabar el...
I said that I didn't want to come to court because I didn't want to be among so many cameras, that I wanted to record it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. By the way, your plane ticket, under what name is it booked under?
Rosa María López.
Rosa María López.
What is the name of the airline?
En TACA.
It's TACA.
Okay, could you repeat that and spell it, please?
TACA. TACA
¿Lo puedes
International.
deletrear?
TACK.
TACK.
Okay, how-
TACA International.
Okay, and that one-way ticket is going to cost you how much money?
Sencillo. ¿Cuánto dinero le va a costar? 377.
377.
Okay. Now, you had no plans to go back to El Salvador on February 17, correct?
No.
Okay. And so your desire or your decision to go back is something that has occurred in the last couple of days, is that right?
En los últimos
Overruled.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, you just said that you had no plans to go back on February 17, right?
No.
That's not what she said. That's argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
No quiero regresar.
I don't
pronto.
want to come back soon.
Okay. On February 17, you said that you did not want to go to El Salvador, correct?
She said. That's not what the cross-examination was, Your Honor. That's wrong.
Overruled.
No le dije que no quería ir a El Salvador a ella.
I didn't tell her that I didn't want to go to El Salvador.
But you had no plans to leave when you talked to Rosa Maria, is that correct?
Ya tengo mis maletas listas y sí se las enseñé a ella.
My bags are ready and I showed them to her.
Answer the question, please.
Responda la pregunta.
Okay. You had no plans to leave
Tenía planes para irse.
on February
El
17.
17 de febrero.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you changed your mind
Pero
after you
cambió de
spoke
opinión después de hablar.
to Mr. McKenna, is that right?
McKenna, correcto.
No le entiendo.
I didn't understand.
Overruled.
I don't understand that question.
Overruled. He said, I don't understand. Next question.
Okay. Well, after you told Rosa Maria you didn't want to go to El Salvador, you spoke to a Mr. McKenna, is that right?
Señor McKenna, ¿no es así?
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. McKenna is one of Mr. Shapiro's investigators?
¿Es uno de los investigadores del señor Shapiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and is he in the courtroom now?
¿Está en el tribunal en este momento?
No sé. si
May he
está.
be excused,
I
Your
don't know if
Honor?
he's here.
So have Mr. McKenna step
There
out
he
of the courtroom.
Okay. Mr. McKenna and someone else came to the house you were staying in, correct?
Vinieron a la casa donde usted se estaba quedando, ¿correcto?
Sí.
And
Yes.
and what is that person's name?
¿Y cómo se llama esa persona?
Irma.
Irma.
Okay. And who is Irma?
¿Y quién es Irma?
What is Irma's last name?
¿Cómo se apellida Irma?
Ah, yo no sé cómo se apellida.
I don't know her last name.
Okay. Does she work for you?
¿Ella trabaja para usted?
No.
No.
Is she a relative or
¿Es
friend?
pariente o amiga de usted?
No, trabaja para ellos.
No, she works for them.
And who is them?
¿Quiénes son ellos?
Los abogados.
The lawyers.
The lawyers on that side of the
¿De
table?
aquel lado de la mesa?
Sí.
Yes.
Well, after you spoke to Rosa Maria
Después de hablar con
Villapando,
Rosa María Villapando.
Ana Maria Villapando, isn't it? Is it? Rosa?
They're both
All right.
Rosa Maria.
All right. Proceed.
after you spoke to Rosa Maria Villapando, Mr. McKenna and Irma came to pick you up, is that correct?
¿Vinieron a recogerla, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, how is it that Mr. McKenna and Irma found you, if you know?
La encontraron, sí, es que usted sabe.
Yo le llamé.
I called them.
And you asked them to come and get
¿Y
you?
les pidió que vinieran por usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and they took you to their
¿Y la
office?
llevaron a su oficina de ellos?
Sí.
Yes.
And they interviewed
¿Y
you?
la entrevistaron?
Sí.
Yes.
And that is when you signed this declaration in front of you, is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And that was the first time you ever
La primera vez
told anyone that you wanted to go back to El Salvador within a week. Is that correct?
Dentro de un periodo de una semana, ¿correcto?
Overruled.
Conteste.
No.
No.
You hadn't told this to Mr. McKenna before, had you?
Overruled.
Ya les había dicho a mi abogado que yo me quería ir a El Salvador muchas veces.
I had already told my lawyer that I wanted to go back to El Salvador many times.
Who is your lawyer?
¿Quién es su abogado?
Carol John.
Carl Jones.
And how did Mr. Jones become your lawyer?
¿Cómo es que el señor Jones se convirtió en su abogado?
Yo le dije
I told
a Mr. Janet que yo necesitaba que me
Mr.
recomendara
Johnny
un abogado
that I needed him to recommend a lawyer for me,
Okay.
for myself.
for myself.
Okay. And he got Mr. Jones for
¿Quién
you?
le consiguió al señor Jones?
Él me lo recomendó.
He recommended him to me.
Okay. Have you been paying Mr.
¿Le ha
Jones?
estado usted pagando al señor Jones?
Yo he arreglado con él.
I have made a settlement with him that I will pay him.
Okay. Now, you're not working now, is that
Usted
correct?
ahorita no está trabajando, ¿correcto? No.
Okay. And you're leaving the country?
¿Y se va a ir del país?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to pay Mr. Jones
¿Y le va
before
a
you
pagar
leave?
al señor Jones antes de irse? Espérese.
Is he a collecting agency for Mr.
Overruled.
Jones?
Overruled.
Sir, that's also attorney-client. You are not her attorney, Mr.
Overruled.
Well, I'm objecting, Mr. Jones, but I'll sit down.
Overruled.
Conteste.
You're going to pay Mr. Jones
¿Le va a
before you
pagar
leave
al
the
señor
country?
Jones antes de irse del país?
Hasta que termine el caso.
When the case is over.
Is that the arrangement you have, that you'll pay when the case is over?
¿Va a pagar cuando se termine el caso?
I object. I
Yes,
object
sir.
to any questions along these lines. This is attorney-client. You don't have a right to ask that.
Overruled.
Is that the arrangement you have?
¿Ese es el arreglo que tienen?
Sí.
Yes.
Counsel, you don't have the court's permission to be on the phone right now.
I'm sorry, I did ask her to.
If I can hear it, it's too loud. Mr. Dyer.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor.
Sir.
Ms. Lopez, the harassment that you have suffered,
Hostigamiento que ha recibido usted
it has only been harassment by the press, is that correct?
por los medios de comunicación, ¿es así?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the DA's office and the LAPD have not harassed you, is that correct?
El policía no le está hostigando, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Now, you indicated that your daughter told you to leave her house if you came here to testify, is that correct?
¿Puede declarar aquí, correcto?
Porque no le gusta ver tanta gente y tantas cámaras encima de la casa.
Because she doesn't like to see so many people and so many cameras on top of the house.
Did you discuss with your daughter the information you say you have regarding the night of the murders?
Por la noche de los asesinatos, espérese.
Overruled.
No.
No.
You've never told her?
¿Nunca
No.
le dijo a ella? No.
The interview on KMEX that you saw here on television today, have you seen that same news footage before?
¿Ese mismo reportaje noticioso antes?
No le entiendo lo que quiere.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay. Well, you watched Ms. Villapando on the news
En las noticias.
a few moments ago, correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen that footage before?
¿Ya viste ese programa antes?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, we just called the airline. They don't show a reservation for you. Can you explain to the court why it is that you just told us you have a reservation?
Porque yo lo voy a reservar, señor, y inmediatamente que salga de aquí yo compro mi ticket y me voy.
Because I am going to reserve it, sir. As soon as I leave here, I will buy my ticket and I will leave. If you want to, the cameras can follow me.
So you have not made a reservation.
Todavía no hace la reservación.
Pero la voy a hacer nomás salir de aquí porque necesito tiempo para salir. No voy a hablar a las 10, a la 1 de la mañana, que están cerradas las aerolíneas.
But I will make it as soon as I leave here.
Okay, you have not made a
I can't
reservation.
call at 1 in the morning
Okay.
because the airlines are closed at that time.
You just-
I have to wait.
You just told us that you already made a reservation.
Ya había hecho una reservación.
Pero voy a hacer la reservación, señor, y me voy, señor.
But I will make the reservation, sir, and I will leave. That is for sure.
Okay, and so when you
today.
told us that you already
Así es
made
que
a
cuando usted nos
reservation, you
dice
were
que ya había
lying.
hecho la reservación, ¿estaba usted mintiendo?
No,
No,
porque la voy a hacer, señor.
because I will make it, sir.
You told us you made a reservation prior to coming to court this morning, Ms. Lopez.
Porque no he tenido tiempo de hablar, señor.
Your Honor, can you instruct the
Because I
witness
haven't
to just
had time
answer
to
the
call,
question?
sir.
Wait.
Okay. May I re-ask the question?
All right, restate your question.
Ms. Lopez, didn't you tell us that you made the reservation prior to your coming to court today? Yes or no?
No.
You didn't just tell us that?
Yes, I told you.
Yes, I told you.
Okay. But you knew when you told us that you had not made a reservation. Correct? Yes or no? Correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay. You lied to us,
Nos
didn't you?
mintió, ¿no es así?
Yes or no?
Porque las
You can explain.
Puede
You can
explicarlo.
explain.
Porque las agencias están cerradas, señor, y abren a las 10 de la mañana y aquí me han traído muy tempranito, señor.
Because the agencies are closed, they open at 10 in the morning, and I was brought here very early, sir.
You don't have any plans to leave Los Angeles at all, do you?
Pues no, señor. Tengo mis
Of
maletas
course, sir.
listas.
My bags are packed.
Everything is ready.
Everything is ready.
Well, when you left the Salingers, you told them that you were headed for El Salvador, didn't you?
Les dije que me viera a El Salvador por dos. Le dije que me diera mis vacaciones, que me debía una semana. Le dije que me diera 2 vacaciones.
Could you be instructed to
I
answer the
told them
question
that
yes
I
or
was
no?
going for
Hold on.
2 weeks. I asked them to give me a 2-week vacation, and they didn't want to.
When you left the Salingers, you told them that you were leaving and going directly to El Salvador, didn't you?
Sí, porque lo tenía pensado irme esa semana.
Yes or no?
Yes, because I had thought of going that week.
Okay. But you didn't go, did
Pero
you?
no se fue, ¿verdad?
Porque mi hija me pidió que me quedara con mis nietas.
Yes or no?
Because my daughter asked me to stay with my granddaughters.
She can answer the question yes or no. No police officer's been allowed to explain their answer in these proceedings.
Wait. And Ms. Clark? All right. Did you tell the Salingers you were going to leave and go to El Salvador?
Yes, sir.
Next question.
And you didn't go, did you? See or no?
No.
Okay. And you had not made a reservation to go?
No.
Okay. Are you being paid to testify?
No, señor, y no quiero que me pague nadie.
No, sir, and I don't want to be paid by anybody.
Okay. Well, you discussed money with the inquirer, didn't you?
Nunca he hablado con el Enquirer, señor.
I have never talked to the inquirer, sir.
You discussed money with the Star?
Con nadie he hablado de dinero, señor.
I haven't talked about money with anybody, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to reporters from the Star?
No.
No.
Okay. And did you talk to a reporter from the Inquirer?
No los conozco. Reporteros del Enquirer, no.
I don't know reporters from the inquirer.
From the Inquirer?
No sé cuáles serán.
I don't know who they are.
Did you ever meet a reporter from the Inquirer?
How do you tell the report from the inquirer?
Overruled.
Okay.
Maybe they do. That's a vague question, it's unfair.
Anybody who identified themselves as being from the Inquirer, you can rephrase the question.
Did you ever meet someone who gave you a business card and said to you, I am with the Inquirer?
No.
No.
Yo no me acuerdo de ahora.
I don't remember taking a card.
Let me ask you again,
Le voy a volver a preguntar
so that we're clear.
para que quede claro.
Have you ever spoken to someone from the Inquirer?
Overruled. Now goes to credibility. As you know, there's a wide range of cross-examination regarding credibility.
I'll remember that next week.
Have you ever spoken to someone from the Inquirer?
No sé cuáles, llegaron muchos reporteros, señor. Yo no sé quién es en cuál, ni quién es quién, ni quién es el 7, ni cuál es el 4. Todos
I don't
llegaron,
know
señor.
who. A lot of reporters came, and I don't know who's from 7 or who's from 4. A lot of reporters came. I don't know who came and who left.
Call them either, did you?
Los llamó, ¿verdad?
Señor, no los puedo llamar a las 6 de la mañana porque están cerradas las oficinas, señor.
Sir, I can't call them at 6 in the morning because their offices are closed.
Are you aware, Ms. Lopez, that the airline takes reservations by phone 24 hours around the clock?
Horas al día.
Porque yo no hablo al aeropuerto, hablo a las agencias, señor.
Because I don't call the airport, I called the agencies, sir.
And you fly to El Salvador, what, once, twice a year, and have done so for 27 years?
Durante 27 años.
Is that correct?
Oh, that's a question.
Conteste.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
When you spoke to Rosa Maria Villapando, you were filling out unemployment insurance forms, is that correct?
Documentos para el desempleo, ¿correcto?
No los estaba llenando. Me dieron aplicaciones, pero no las he llenado, señor.
I wasn't filling them out. I was given the applications, but I haven't filled them out, sir.
Were you writing on the applications when you first met with Rosa Maria on February 17?
El 17 de febrero. What is that?
Okay. Well, when you met with Rosa Maria Villapando on February 17, you were filling out the application, is that correct?
No los estaba llenando, le dije, mira.
I wasn't
quiero ir a
filling them out.
desemployment.
I said to her, look, I want to go to
Le
disemployment.
enseñé los papeles nomás, pero no los estaba llenando,
And I
señor.
showed her the papers, but I was not filling them out, sir.
Okay, so you told her that you wanted to file for unemployment insurance?
Seguro.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you have to live in California to receive unemployment insurance in California, correct?
Overruled.
Correct?
Como me quiero ir, por eso no los he llevado, señor.
But because I want to leave, that is why I have not taken them in, sir. Do you understand?
Okay. Well, I understand everything, Ms. Lopez.
That's true, but there's no jury, so I'm going to let that one slide. That's true. That's true.
You know, not every situation, Mr. Cochran, is a
All right,
comedy.
Mr. Darden, thank you. Why don't you proceed?
And so that is clear. You have not made reservations to leave.
No.
Okay. You have not made reservations at all during the month of February 1995. Correct?
That's correct.
Let me answer.
Señor, no se pueden hacer reservaciones si usted no va a pagar el ticket inmediatamente.
Sir,
No
you
puedo
cannot
reservar.
make a reservation unless
Las
you're going to
agencias-
pay for the ticket
Las
immediately.
agencias me tienen el ticket nomás 24 horas, señor.
You cannot reserve it. The agency holds the ticket only for 24 hours, sir. ¿Qué agencia es esta?
La Panamericana.
Panamericana.
Where is that
¿Y
located?
dónde queda?
Hay en todo el mundo, señor.
They're all over the world, sir.
Have you ever purchased a
¿Y
ticket
usted
directly
ha
from the
comprado alguna
airline?
vez algún boleto directamente de la línea aérea?
No.
No.
Where's the Pan Americana ticket office that you
¿Dónde queda la
normally use?
oficina de boletos Panamericana donde usted va?
Voy a donde me queda más cerca, señor.
I go to where it's closer to me, sir.
Okay, where do you usually go?
¿Dónde va por lo general?
Por la San Fernando Road,
On San Fernando Road.
What city?
¿En qué ciudad?
en Los Ángeles.
In Los Angeles.
Now, when you lied to us about having made
Cuando nos
reservations,
mintió de que había hecho la reservación.
Let me hear the question.
did you do that because you wanted us to believe that you were actually
Nosotros creamos
about to leave the country?
que estaba usted a punto de salir del país.
I've heard that. I've heard the question and answer about that. So it's redundant at this point.
Thank you. You have family here in Los
¿Usted tiene
Angeles, is
familia
that
aquí en Los
correct?
Ángeles, correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Both your two children live here?
¿Sus dos hijos viven aquí?
Tengo una hija y un hijo y mis dos nietas.
I have a daughter and a son and my 2 granddaughters.
Okay, and they all live here in Los
¿Todos
Angeles?
viven aquí en Los Ángeles?
Sí.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you would stay at the Salingers
Que se quedaba en casa de los Salinger.
5 days during the week, is that
5 días a la
correct?
semana, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So did you maintain a residence
¿Usted
somewhere
mantiene
else?
Una residencia en otra parte?
¿Dónde mi hija?
At my daughter's.
And when you left the Salingers,
Y cuando usted se fue de...
you weren't fired, were you?
A usted no la despidieron, ¿verdad?
No me dijo directamente, pero yo lo reconocí que ya no quería que estuviera.
What else you want?
I wasn't told directly, but I recognized that I wasn't wanted there anymore.
Is that what Marta Salinger told you, that you weren't welcome there anymore?
Marta Salinger, que ya no la querían ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
Me dijo. ¿Sabes qué me dijo,
She
señora
told
Clark?
me, you,
Que te
Mrs.
había
Clark,
hablado muy mal.
you
Me
want to know
dijo-
what she told me? She
No,
told
Vas
me,
por 2 semanas.
if you go for 2 weeks,
Right, Your Honor, there's
I'll
no
get a new
question.
housekeeper.
Lopez,
Señora López.
thank you very much. Please listen to the
Muchas
attorney's
gracias, por
questions.
favor, escuche usted las preguntas y conteste nada más a ellas. Well, she's looking at me in a bad way.
Aware that this trial is being broadcast in
¿Usted
El
se da
Salvador?
cuenta que este juicio sale al aire en El Salvador? ¿Se está difundiendo?
Yo no sé.
I don't know.
Well, have you seen El Salvadoran officials on television
¿Ha visto usted funcionarios del Salvador?
talking about you?
Overruled
Hablando
counsel,
de-
she testified that one of the reasons she wanted to leave was because she was, all the press coverage, she wanted to go where people weren't going to look at her. If it's getting worldwide coverage, that may be a problem in El Salvador. Overruled. Proceed.
Did you see El Salvadoran officials on television talking about you?
No, aquí no.
No, not here.
Well, have you spoken to your family in El Salvador?
¿Familia en El Salvador?
Yo no he hablado con ellos.
I haven't spoken with them.
When was the last time you spoke to your sister in El Salvador?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
This year?
Sí.
Yes.
This week?
¿Esta semana?
No.
Last
No.
week?
¿La semana pasada?
No.
No.
Month of February?
¿El mes de febrero?
No sé cuándo lo recibí.
I don't know when.
But you indicated to us a little while ago that she was extremely ill. Is that correct?
Yo no he hablado con ella. Han
Is that
hablado
correct?
con
Yes or
sus
no?
familiares.
I haven't talked with her.
Let her answer the question. I'll hear the question. If I have to strike it, I'll strike it. Let's see.
I
what-
haven't talked with her. My other relatives have.
But your sister is extremely ill, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and you haven't talked to her for weeks.
¿Usted no ha hablado con ella durante semanas? No.
Have you or have you not spoken to your sister in the past 4 weeks? Have you spoken to your sister in the past 4 weeks?
¿Ha hablado usted con su hermana en las últimas 4 semanas?
No.
No.
What else you want to do? If I can just clarify one point with you, Ms. Lopez. Despite the fact that you've had your bags packed an entire month, okay, you have not yet contacted an airline
Una línea aérea,
or a travel agent,
ni agente de viajes,
Overruled. Overruled.
correct?
¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
You were in another state yesterday?
¿En otro estado? Ajá.
What state?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor, I object. You have no problem.
It's not relevant. Another state. That's what I need to know.
What airline did you fly in on?
Object to that, Your Honor. I don't know if it's harassed anymore if she has to be.
Overruled.
Can she write it down and give it to you, then counsel, because I don't want to block you.
There are so many airlines that fly so many places.
If you, well, may we approach? May we approach? May we approach? Yes, I need to approach. I'm asking the name. I don't want to. I'd like to approach regarding that.
There are so many airlines.
There are a lot of airlines, Your Honor, with regard to this, I'd like to approach it.
All right.
Mr. Lopez, did someone pay for your plane ticket to Los Angeles yesterday?
Sí. Yes.
Who paid for it?
¿Quién lo pagó?
Mi sobrina,
My niece.
What's her name?
¿Cómo se llama ella?
Josefina,
Josefina.
What's her last name?
¿Cuál es el apellido de ella?
Rodríguez.
Rodríguez.
Okay, how do you spell her first name?
¿Cómo se deletrea el nombre de Fina? I don't know how you spell it. Josefina.
Could you try and spell it for me, please? I would appreciate that greatly.
Tengo que hacerlo de letra, por eso está muy largo ese nombre.
Then I have to do it letter by letter, and it's a very long name.
Is it spelled the normal way?
No, se escribe comúnmente de la forma normal. Ajá.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
There's a normal way?
Yes. Josefina in Spanish, certainly.
Sí, Josefina en español, definitivamente.
You told us that you were terrified of the press, correct?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to some of the reporters here in the courtroom this morning, didn't you?
No.
No.
Didn't you speak to a reporter from Court TV this morning?
No.
¿De Court TV esta mañana?
No.
Who
No.
is this, Myers? Did you speak to Kristen Jeanette Myers from Court TV this morning?
Overruled. Overruled.
Conteste.
Yo no lo conozco, a mí me saludan, me dicen hi, yo digo hi también.
I don't know him. They say hello to me. They say hi. I say hi.
Okay. Well, did you speak to a female or woman reporter this morning?
Esta mañana. ¿Cómo vas?
Overruled. Overruled. Proceed.
Conteste.
Did you?
¿Habló?
Es que yo no sé si es reportero o qué, a mí me dicen hi, yo digo hi.
I don't know if they're reporters or what. They tell me hi. I say hi.
Well, did you tell someone this morning, a woman, quote, I love you on TV, unquote?
Sí.
Yes.
Porque
Sí.
la miro en la televisión.
Because I see her on TV.
You see that person here
¿Ve
today?
usted a la persona aquí presente hoy?
No la miro ahorita.
I don't see her right now.
You weren't terrified of that TV reporter, were you?
Esa reportera de la televisión no le da miedo. No la aterroriza.
No, porque no tiene la cámara enfrente de mi cara.
No, because she doesn't have a camera in front of my face.
You have it? I'm going to need about 5 minutes to gather some additional information.
You don't have anything else you can cross-examine on at this point?
No, I don't think so.
Let's read right there.
Any objection to that?
Yo fui al desempleo.
I went to unemployment.
Did you see an unemployment insurance counselor?
Consejero de seguros de desempleo. Espérese.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
And did that counselor tell you the requirements for obtaining unemployment insurance?
Seguro de desempleo.
Sí.
Yes.
And he told you that you had to remain in the state, correct?
Tenía que quedarse en este estado, ¿correcto?
No me dijo eso. Yo no lo pregunté.
I wasn't told that. I didn't ask it.
Did you look at the blank unemployment insurance form?
Las formas de desempleo en blanco.
No las he leído todavía, señor.
I still haven't read them, sir.
Your Honor, what time did you plan to adjourn this morning?
That was something I was going to talk to you about, because it's obvious we're not going to finish this morning, so we may, looks like we're going to be in session this afternoon, but let me talk to council about scheduling. Question?
If I may, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, direct your attention to the young lady near the courtroom doors. Is that the woman that you spoke to this morning and said, "I love you" on TV?
Sí, porque la veo en la televisión.
Yes, because I watch her on TV.
Okay, she was walking past you
¿La
at the time,
iba pasando en ese momento? Yes.
and you pulled on her skirt and stopped her.
No, no.
No le he tocado a la señorita.
I didn't touch that lady.
Yo solo le dije que se miraba, la actriz que se miraba muy bonita en la televisión.
I only told her, you look very pretty on TV.
Okay, so you didn't stop her so that you could speak to her.
Stop her, para hablar con ella. I told her.
All right, can we have the young lady identify herself, please?
Que se
For the record.
identifique la señorita, por favor.
Kristen Janelle Myers, Court TV.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, council, this hearing has obviously taken on dimensions that go far beyond what we thought it would. The court had originally intended on going dark at 11:45 today. It's clear to me we're not going to finish this morning. So we will stand in recess until 1:45 and conclude the hearing this afternoon. Mr. Jones, are you available 1:45?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Ms. Lopez, the lawyers still have some other questions. I'm going to try to conclude this hearing today. I'm going to order you to come back this afternoon at 1:45. Do you understand the order, ma'am?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, would you order Ms. Filippando to return that to...
Yep, she's outside the courtroom. All right, counsel, are you here on behalf of Ms. Filippando and KMEX?
Right here, Your Honor.
Are you here?
Right.
All right, are you here on behalf of KMEX and Ms. Filippando?
Yes.
All right, will you accept the court's order directing her to return at 1:45 on her behalf? Thank you very much, counsel. All right, we'll stand in recess. What tape is this?
What is about covering the story you become as earlier today?
Yes, well, as I reported during the mid-morning break that we took, Greg, as I was walking out of the courtroom in the morning, Rosa Lopez, who had not yet taken the stand, was seated against the back wall. And as I was walking out, she reached up and either pulled at my skirt or brushed it back and forth to get my attention. And I did look down and saw that it was Rosa Lopez. And at that point in time, she was smiling. Her face was beaming, was the best way that I could describe it. And she was saying, "I love you on TV. I know you from TV. You're so pretty. I like to watch you on TV." And I looked startled, I believe, because her attorney, Carl Jones, who was sitting next to her, looked up at me and said, "She just knows you from TV," as if to explain why this was occurring. And I kept moving. As you know, when you're in the courtroom, you file out in single file, and you don't stop, or the deputies will have a problem with you. And I went down to the toilet during the break because it was interesting that someone who had just been characterized by Johnny Cochran as terrorized by the media would choose to reach out and extend herself, in a sense, to a member of the media. And so I reported that. Well, it appears that the prosecution, or someone of the prosecution team, or someone in contact with the prosecution, was watching Court TV. And Christopher Darden was informed of this incident through whatever channels. So during the second portion of the morning, when I was on the 12th floor media room, a representative from the district attorney's office did come up and request my presence in court, and that was what you just saw moments ago, which was the identification where the witness, Rosa Lopez, acknowledged that she had spoken to me on the way out of court after the first morning break.
All right, so far.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, people represented by Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis.
We're expecting this for Your Honor.
All right.
Give me a second here.
Certainly.
El Salvador.
All right, Ms. Lopez, would you please retake the witness stand? And if you just pull the microphone close to you, please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're reminded that you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, on those occasions when you visited El Salvador, did you watch television?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're aware that in El Salvador, you can pick up KTLA, Channel 5 out of Los Angeles, correct?
Watching television and picking up Channel 5, I don't know, that's simple fact, not evidence. Doesn't it not?
Overruled.
I don't even remember what channel they work over there.
Okay. But you do recall that in El Salvador you can pick up Los Angeles television stations, correct?
Yo no he visto de acá, he visto los canales de allá.
I haven't seen it from here. I've seen the stations that are there.
Okay. Are you familiar with a newspaper called the La Prensa
Que se llama La Prensa
Gráfica?
Gráfica. Sí. Yes.
Okay, and that's the largest daily circulated newspaper in San Salvador, correct?
Sí. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they've run numerous articles about you, including your picture?
Sí. Yes.
You're well known in El Salvador, aren't you?
Speculation, conclusion. It's also beyond the scope of this hearing.
No, I don't believe so, but rephrase the question, Mr. Darden. It's not beyond the scope, but why don't you rephrase that?
Ms. Lopez, are you aware that in El Salvador that you are well known?
¿Usted es bien conocida? ¿Se le conoce?
Pues en mi rancho creo que sí, pero en la capital no lo creo.
Well, I think that they do in my ranch, but I don't think that they do in the capital.
Are you familiar with TV stations 2, 4, 6, and 12 in El Salvador?
Es que cuando voy para allá no miro televisión tanto, siempre voy aburrida de ver televisión de acá.
It's that when I go over there, I don't watch that much TV. I'm already bored of watching TV here.
Okay. Are you aware that they are watching you right now in El Salvador?
Does it matter? The question I thought was whether she's going to El Salvador.
Overruled.
Watching TV now. Which causes speculation.
Overruled. But she's indicated one of her fears is that she's well known here.
Yes.
If she's well known there, then she may have the same problem there.
Maybe she will. Well, maybe you'll let me address this at the appropriate time here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Cochran. Mr. Darden.
What was it?
Are you aware that the reporters at those TV stations in San Salvador are watching you testify here today?
Están viendo declarando
It does.
aquí.
Sustained?
Yes, it does assume a fact, not an evidence.
All right. Okay. Are you aware that in San Salvador you can get CNN International?
Se puede ver CNN Internacional. Espere.
Decision on El Salvador. We're now talking about San Salvador.
So, well, San Salvador is the capital of El Salvador, is my
She's
recollection.
going to San Salvador. Did we say that? There's no
No.
evidence. So it's
Okay.
not evidence. There's more than one city, I think, in El Salvador.
Foundational objection?
Yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Lopez, when the plane lands in El Salvador, it'll land in the capital, San Salvador. Is that correct?
Sí. Yes.
Thank you. Now, are you aware that in San Salvador that you can get CNN International on the television?
Recibir CNN Internacional en la televisión.
Overruled.
No sé yo de eso.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
No sabe usted de eso.
Okay. But your sister has told you that she has watched news reports about you on television. Is that correct?
That's hearsay. For that question.
Goes to her state of mind. Overruled.
So it's not evidence.
A mí no me lo ha
Sustain.
dicho ella, me lo ha dicho.
Hold on. I'm sustaining the objection that assumes facts not in evidence because you have to lay a foundation. I'm overruling the objection that it's hearsay because it goes to state of mind.
Okay. Did you speak to your sister during the month of January?
Sí. Yes.
Did you discuss the news coverage of you?
No, señor, no hablamos de esas cosas nosotros.
No, sir, we don't talk about those things.
Okay. Have you told your sister why you're returning to El Salvador? Did you tell your sister why you're returning to El Salvador?
Su hermana, ¿por qué es que regresa a El Salvador? ¿Usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you tell her that you were returning to avoid harassment from the press?
Evitar el hostigamiento de los medios de comunicación y la prensa.
Le dije que iba a ir a pasar a mi hijo a otra tumba porque lo necesito pasar este año.
I told her that I was going to go move my son to another grave because I needed to do that this year.
Did you tell your sister that you were returning to El Salvador to avoid the press?
Para evitar a la prensa?
No.
No.
You indicated this morning that you told your lawyer many times that you intended to return to El Salvador, correct?
Sí. Yes.
Do you recall when the first time was that you told him this?
Ay, no me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Was it in December?
No me recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Can you give us an approximate?
All right, she's already acknowledged that she's told that. Why don't we move on?
Well, can I ask if she told him in 1994?
Sure.
Did you tell him this in 1994 or 1995?
En 95.
In 95.
Okay. Are you aware that your lawyer, Mr. Jones, appeared on television on February 2 and stated that you had not told him that you intended to return to El Salvador?
Are you aware that your lawyer appeared on television? It's hearsay. The question is vague, unintelligible, ambiguous.
Overruled. Overruled.
Are you aware?
Okay. Are you aware your attorney said
¿Sabe
this?
usted que su abogado dijo eso?
Overruled.
Sí. Yes.
Had you told him by February 2, that is, that you were leaving the country?
No, no le había dicho a él.
No, I hadn't told him.
When did you first tell him?
Ay, no me acuerdo.
Okay. Well, you know that you told him
Pero
sometime
sabe que
after
se lo
February
dijo
2,
después
correct?
del 2 de febrero, ¿correcto?
Es que no recuerdo el día ni la hora que le dije. No, yo no recuerdo.
It's that I don't remember what day or what time I told him. I don't remember.
You told us this morning that you've never spoken to anyone from the Star. Is that correct?
The Star, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you acquainted with Tony Frost?
¿A Tony Frost?
No.
No.
You've never met Tony Frost?
No.
¿No ha conocido a Tony Frost? No.
Overruled. Overruled.
Isn't it true that you had 4 face-to-face interviews with Tony Frost of the Star?
Con Tony Frost de The Star?
Yo no sé quién será Tony Frost. En el trabajo llegaron muchos reporteros y me preguntaban y yo no sé nada, yo no sé nada.
I don't know who Tony Frost is. A lot of reporters came to my job and they would ask me things and I would say, I don't know anything, I don't know anything.
How many reporters discussed paying you for your story?
Tratan de pagarle por su historia.
A mí nunca me han dicho que me van a pagar.
I don't know. Nobody has told me that I'm going to get paid.
Okay, well, did anyone discuss the possibility with you that you could get paid
La posibilidad
for
de que
telling
me
your
podían
story?
pagar
No.
por dar su historia. No.
Where did you go when we broke for lunch?
Cuando tomamos el descanso para almorzar, ¿a dónde fue usted?
A la cafetería.
To the cafeteria.
And who did you go there with?
¿Con quién fue usted?
Un patio.
With Patty.
And do you see Patty here in the courtroom now?
No.
No.
And
I don't see him.
does Patty have a last name?
Mechanic.
Mechanic.
Did you meet anyone else in the cafeteria?
¿Encontró a alguien más en la cafetería?
Había mucha gente.
There were a lot of people there.
Okay. Who did you speak with in the cafeteria?
Espérese.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Yo no he hablado con nadie. Todos platican entre ellos, yo no.
I didn't speak with anybody. Everybody speaks among themselves. I didn't.
You didn't speak to Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria?
Sí, entiendo a platicar con ellos también.
Yes, he also comes to chat with them.
Okay, well, didn't you have a heated conversation with Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria?
Conversación en voz alta o candente con el señor
Wait.
Cochran.
The following question is argumentative. Heated conversation. Argumentative.
Mr. Cochran can testify later if he likes, Your Honor.
Why don't you rephrase the question? Conversation first and then describe the tenor and demeanor of the conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. When you spoke to Mr. Cochran in the cafeteria, did he appear upset at all?
¿Él parecía estar molesto?
No.
No.
Did he raise his voice?
¿Levantó la voz? No.
No.
Did he tell you that you were messing up on the witness stand?
¿Le dijo que usted estaba cometiendo errores en el banquillo? Espérese.
Very close to Your Honor. Very close to
I don't think we need to. I think he's entitled to ask that kind of question.
Okay. There are other people present who are here.
May or may not be true. I don't know. Mr. Dart.
Was Mr. Cochran animated at all during the conversation that you had with him?
Remember, we're using an interpreter.
No.
No.
Madam Interpreter, how is animated translated into Spanish?
Not very clearly, Your Honor.
Since I don't speak Spanish, Your Honor, I can't.
All right.
Okay.
Using an interpreter with a witness is an art.
The art word again, huh?
No, not that one.
No, I'm just familiar. That particular verb in Spanish is very difficult. Never mind. Forget I mentioned it. Proceed.
Did Mr. Cochran tell you what to say on the witness stand?
Cuando declarara desde el banquillo?
No.
No.
Okay. How about Mr. McKenna? Did he tell you what to say on the witness stand?
No, señor. No, sir.
Did you discuss your testimony with Mr. McKenna?
¿Con el señor McKenna?
No.
No.
Did you tell him what happened here in court this morning?
¿En el tribunal esta mañana?
No.
No.
Did Mr. McKenna tell you not to tell us that you spoke to him during the lunch hour?
¿Con él durante el almuerzo?
No, señor, no lo han mencionado ustedes.
No, sir. He hasn't mentioned you.
Well, not me. Okay. I mean, did he tell you not to tell us that you talked to him about your testimony?
Que usted había hablado con
This
él
morning.
sobre su testimonio.
Overruled.
No.
No.
By the way, you understand everything I'm saying to you in English, don't you?
¿No es así?
No le pongo atención a usted porque tengo que poner atención a la señora aquí.
I'm not paying attention to you because I have to pay attention to the lady here so that I can understand.
What did you say?
Cuando usted habló con el señor Cochran,
This morning, did you speak to him in English?
¿habló con él en inglés?
No.
No.
You weren't sitting back there on that back bench speaking to Mr. Cochran in English?
¿Hablando con el señor Cochran
Sí.
en inglés? Yes.
Okay, so you did speak to Mr. Cochran in English,
Señor Cochran en inglés.
correct?
¿Correcto?
¿Me entiende mi medio inglés? Sí.
He,
Why don't you rephrase the question? I thought it was this morning, though, on the back bench that sounded pretty specific.
Didn't you speak to Mr. Cochran in English this morning while the two of you sat on that back bench here in this courtroom?
Sí, hablo. Sí. We did talk, yes.
And in fact, you do speak English.
Yo digo que no, porque no lo hablo bien. I say I don't because I don't speak it well.
Okay. Well, when you spoke to the Salingers, you spoke to them in English, correct?
Nos peleamos porque me decía que hablar en inglés y yo le decía que no. We would fight because they would tell me to speak in English and I would say no.
Well, have you found... We'll strike that. Did they speak to you in English?
¿Ellos le hablaban a usted en inglés? Ella sí, el señor no. She did. He didn't.
And you understood them?
¿Y usted les entendía? A veces no, le preguntaba al señor, porque no le entendía a ella. Sometimes I didn't, and I would ask the man, because I wouldn't understand her.
When you spoke to Mr. Cochran during the lunch hour, was he furious at all?
¿Él estaba furioso de alguna forma? No. No.
You have watched some of these proceedings on court TV, is that correct?
Parte de este proceso en Court TV, en ese canal, ¿correcto? Cuando tengo tiempo. When I have time.
Okay. And do they broadcast, that is Court TV, in Spanish?
Casi no lo miro en español, por algunas veces. I almost don't watch it in Spanish, but sometimes I like to.
Okay. So they do broadcast in Spanish, is that correct?
¿Sí lo transmiten en español, correcto? Yes.
Okay. Did you watch the preliminary hearing on Court TV?
No todo el tiempo, cuando no tengo tiempo. Not all the time because I don't have the time.
Okay, but you watched some of the preliminary hearing
¿Vio parte de
on
la
Court
audiencia
TV?
preliminar en Court TV? A little bit.
In English or in Spanish?
¿En inglés o en español? En español. In Spanish.
Is that on Court TV?
¿Fue en el canal Court TV? No. No? En 34. Channel 34?
Okay, so when you watched these proceedings on television in English, you watched Court TV, correct?
Correcto. Cuando estaba en el trabajo, sí, porque agarraba el cable. When I was at work, yes, because I would get cable.
The fee or pay agreement you have with your lawyer, is it in writing?
Los honorarios de su abogado, ¿está hecho por escrito? No. No.
Can I have one moment, Charles?
Certainly.
In the affidavit you signed,
En la declaración que usted firmó
on February 17,
el 17 de febrero
1995,
de 1995,
you indicated at line
usted indicó en el renglón
20 and 21
20 y 21
that you were forced to quit your job.
que usted se vio forzada o obligada a dejar su trabajo.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto? That's correct.
But no one forced you to quit your job, did they?
Dejar su trabajo, ¿sí? A renunciar. No me lo decía directamente la señora, pero ya no me quería. The lady didn't tell me so directly, but she didn't want me anymore.
Didn't Mrs. Salinger tell you that you were welcome to stay?
¿Se podía quedar, que era bienvenida? No, señor. No, sir.
Didn't she tell you that
No
she
le
would
dijo.
strike that? Didn't she tell you that you were a good employee?
¿Usted era una buena empleada? No, señor. No, sir.
She told you that she was going to fire you?
¿Que ella la iba a despedir?
Me dijo de esta forma, ¿se lo explico?
She told me this way. Do you want me to explain it to you?
Go right ahead.
Adelante.
Dijo, si no te vas, si no regresas en una semana, yo busco housekeeper y si quieres referencia te la doy.
She said to me, if you don't come back in a week, I will look for a housekeeper. And if you want references, I will give them to you.
Entonces me estaba despidiendo, right?
Then she was firing me, right?
Mrs. Salinger told you that if you came back in a week, you could have your job back?
En una semana usted podría tener su empleo de regreso?
Sí.
Yes.
And she told you that she would give you references for a new job
¿Le daba referencias para otro
if you
empleo?
wanted them?
Si usted las quería?
Sí.
Yes.
Well, isn't it true, Ms. Lopez, that you quit your job?
¿Usted renunció a su trabajo? Espérese,
Oral.
conteste.
Sí, porque las cámaras de televisión no dejan todos los días y a la señora no le gustaba ya.
Yes, because the television cameras would not leave us alone every day, and the lady was already fed up. She didn't like it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about these television
Vamos a
cameras.
hablar de las cámaras de televisión.
Did these television cameras walk up, or rather, did the camera reporters walk up to the front door and knock at the door?
Los reporteros caminaban a la puerta principal y tocaban a la puerta.
Llegaban hasta la puerta y se metían para adentro y se los dejaba.
They would come to the door and they would go inside if I allowed them to.
But only if you allowed them
Pero
to,
solo
correct?
usted los dejaba, ¿correcto?
Porque cerraban la puerta porque venían con la cámara enfrente. El canal 34 me siguió hasta la puerta y hasta que la cerré.
Because I would close the door, they would come with their cameras to the front. Channel 34 followed me all the way to the door until I closed it.
Okay. And when was that?
¿Cuándo fue esto?
El día después que salió mi fotografía en la televisión.
The day after my picture came out on TV.
That would be January 26th?
26 de enero.
Yo creo, no sé qué fecha.
I think. I don't know what date it was.
Okay. Is there a fence around the property?
Hay una reja alrededor de la propiedad.
Pero mantienen el gate abierto.
But they keep the gate open.
Okay. So the gate can close. Is that correct?
¿Correcto? Yes.
Okay. The gate can be locked,
También
correct?
se puede cerrar con llave esa puerta.
Sí.
Yes.
And if you lock the gate, then the reporters can't come onto the property, correct?
Los reporteros no pueden pasar a la propiedad, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But you didn't bother to lock the gate, correct?
Usted no se tomó la molestia de cerrar con llave.
Our house, the soldier's house.
Well, the weight of the answer is for me to determine. That's already occurred to me.
Well, I wanted to remind you.
No, you don't need to remind me.
Okay.
And I saw the house, and I've seen the fence
And the gate.
and the gate.
Well, you shouldn't ask these questions. You've already seen them.
Well, the gate was locked when we were there, counsel. Okay, but you didn't bother to, yeah,
The second time, yes.
but you didn't bother to lock the gate, correct?
Porque el gate no es mío, señor, y la señora no le gusta que lo
Can she
cierre.
answer the question yes or no, please?
Isn't mine, and the lady doesn't like me to lock it.
All right, the answer will stand. Counsel, whether or not the gate opens or closes is not real important to the
That's fine,
decision I
Your
have to make.
You told us that you flew into LAX at 1:30 this morning. Is that
Al
correct?
aeropuerto de Los Ángeles a la 1:30 de la madrugada, ¿correcto? Ajá.
Okay.
Sí.
And, Your Honor,
Yes.
and did we stipulate to the name of the airline on the record, Your Honor?
Ya estipulamos el nombre de la aerolínea.
Hmm?
1:20, I don't know the time exactly.
Your Honor, we checked with this airline, and they indicated that their last flight arrived at 11:30, and that the crews all left by 12:30. So perhaps we should get some confirmation from the witness as to what the name of the airline is, as opposed to the stipulation we've entered into already.
All right, we can do that at the sidebar. Since apparently they were met by somebody. Why don't you find out? Get me the flight number, etc., so we can confirm that. Why don't you move on, Mr. Jordan?
attachment she has with Mr. Jones, and I would like to confer with Mr. Jones before I proceed.
All right. Record reflect Mr. McKenna is here as well. Finish his conversation with Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, may I approach with the name of the airline just given you a piece of paper?
Yes.
Ms. Lopez, is this the
Señora
name of the
López,
airline?
¿este es el nombre de la aerolínea en la que voló? Yeah. Yeah.
You did not fly in on Southwest Airlines?
No voló usted en Southwest Airlines.
No.
No.
Okay. And you came from out of state, is that
¿Y vino
correct?
usted de otro estado, correcto? Yes.
Okay. And you came at the request of someone, correct?
¿Se lo pidió alguien, correcto?
Porque me sentí con la obligación,
Can we have a yes or no answer?
Because I felt the duty to
atestiguar ahora.
to come to testify today.
Motion to strike, Your Honor, it's not responsive.
It's all right. It'll stand.
Someone asked you to come
¿Alguien le pidió que
here today and testify, correct?
testificar, correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones?
Okay. And you say you did that out of a duty you believe you have, is that correct?
That's what I thought I heard.
She said Mr. John.
Let's clarify with the interpreter.
Johnny or
Yeah,
Jones? Johnny, sorry.
Okay. The gentleman seated right
¿El
here,
señor que está sentado aquí?
Yes.
Yes. ¿Este?
Mr.
Yes.
Douglas?
¿El señor
On record, Your
Douglas?
Yes.
Yes.
I hope we have an ID issue.
It's a great straight line.
And what did Mr. Douglas say to you
¿Qué le dijo al señor Douglas
when he asked you to return?
cuando le pidió que regresara?
Hablé con mi abogado primero y yo le dije a mi abogado que estaba lejos.
I first talked to my lawyer and I told my lawyer that I was away.
Y él dijo, tienes que venir porque te necesitamos mañana.
And he said to me, you have to come because we need you tomorrow.
Le dije, no se preocupe, yo llego.
I said to him, don't worry, I'll be there.
But what if your attorney tells you,
Si su abogado le dice,
I object to the fallback question. What is this, like make-believe?
I have,
It's an improper
okay.
question.
haven't heard the question yet.
so when your attorney asked you to come, you just came,
su
correct?
abogado le pidió que viniera, nada más vino, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Yes.
Out of a sense of duty.
Por un sentido de obligación.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And do you still feel a duty to testify in this case?
¿Siente la obligación de declarar en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
And if called again to come and testify, will you come and testify?
¿Vendría usted a declarar?
No, ya no tengo más.
No, I won't come anymore.
Okay. So you feel you no longer have any duty to come and testify, correct?
La obligación de venir el deber de venir a declarar, ¿correcto?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you ever discuss receiving money for your story with anyone?
¿Ha hablado con quien sea de recibir dinero por su historia?
No, señor.
No, sir.
No one offered you $5,000.
¿Ofreció $5,000?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You never asked anyone for $5,000.
$5,000?
No.
No.
Okay, you're answering my questions before the interpreter can interpret. That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cochran, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Señora López. Good afternoon, sir.
And what do you refer to me as?
¿Y usted cómo me dice a mí? How do what?
What do you call me?
A mí cómo me dice usted?
Johnny.
Johnny.
Okay, yes.
Sí.
And in that connection, when did you leave Los Angeles to go to this other state?
Para irse al otro estado que fue.
¿Cuándo me fui?
When did I leave?
Yes, to go to the other state.
Para ir al otro estado.
Me fui el miércoles en la mañana.
I left Wednesday morning.
All right, and did you talk to your lawyer before you left to go to this other state?
Antes de irse a este otro estado?
No, no le llamé.
No, I didn't call him.
And so the record is clear when I'm talking about your lawyer, I'm referring to Mr. Carl Jones. All right? And before you left on Wednesday, Mr. Jones had advised you had to be in court today on Friday. Is that correct?
Que tenía que estar aquí el viernes, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Yes.
And yesterday, did you make a call to Mr. Jones and tell him where you were?
Al señor Jones para decirle dónde estaba?
Sí.
Yes.
And after you talked to Mr. Jones, did you have occasion to talk to my law office about where you were?
¿Bufete jurídico de sobre dónde estaba usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And thereafter, were reservations made for you to fly back to Los Angeles in the early morning hours so you could be here this morning?
En la madrugada para que usted pudiera estar aquí esta mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
And in that connection,
En conexión a eso.
the flight that you came on arrived about 1:25 or 1:30 in the morning?
1:30 de la madrugada?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were picked up at the airport by the gentleman who was in here that you called Patty over in the corner, Mr. McKenna?
¿Está ahí en la esquina, señor
Yes.
McKenna? Yes.
And what time did you go to bed this morning?
Se acostó usted esta mañana.
A las 2:15, 2:20.
At 2:15, 2:20.
All right. And what time did you wake up this morning?
Se levanta bien en la
A
mañana.
las 5 de la mañana.
At 5 in the morning.
And what time did you arrange to meet at my law office sometime early this morning?
Que nos íbamos a reunir en la oficina esta
A las 6 de
mañana.
la mañana.
At 6 in the morning.
7:30.
7:30.
And so you arrived in Los Angeles at 1:30. You went to bed about shortly after 2:15, is that right?
Poco después de las 2:15, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
You were up by 5?
¿Y se levantó a las 5?
Sí.
Yes.
And I'm not clear what time it was that you came.
Mr. McKenna's still in the courtroom.
Yes, he is. Mr. McKenna, why don't you step out?
And what time did you arrive at the law office, if you recall?
¿A qué horas llegó usted a la oficina, al
No me
bufete
fijé.
jurídico? I didn't notice.
Ms. Irma in the courtroom as well as mine.
Yes, she is. Mr. Jones would like to leave too. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you had a conversation with us this morning.
¿Con usted, verdad? No.
señor.
No, sir.
I came down while waiting for the car to speak to you briefly at lunchtime.
Hablar con usted brevemente.
Well, let me ask it another way. All right. Did you see me briefly at lunch before I left?
A la hora del almuerzo, antes de que
It's foundational at this point.
Foundation. You brought it up.
conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
Did we ever have any kind of an argument at all?
¿Tuvimos alguna discusión?
No.
No.
Did we talk about
Hablamos de
whether or not you plan to go to El Salvador?
usted planeaba irse a El Salvador o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you give me the name of your travel agent? Well, let me ask this.
It is.
Just a moment. All right, let me restate it.
Please.
Did we have a discussion about the name of your travel agent?
¿Plática sobre el nombre de su agente de viajes?
Sí.
Yes.
While I was there, was a phone call made to the travel agent to try to reach her? She can tell us that. I'm asking, was a phone call made to the travel agent? It's not leading.
Counsel, whether it's leading or not at this point, let's get to the point.
All right. Was a phone call made to the travel agent?
¿Se hizo una llamada al agente de viajes?
Sí.
Yes.
And is her name Zulima Ida?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sí.
There's no indication that this witness has any personal knowledge.
That's great. This is incredibly leading, Mr.
Yes,
Cochran.
yes, absolutely. But, Your Honor, if he could just, I'm still asking these questions, Your Honor. As an offer of proof, may I continue?
I understand where we're going with this. So we've established who the travel agent is. Let's proceed.
Yes, I was trying to, if I could establish it, may I do that?
I thought you said that was who it was.
Yes. Zulima Aida, I-I-D-A, is that correct?
Zulima Aida, eso
Sí.
es. Yes.
And were arrangements made for Ms. Zulima Aida to come to court this afternoon?
Para que viniera Zulima Aida al tribunal esta tarde? Yes.
It's all hearsay.
Did you see Ms.
Your Honor, there's an objection. This is leading to hearsay. There's a motion to strike.
It's overruled at this point.
Did you see Ms. Zulima Aida out in the hallway before you came into court this afternoon?
Counsel, I got to tell you something. The issue is this person leaving? Is there a bona fide reason for that person to leave?
Nobody has bothered to discuss on page 1 of her affidavit, on paragraph 7, line 23, it says, "I have fear for my personal safety as well as the safety of my family if I remain in this country." Nobody's bothered to ask that question. That seems to me to be a very important issue. Whether or not she's got a travel agent, whether or not that travel agent is going to come here, is not real interesting to me.
Your Honor, the witness has indicated already that she wants to leave because of harassment for the press, from the press, Your Honor. And that is
I know.
the reason she gave.
Madam Mayor,
She gave no other reason.
I understand
I
that.
think that excludes
The court, if the court would allow me one moment, I appreciate the court understanding and anticipate what we're going to do. The reason why the travel agent is here, it bears on questions asked by Mr. Darden, Your Honor, as to whether or not this lady has made some reservations to go to El Salvador this month. And I expect to introduce that as testimony,
All right.
Your Honor. So
Well,
I know
let's proceed.
if the court would allow me, I think the court will understand what we're trying to do.
Let's proceed. Sure.
Thank you.
It's an awful long hearing to determine whether or not we're going to have a hearing.
Well, Your Honor, I think so, Your Honor, but they took up 2/3 of the hearing, Your Honor. I'll point that out.
Well, she made a material misrepresentation on the witness.
Well, Mr. Darden, thank you.
Now,
Let's proceed.
Now, with regard to the
Con
declaration
respecto a la declaración
that you signed on
que
February
usted firmó el
17,
17 de febrero
1995, do you remember that?
1995, ¿se acuerda de eso? Sí, sí. Yes, sir.
And was this declaration
Esa declaración.
read to you in Spanish
¿Se la leyeron
before
a
you
usted
signed
en
it?
español antes
Sí.
de firmarla? Yes.
And who read this
¿Quién le leyó
declaration
esta
to you
declaración a usted?
before you signed it?
Irma.
Irma.
All right, is that the lady who left a few
La
moments
señora
ago?
que salió hace
Sí.
unos momentos. Yes.
And you're aware that Irma speaks
Y usted
Spanish, is
sabe
that
que
correct?
Irma habla español, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
And are the facts contained in this
Y los
declaration
hechos que contiene esta
true
declaración
and correct?
son correctos y
Sí.
ciertos. Yes.
At the time this
Y
declaration was
cuando
prepared,
se prepara esta declaración,
was your lawyer, Mr. Carl
¿su
Jones,
abogado, el
present?
señor Carl Jones, estaba presente?
Sí.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a question
Quisiera hacerle una
or
pregunta
two about
o
the
dos
declaration,
sobre
if I
esta
might.
declaración, si me lo permite.
Sí.
Yes.
In paragraph 7,
En el párrafo 7,
I want you to read this,
quiero que lea usted,
first of all, to
en
yourself,
primer lugar, en
then
voz
I want to
baja.
ask you a question
Léamelo usted
about it.
porque no
You
puedo.
read it to me, please.
You know, I'm going to object to having the witness read the
Que
declaration.
que
Counsel
sí,
for the
con
question.
esto.
You give me for the question
Se lo
recollection.
da para
It's
refrescarme
her
la memoria.
declaration, and that
Es su
speaks for itself,
declaración
Your
que
Honor.
él
Yes.
habla por sí
It's
mismo.
her declaration.
Can you read it to yourself?
No miro porque no
I
tengo mis
can't see
lentes.
because I don't have my glasses.
All right. May I read
Está
it to
bien.
you?
¿Se lo puedo leer,
Yes.
su señoría? Sí.
In paragraph
En el
7,
párrafo 7,
you indicate,
usted indicó,
I have a fear for my personal
temo por mi
safety
seguridad personal,
as well as the safety of
al
my
igual que la
family
seguridad de mi familia,
if I remain in this country.
si me quedo en este país.
Es true.
I
¿Cómo?
want,
Es verdad.
is
It's
that,
true.
okay, is that true?
¿Eso es cierto?
Sí.
All right.
Yes.
And why do you have a fear for your
¿Y por qué
personal
teme usted
safety
por su
as
seguridad
well as the
personal, al
safety
igual
of
que
your
la seguridad
family
de su familia,
if you remain in this
si
country?
se queda en este país?
Porque toda la gente ya me conoce.
Because everybody already
Donde
knows
quiera que voy
me.
me miran y ya me señalan y me dicen, ve, esa es la mujer que está en el try de hoy de Mr. Simpson.
Wherever I go,
Y
people
tengo
look at
miedo.
me and point at me and say, see, that's the woman that's in Mr. Simpson's case. And I'm afraid.
Your faith for your personal
¿Tiene
safety.
miedo por su seguridad personal? Yes.
When you went
Y
down
cuando usted
to,
fue,
was there a time you went down to the unemployment
¿usted fue
office
a la oficina de desempleo en cierto momento?
Sí.
and spoke
Yes.
with an unemployment
¿Y habló con
counselor?
un consejero de desempleo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did this unemployment
¿Y este
counselor say
consejero de
something to
desempleo
you?
le dijo algo a usted?
Un security.
A security.
All right, and this
¿Y
security person,
esta persona de seguridad
did that person recognize you?
la reconoció? Yes.
What did that person
¿Qué
say
le
to you?
dijo esa persona?
Era un moreno
It was a black guy.
y me dijo, ¿usted es la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson?
He said to me, you're Mr. Simpson's housekeeper.
Y le dije, no.
I said, no.
Did that concern you also?
¿Y eso también le preocupó?
Sí, muchísimo, ya no vuelvo a ir allí.
Yes, very much. I won't go back there.
What about the safety of your
¿Y qué de
family?
la seguridad de su familia?
Tengo mucho miedo por mis hijos también.
I am very scared for my children too.
Has your daughter or your son
Su hija
expressed any
o su hijo le han
concerns
expresado
because of the
preocupación
fact that you're
debido al
recognized
hecho de que
everywhere?
usted la reconocen en todos lados. Espérese,
Sustain.
no conteste.
How will we get at the safety of the family for this hearing?
Entonces,
You're
¿cómo
listening
vamos
to
a
it. I'm
llegar
trying
de
to
la
listen
seguridad
what her concerns are in
de la
that regard.
familia? Tiene que
Part of the
ver con
declaration.
Well, concerns are what's in her mind.
Well, I'm asking what.
So you're saying that there's a state of mind exception that you're trying to get to?
Yes, there is.
Or rule?
All right, thank you. Based upon your conversation
Basado en,
with
en su conversación
your
con
children,
sus hijos,
que usted.
What is your belief regarding
¿Qué
their
cree usted
concerns
sobre las
about their safety and the
preocupaciones de
safety of
ellos,
your grandchildren?
sobre su seguridad de ellos y la de sus nietos y usted? Sí, tengo mucho miedo y mi hija también tiene mucho miedo. Dice que
I'm very scared, and my daughter is also very scared. Mhm.
Has that been one of the problems that you've had
¿Ese ha
with your
sido uno de
daughter?
los problemas que ha tenido usted con su hija?
Sí.
Yes.
And what has your daughter said to you about that?
¿Y qué le dijo su hija sobre esto?
What's your daughter said
¿Qué
to
es
you
lo que le ha
about it?
dicho a su
Que
hija?
la pueden llegar a matar o robarle sus hijas.
That they could even kill her or steal her children from her.
And when she said
Y
they,
cuando dice
do you know who she's talking
podrían
about?
ellos, ¿sabe a quién se refiere?
Sí.
Yes.
Who?
¿A quién?
A la gente contraria.
The people on the other side.
When you talk to
Cuando usted
your daughter and your son,
habla de su
is this a matter
hija
that you're
y
very
su
serious
hijo,
about?
¿esta es una cuestión de la cual usted habla muy en serio?
Sí.
Yes.
When you left the state of
Cuando
California
usted
on
salió del
Wednesday,
estado de California el miércoles,
why did you leave?
¿por qué se fue?
Porque así no me miran ya los camareros, ya no van, tal vez no, los reporteros no viéndome allí, la gente dice que ya no estoy, y les digo a todos que me voy.
Because like that, then the camera people and the reporters won't see me anymore, and then I can tell them that I'm no longer there, that I'm gone.
Are you concerned that you become so
¿Y
well
le
known that
preocupa a
anybody
usted
on the
que
street?
es usted ahora tan conocida que todo el mundo la contesta?
What is your concern about
¿Cuál es su preocupación con
your picture
respecto
being on television?
a que salga su foto en la televisión?
Que todos me conocen, que todos son de que a la lavandería, que a cualquier simple parte que vaya me están señalando y me están preguntando del caso de Oscar.
That everybody knows me, that wherever I go, whether it's to the laundry, everybody looks at me, they're pointing at me, and they're asking me about OJ's case.
Now, continuing on with the
Vamos a
declaration,
continuar con la declaración.
you say, I want to
Usted
testify
dice, quiero
truthfully,
declarar con la verdad,
but I cannot stand the
pero
stress.
no puedo tolerar la tensión.
Is that correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I am a prisoner trapped in my own
Soy una
home.
prisionera en mi propia casa.
I cannot go outside.
No puedo salir.
It's true, es verdad.
It's true.
I cannot visit my
No puedo
relatives in
visitar a mis
Los Angeles
parientes en Los Ángeles
for fear that they too will be
por temor
harassed.
de que a ellos también los van a hostigar.
I'm asking whether...
Is there a question?
Counsel, yes, there is a question.
Yes.
All right. The question is that true?
La pregunta es si eso es cierto.
Well, counsel, I've already read the declaration. I know what's there.
Thank you. Just I thought I would ask, since she could not, she's not doing that, Your Honor. She said she
Estoy
couldn't
diciendo
read
eso
it.
porque dijo que no
This
puede
point.
leerlo.
All right.
Entonces,
Now, with regard to
con
the
respecto
National Enquirer,
al National Enquirer,
do you know anybody by the name of Tony Frost?
Thought he was with the Star.
no.
Well, they're all the same, but Star. Do you know anybody by the name of Tony Frost
Tony Frost? No.
that you can
No.
identify?
No.
Now, presently, you have no source of income presently, is that correct?
Ninguna fuente de
Overruled.
ingresos, ¿correcto?
Actually, no. Oh. Sustained. I forgot he was on the other side for a moment there.
All right.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly, Your Honor. Do you have any source of income presently?
¿Tiene usted alguna fuente de ingresos en este momento? Espérese.
No. Overruled.
No. No.
Has anybody offered you $5,000 or $1 for your testimony in this case?
No.
Do you want any money for testifying?
¿A cambio de declarar? No, sir.
Do you want any money to be brought down here and harassed?
¿Que la traigan aquí a hostigar?
No.
No.
Do you want to be left alone?
¿Quiere que la dejen en paz? Yes.
When you finish court today, are you going back to this other state?
¿El tribunal aquí va a regresar al otro estado?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you still plan to leave to go to El Salvador tomorrow?
¿Irse a El Salvador mañana?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked some questions about the other lady from Channel 34. Do you recall that?
¿Se recuerda?
Sí.
I want to
Yes.
ask you some questions about that. How long did the conversation last between you and the lady from Channel 34 on last Friday, the 17th?
17.
Algunos 25 minutos o 30, creo yo.
About 25 minutes or 30, I think.
At any time during that conversation, did you ever tell her that your lawyer had suggested that you can go back to El Salvador?
¿Puede regresar a El Salvador?
No, yo le dije,
No, I told her,
yo le pregunté a mi abogado si me podía ir y él me dijo que sí.
I asked my lawyer if I could leave, and he said yes.
All right. Now, In the course of this conversation with the lady from Channel 34, did she ever mention the subject of lawyers?
De los abogados.
Ella me dijo
She said to me
que ustedes no me ayudaban,
that
que todos me estaban usando
all of you were not helping me, that you were using me,
y que por qué no le hablaba a Mr. John,
that why didn't I call Mr. John,
y que ellos me podían dar un abogado del canal que hablara mi idioma,
that they could give me a lawyer from the station who spoke my language
y que me ayudaran.
and to help me.
And when she asked and made this offer of a lawyer from the station, what did you say, if anything?
Le dije que no, que yo tenía que irle a hablar a mi abogado.
I said no, that I was going to call my lawyer.
And did you call your lawyer after that?
Después de eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And you never appeared on camera with this lady, did you?
Esta señora, ¿verdad?
Overruled.
No, who's trying the case?
One lawyer at a time, though.
That's okay, Your Honor. I can count both of them. That's all right. Now, Your Honor, with regard to, well, strike that. Now, did you ever tell this lady, the reporter, that you felt abandoned by the defense lawyers because they hadn't contacted you?
Porque ellos no se habían puesto en contacto con usted?
No.
No.
And did this lady suggest that you call your lawyers, or did you call your lawyers on your own?
¿O usted llamó a sus abogados por su propia voluntad?
Yo le llamé.
I called them.
Now, in response to a couple of Mr. Darden's questions, in the last, in 1994, if you recall, how many times did you go back to El Salvador, if you went back to El Salvador?
Fui en diciembre.
I went in December.
And when you went in December, did you use a particular travel agent?
¿Usó un agente de viajes en particular?
Sí.
Yes.
And which travel agent was
¿El
that?
agente de viajes fue?
De la Panamericana.
Panamericana.
And was that the one on San Fernando Road that you told Mr. Darden about?
¿En la que le dijo usted al señor Darden?
Sí.
Yes.
And what travel agent did you use at that time?
¿Y qué agente de viajes usó usted en ese momento?
La misma muchacha.
That same girl.
Zulima?
Zulima?
Now, if you recall, did you make some reservations to go to El Salvador earlier this month, the month of February?
A principios de este mes de febrero. Espérese.
Overruled.
Conteste.
Sí.
Yes.
And did you make reservations on a one-way ticket?
¿Reservaciones para un boleto de viaje sencillo?
No me acuerdo.
I don't remember.
All right, you weren't able to use those reservations, were you?
¿Usted usar esa reservación, verdad?
No.
No.
And why weren't you able to use them?
Porque mi hija me necesitaba.
Because my daughter needed me.
And was she out of town during part of the time?
Fuera de la ciudad durante parte de ese tiempo.
Estaba trabajando en Nueva York.
She was working in New York.
And when did your daughter return back to the Los Angeles area from working in New York?
Después de trabajar en Nueva York.
Porque vino el martes en la noche.
She came on Tuesday night.
And when your daughter was away in New York, who was looking after your grandchildren?
Yo.
I was.
And once your daughter returned from New York, did your daughter start looking after her own children?
¿Su hija empezó a cuidar a sus hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was it that you left to go to this other state?
Para irse al otro estado.
Me fui el miércoles en la mañana.
I left Wednesday morning.
And the airline that you take to
La aerolínea que tomó
El Salvador is, which airline is it?
¿Cuál es la aerolínea?
TACA.
TACA.
Now, you mentioned that Josefina Rodriguez, is that your niece?
Rodríguez es su sobrina.
Sí.
Yes.
And with regard to your flying back here to Los Angeles last night,
Anoche aquí a Los Ángeles.
did you call my office and tell them where you were?
Para decirnos dónde estaba.
Sí.
Yes.
And was a ticket then sent to you?
¿Y le mandaron entonces un boleto?
Sí.
Yes.
And is your niece supposed to reimburse us for that ticket?
¿Y su sobrina nos tiene que reembolsar ese boleto?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, don't know if you saw, did you see the video of Kristen Jeanette Meyer, the young lady from Court TV?
Video de Janet Myers de Court
Were you able to see that in court?
Yes. ¿Lo vio aquí? Yes.
Did she, when you were talking to her and she walked past you and you were sitting there with your lawyer, was she harassing you in any way?
¿Ella la estaba hostigando a usted de alguna forma?
No.
No.
She have a camera in her hand?
¿Ella llevaba cámara en la mano?
No.
No. I didn't see that.
You reached out and told her that you enjoyed her on Court TV?
Se le acercó y le dijo que le gustaba verla en Court TV.
Se ve bonita.
That she looks pretty.
Did you consider her to be like the people who follow you at your home
¿Ella es como
and
las
at work?
personas que la siguen en su trabajo y en su casa?
No.
No.
Was your lawyer sitting right by you when you talked to her?
¿Estaba sentado junto de usted cuando habló con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And also at lunchtime today,
A la hora del almuerzo el día de hoy.
who was sitting at the table with you at the time that we had our brief conversation, you and I?
Nuestra breve conversación usted y yo.
Patty McCann
Patty McCann
y Irma.
and Irma.
Yes. Did you see this man here?
Yeah.
And that's for the record, Mr. Howard Harris?
The señor Harris? Yeah.
And did you see a man walking with me
Un hombre que iba caminando conmigo.
who appeared to be, strike that.
About to object.
Oh, you don't have to object. Did, at the time that, did you see somebody walk in with me when I came in? May I ask if you can answer that?
Yes.
Yes.
And did that person stand there and keep people away from me until I left?
Evitando que la gente se me
That probably is. What did you see that person do while I was standing there talking to you?
No me acuerdo, no me fijé bien qué hacía él.
I don't remember. I didn't really pay attention to what he was doing.
And when I left from where you were, when I...
Well, he's here, so he obviously left.
No, I'm still downstairs, Mr. Darden. Your Honor, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
When I left, did you see that man leave with me?
¿Y usted que ese señor se fue conmigo?
No me fijé porque me quedé platicando con Irma.
I didn't pay attention because I was talking to Irma.
All right, and when you were sitting with your lawyer this morning in court, Mr. Jones, did you feel safe?
¿Se sintió usted segura? Yes.
Mr. Darden asked you some questions this morning about when you talked to your sister. Remember that?
¿Se acuerda?
Sí.
Yes.
And has your sister called to one of your relatives here in Los Angeles
¿Alguno de sus parientes aquí en
at any
Los
time in the
Ángeles?
recent past?
Últimamente?
No, a donde estoy ahorita llamó ella.
No, she called at the place where I am now.
All right. Has she talked to your niece or any of your other relatives recently?
Habló con mi sobrina.
She talked to my niece.
All right. You haven't talked to her personally.
¿No ha hablado con ella personalmente? No.
And when you leave on this flight tomorrow night for El Salvador, what time will you arrive in El Salvador?
Va a llegar usted a El Salvador.
Since facts not in evidence and it's leaving.
Oral.
There's been no indication that she's leaving for El Salvador, right?
Oral.
So tomorrow night.
A las 8 de la mañana voy, llegando a las 7:45 de la mañana llega el avión.
I will arrive at 8 in the morning. The plane comes in at 7:45 in the morning.
And what time do you leave here?
¿A qué hora
Los
sale usted
Angeles.
de aquí? Sale de Los
El avión
Ángeles.
sale a las 11.
The plane leaves at 11.
And that's on TACA, is that correct?
Es TACA, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Lastly, with regard to the Salingers,
Con respecto a los Salingers.
when Mrs. Salinger told you that if you stayed longer than 2 weeks away, she would hire another housekeeper, that mean to you that perhaps she no longer wanted you?
¿Eso para usted quería decir que ella ya no la quería?
Sí.
Yes.
It's also leading to staying, but the answer's already there. All right, ask the question again.
Certainly, Your Honor. What did you take Ms. Salinger to mean when she told you if you stayed longer than 2 weeks, if you stayed longer than 1 week, that she'd look for another housekeeper?
Ella iba a buscar otra housekeeper.
Que ella no me quería.
That she didn't want me anymore.
And that's when you then left?
¿Y es cuando se fue?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And you have no other job, do
¿Y
you?
no tiene otro trabajo, verdad? No.
You mentioned to Mr. Darden that you came back from this other state because you felt a duty or an obligation to come and testify. Is that right?
Deber de venir a declarar, ¿correcto?
Sí, no quería que el juez quedara mal con todo el mundo, diciendo que era una mentirosa yo que no venía.
Yes, I didn't want the judge to look bad before everybody and saying that I was a liar and that I didn't come when I was told to.
You had been told you were due here Friday morning?
Me dijeron que tenía que estar aquí el viernes
Sí.
en la mañana. Yes,
Is that why you came back?
Por eso es que regresó. Sí.
yes.
And do you want to testify truthfully here today?
Con la verdad aquí el día de hoy?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Simpson is not a friend of yours, is
No
he?
es amigo de usted, ¿verdad?
No.
No,
He lived next door to where you live.
él vive junto a donde usted
Sí.
vivía. Yes.
Thank you very kindly.
Any recross?
Ms. Lopez, you wanted to fly out of here and go to another state, is that correct?
¿Va a volar de aquí, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
How are you going to leave from LAX tomorrow night if you're in another state?
Del aeropuerto de Los Ángeles mañana en la noche si está usted en otro estado.
Me voy a regresar otra vez mañana.
I will come back again tomorrow.
Without telling me where and which state you are headed today, can you tell me whether or not you're going to that state to gamble? To gamble.
Si va a ir usted a ese
I stipulate
estado
no,
a
she's
jugar juegos de azar.
No tengo dinero ni para comer, señor.
I don't even have money to eat, sir.
I'm not eating all day.
You don't have money to eat?
No, señor,
tiene dinero
tengo,
para
porque
comer.
tengo el de mi ticket nada más y yo quiero ahorrar para mi ticket de mi avión.
No, sir, because I only have enough for the ticket and I want to save it for my airplane ticket.
Do you expect to pay Mr. Jones his legal fees at some point?
Cross-examination, I never went into that.
Sustain.
No contesto.
She's already testified when she was going to do that.
You told us that Mr. Cochran sent you a plane ticket. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. This morning you told us that your niece purchased your plane ticket. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you told us this morning?
No es cierto, no es lo que nos dijo esta
Yes.
mañana.
Can we have a yes or no answer, Your Honor?
It doesn't have to be a yes or no. She can explain that answer.
Isn't it true that this morning you told us that your niece purchased your plane ticket?
Sí.
Yes.
But now you're telling us that Mr. Cochran purchased your plane ticket, correct?
Overruled.
Correct?
Porque lo tiene que pagar otra vez. Hay que pagarle al señor.
Because she has to pay it back. The man has to be paid.
Si usted me presta $1, yo lo tengo que pagar para atrás.
If you lend me $1, I have to pay you back.
Mr. Cochran has paid for your plane ticket, correct?
Yo no sé quién no me lo pagó.
I don't know who paid it for me.
Okay. Someone working for...
Alguien que trabaja.
Okay. Well, your niece hasn't paid for
Bueno,
it,
su
correct?
sobrina no lo pagaron, ¿sí?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you're terrified for your family, is that correct?
Aterrorizada por su familia, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
But your family hasn't made plans to go to El Salvador, have they?
Porque mi hija es ciudadana norteamericana, tiene que ir a hacer El Salvador.
We have a yes or
Because
no
my
answer?
daughter is a North American citizen. She has no business in El Salvador.
Motion to strike, Your Honor. It's not a motion.
I'm sorry. It'll stand.
But your daughter has not made plans to go to El Salvador, correct?
No ha hecho planes para ir a El Salvador, ¿correcto?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
You told us that you talked to Rosa Maria Villapando for 25 to 30 minutes, correct?
25 o 30 minutos, ¿correcto?
Ya.
Yeah.
And that's your estimate, correct?
¿Correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, you weren't watching the clock as you talked to her, correct?
No.
No.
Okay, so it could have been longer than 25 to 30 minutes, correct?
¿Correcto?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay, could have been an hour, correct?
Pudo haber sido una hora, ¿correcto?
No lo creo.
I don't think so.
Okay, but you don't know, do you?
Overruled.
No lo sé.
I don't know.
And you don't know because you weren't wearing a
No
watch,
sabe
correct?
porque no traía puesto reloj, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. Were you wearing a watch?
¿Llevaba puesto reloj?
No.
No.
Okay. And you never wear a watch, do you?
Nunca usa reloj, ¿verdad?
Cuando quiero.
When I want to.
Okay. You rarely ever wear a watch, correct?
Overruled.
¿Correcto?
Cuando salgo.
When I go out.
You've been videotaped by several news crews out in front of the Salinger's residence, correct?
Equipos de noticias le han sacado video fuera de la casa de los Salingers, ¿correcto?
It's, Your Honor, she's out.
I'm sorry?
I said, if she's out in front of the residence and she isn't wearing a watch, what's improper about that?
No.
What's
Beyond
improper
the
about
scope.
it?
It's beyond the scope.
Counsel asked about time.
No, I know where you're going with this. No, it's beyond the scope.
Okay. You also told us this afternoon that you asked your lawyer if you could leave, and he said yes. Correct?
¿Correcto? Yes. Yes.
Was that Mr. Jones or was that Mr. Johnny?
Mr. John.
Okay. He said it was okay to leave town? Okay.
¿Cómo dijo usted?
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr.
Jones?
Yeah, Mr. Carl Jones.
Mr. Carl Jones.
Okay. He said it was okay to leave town?
¿Dijo que usted se podía ir de la ciudad?
Sí.
Yes.
He said it was okay to go to El Salvador?
¿Usted podía irse a El Salvador?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he say it was okay to stay there as long as you liked?
¿Quisiera?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And did he say it would be good if you stayed there as long as you liked?
¿Todo el tiempo que quisiera?
No.
No.
Someone called a travel agent this afternoon for you?
¿Agente de viajes esta tarde por usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Who called the travel agent?
¿Agente de viajes?
Patty.
Patty?
And who's Patty?
Salió por fuera.
He went outside. ¿Cómo?
Patty Mechanic.
Patty McKenna?
Okay. Mr. McKenna called a travel agent for you?
¿Llamó el agente de viaje por usted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He helped you get your plane
¿Le
ticket?
ayudó a conseguir su boleto de avión?
No, no hemos hablado del boleto de avión.
No, we haven't talked about a plane ticket.
Okay, well, he made reservations for you?
¿Hizo reservaciones?
Yo hablé con la muchacha, yo le dije que quería que me reservara mi ticket para mañana.
I talked to the girl. I told her that I wanted her to reserve my ticket for tomorrow.
Okay, and that was after Mr. McKenna called her for you, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Mr. McKenna offer to help pay for your plane ticket?
¿Ofreció ayudar con el pago de su boleto?
No, señor.
No, sir.
You also told us this afternoon that you made a reservation earlier this month to go to El Salvador, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a direct contradiction to what you told us this morning, correct? Witnesses answered yes.
Object on that question. His argument.
Overruled.
Mistakes evidence.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
We have the answer.
I don't believe so. Ask the question again. I don't have it in the record.
Okay. This afternoon you testified that you actually made a reservation earlier this month,
Antes este mes.
correct?
Principios de este mes, ¿correcto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But that contradicts what you told us this morning, doesn't it?
Pues esta mañana no es así. Espere.
Overruled. Overruled.
Conteste.
Doesn't it?
¿No es así?
That's
Yes.
also argumentative because she was not asked whether she made a reservation earlier this
And
month.
she was asked if she had made
Yes,
any...
yes, it is, and she's admitted that it's contradictory. All right, counsel, we need to take a brief recess for both the court reporter and the interpreter. We'll stand in recess for 15. All right, Ms. Lopez, you may step down, come back in 15. Yeah, but part of the deal is that they put everything back.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present before the court with his counsel. People are represented. Ms. Lopez, would you come forward, please?
Do you have the persons included previously in the courtroom?
Yes, they are. All right, record should reflect the presence of our certified Spanish interpreter, Doris Whites. Good afternoon, Ms. Lopez.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may conclude your recross examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, are you aware that in El Salvador today, that there are many, many billboards that say, if you see Rosa Lopez, call this number?
I don't think it's correct.
Okay. Are you?
What's your offer of proof on that, Mr. Darden? You asking that question?
Pardon?
What's your offer of proof in asking that question?
A member of the press just gave us that information, Your Honor.
The press should be objective, Your Honor.
And if it's true, then it's subjective.
Are they sworn? That's the problem with a question like that.
Are you sworn?
I'm
asking.
All right, I'm going to
If she speaks to people in El Salvador, maybe she knows this. If
Well,
she
she's
doesn't,
indicated so far that she hasn't talked to anybody in El Salvador in the last 2
Lately.
weeks.
lately.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. This doesn't help me a lot.
Okay. You told us this morning, strike that. You mentioned to us a little while ago that a security guard at the unemployment office frightened you in some manner?
Sí.
Yes.
And what was it about the security guard that frightened you?
No es que me asuste, sino que no me gusta que me digan una cosa que no lo soy. ¿Para qué me dijo que era la housekeeper de Mr. Simpson? ¿Sí?
It's not that it scares me, it's just that I don't like being told something that I'm not. Why does he tell me that I'm Mr. Simpson's housekeeper?
Well, no one has threatened to beat you up or anything, correct?
No.
No.
Overall, she says she's in fear of her personal safety, according to the declaration.
Right? No one has threatened to beat you up, correct?
A mí no.
Not me.
Okay. And you say that your daughter told you something about the people on the other side?
La gente del otro lado, los contrarios.
No de ustedes, sino que no le gusta.
Not about
Tiene
you.
miedo.
She doesn't like it. She's afraid.
But she told you that
Cuando ella le dijo,
you should be concerned about the people on the other side, correct?
preocupar de los contrarios, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who are the people on the other side?
De la otra parte, los contrarios. I don't know.
Okay. Are they black people?
Los negros?
No. Yo no sé.
No, I don't know.
No me especifico.
She didn't specify.
What else do you have? So no one has threatened you with any physical harm, correct?
Daños físicos, ¿correcto?
Correct?
¿Correcto?
Pero muchas de mis amistades dicen que tenga mucho cuidado porque este caso está muy difícil y que me pueden llegar a matar.
But many of my friends tell me to be very careful because this case is very difficult and that I could even be killed.
But no one has threatened you with physical harm,
Pero nadie
correct?
usted la ha amenazado con daños físicos, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
When you spoke to your lawyer, did he tell you that you could testify on tape?
Testificar en grabación, en cinta?
Sí.
Yes.
And did he tell you that you could do that
Usted podría hacer eso.
and not be required to testify in open court?
Y no tener la necesidad de declarar en el tribunal. Sí. Yes.
And that's really what you would rather do, correct?
Y eso es lo que usted preferiría hacer, ¿correcto? Yes. Yes.
Okay. You'd rather testify on tape than have to testify in front of all of these people, correct? Well,
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
¿Entiende la pregunta?
No.
No.
Rephrase the question.
well, when you testify on tape, if you know, who else would be present?
¿Quién estaría presente si es que sabe usted?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay. Is it your understanding that it'll only be you and the judge and the lawyers?
No sé.
I don't know.
Why would you rather testify on tape?
Quería, pero ahora ya todos me están viendo aquí, ¿para qué me voy a ir?
I wanted to, but now everybody's looking at me here, so why should I leave?
My point exactly, nothing further.
With regard to your statement about why should you leave, do you still want to go to El Salvador?
¿No se quiere ir a El Salvador?
Sí, señora.
Yes, sir. And I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
And do you have a place to stay in Los Angeles, California, a place where you can spend the night
¿Dónde
even?
puede pasar la noche?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Your daughter came back on Tuesday night from New York. Remember you testified about that?
¿Declaró usted eso?
When she came back Tuesday from New York, your daughter?
¿Martes de Nueva York, su hija?
Sí.
Yes.
The two of you had an argument at that point, is that correct?
Tuvieron una discusión en ese momento,
All right.
pero no conteste.
All right. Did the two of you have an argument that night?
Ustedes dos tuvieron...
No, that's not leading, counsel.
Yes. Yes.
And after that, did you have any place to stay here in Los Angeles Tuesday night?
¿En Los Ángeles en
No,
en la
dormí en
noche?
la calle.
No, I slept on the street,
And in what did you sleep in?
En el carro.
in the car.
And after, if tonight in Los Angeles, do you have any place you can go and sleep tonight?
No.
Is that why you're going to go back to that other state tonight?
¿A ese otro estado esta noche?
Yes.
Yes.
All the while you're working at the Salingers, when you weren't at work with the Salingers, where did you live?
Trabajaba con los Sanitors. ¿Dónde vivía?
Con mi hija.
With my daughter.
And your dispute,
Y su discusión,
an argument with your daughter, is over what?
pelea con su hija es con relación a qué?
Por el caso este.
Because of this case, coming to testify.
And because of this case, you have no place to stay. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you talk to Mr. Jones about whether or not you could go to El Salvador, tell us what, if anything, you asked Mr. Jones about going to El Salvador.
Yo le dije si me podía ir a El Salvador porque estaba tengo mucha presión con este caso y que yo me quería ir a El Salvador. Él me dijo sí me puedo ir cuando usted quiera, usted no es prisionera de este país, usted se puede ir a donde usted quiera.
I asked him if I could go to El Salvador because I have a lot of pressure because of this case, and he said to me, you can go whenever you want to. You are not a prisoner in this country.
Después que testificar aquí.
But after I testified here.
All right. And is that why you came back here voluntarily today? Because you promised your lawyer you'd come back to appear before Judge Ito?
Sí. Yes.
And ma'am, if we don't finish these proceedings today, and you had to come back on Monday, do you have any place to stay this weekend?
No, y yo no quiero volver el lunes para acá.
No, and I don't want to come back here on Monday.
All right. Do you want to come back in a couple of months to testify in this case?
No, señor, yo no quiero volver acá.
No, sir, I don't want to come back here.
And why is that?
¿Por qué es eso?
Porque no quiero volver a este país donde que todos me conocen, todos me miran y yo ya no quiero volver a testificar. Yo no quiero. Yo dije que venía ahora a testificar. Era ahora.
Because I don't want to come back here where everybody knows me, everybody looks at me. I don't want to come back to testify. I said that I would come today, and I came today, but I don't want to testify again.
And are you still afraid for your personal safety?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. A couple of questions, Your Honor.
Couple.
Ms. Lopez, you have a lot of respect for Judge Ito, don't you?
Tiene mucho respeto por el juezito, ¿no es así? Sí. Yes.
If he provides you with a plane ticket
Y si él le da un boleto
and
de
a
avión
hotel room,
y un cuarto de hotel
and if he orders you to return
y
to
le
El
ordena
Salvador
que
to
regrese
testify,
usted a El Salvador a declarar,
will you return?
¿regresaría usted?
Me aprecio mucho, señor juez, pero no vengo.
I like you very much, Your Honor, but I won't come back.
Me voy a otro país, señor.
I will go to another country, sir.
Y lo respeto muchísimo.
And I respect you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Gracias, señor.
Did your lawyer tell you to tell the judge that you will not come
¿Le
back?
dijo usted que le diga al juez que no regresara? Espérese.
Overruled.
Diga. No.
Did you understand Mr. Cochran's objection?
¿Entendiste la objeción del señor Cochran?
No.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, when you go back to El Salvador, where will you stay?
¿En dónde se va a quedar? I have my home in El Salvador.
Can we have that question? I don't know what she's going to, I'm concerned about security with regard to the response to that. She can answer, but I don't know what the court says.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have a place to stay when you go to El Salvador?
¿Cuándo regrese a El Salvador?
Tengo mi casa.
I have my home there.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lopez. I'm going to excuse you from the witness stand at this time. I'm going to ask you to wait outside in the hallway. And Mr. Cochran, sorry, Mr. Jones, would you sit with her out in the hallway, please?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Benefit to be derived from approaching and discussing this issue.
I'm more of an approach. I want to listen.
Right. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will next call Mr. Jones to bring in the witness. His name is Zulima Aida.
For the record, Your Honor, just a few moments ago, or when her name was mentioned, that the people were apprised that this witness would be testifying in this hearing. We received no discovery.
I have no discovery.
And we received very little information in terms of what this witness is expected to testify to, and so I object to counsel calling her at this time.
Noted. Overruled. All right, ma'am, would you step over here, stand over here by the projector here? Would you face the court clerk and raise your right hand, please?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record. Thank you.
Right. All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please state and spell your name?
Spell my name?
State and spell your name, please.
Okay, my name is Zulema, and it's spelled Zulema.
And what is your last name?
My last name is Ida, Iida.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Miss Ida, when is the first time we ever met?
Today, right by the door?
A short time ago in the hallway there?
Yes.
Is that right? And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a travel agent,
And by whom are you employed?
Pan Americana Travel System.
And where is your office? Where is it located?
The address?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 6344 San Fernando Road in the city of Glendale.
And did you see the lady who just went out in the hall just before you came in, whose name is Rosa Maria Lopez? Do you know her?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Rosa Lopez?
Because she buys tickets from me to go to El Salvador.
And over what period of time have you come to know Rosa Lopez, if you can tell us?
For almost a year, about a year.
And do you recall that she has purchased more than one ticket to El Salvador for
Yes.
you? And is that through Pan Americana Travel System?
Yes.
How long have you worked at that travel system?
That specific location for 1 year.
All right. And before that, did you work for some other location for the same company?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the other time or times that Ms. Lopez has purchased tickets, do you remember what country she was going to?
Yes.
And what country was that?
El Salvador.
And do you remember what airline she flew on?
TACA or United.
All right. In that connection, if you recall, did you have occasion to make any reservations for Ms. Rosa Lopez at any time during the first part of February to go to El Salvador?
Yes.
And when was that? When did you make those reservations, if you recall?
It was about beginning of February that she wanted to leave on 15th of February just one way.
15th of February?
Yes.
That was a Wednesday. And did you make any reservations for her?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what airline those were made on?
Not exactly, but I think TACA or United.
All right. And obviously she didn't go on February 15th, is that correct? Those reservations expired?
Yes.
All right. You received a call over the lunch hour from a Mr. Pat McKenna, did you, today?
Yes.
And were you asked to come down to court this afternoon?
Yes.
At my request, have you had occasion to check to determine whether or not there is a flight to El Salvador tomorrow night leaving Los Angeles International Airport at about 11 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
And what airline is that on?
United.
And is there also a TACA flight?
Yes.
There are two flights, one TACA, one United?
There's several.
Okay, several flights?
Mm-hmm.
And is there a non-stop flight tomorrow night?
I believe this flight, it's nonstop that leaves tomorrow night.
And is that flight, and at my request, did you check to see if there was a nonstop flight available to El Salvador leaving Los Angeles International Airport tomorrow night? That there are tickets available or seats available?
Yes, there are.
On the other occasion or occasions that you recall, Ms. Lopez traveling with your agency, do you recall how she paid for her fare?
Yes.
And how did she?
Cash.
And with regard to flying either on TACA or United, are you able to pay for the tickets on the same day that you leave if seats are available?
Yes.
And if you can tell us the approximate fare one way to El Salvador from Los Angeles International Airport?
About 317.
All right.
It varies.
All right, varies. It's 300 plus, is that correct?
Correct.
And that, if one had that amount of money and there are seats available tomorrow night?
Yes.
On that flight?
Yes.
What time would that flight arrive in El Salvador? If you know.
6 a.m., 6:10 a.m.
Very well, and you came down per our request without a subpoena, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very kindly.
Certainly. The counselor indicating that the real-time computer on their desk has frozen. Court reporters indicate that after the tripod fell on this court reporter's machine that it's been freezing.
Is yours working, Your Honor?
No, I don't believe so. The testimony was rather brief, though.
What they do before they have real time?
Slight technical problem here.
Okay. How long have you been working at that travel agency?
1 year.
1 year?
Yes.
And during that year, you've learned to book flights on to Salvador?
Yes.
And what airlines do you book flights to Salvador with?
United, TACA, Aviateca, LATSA. Those are the most that I use.
And Salvador, that's a pretty popular destination place. You book a lot of flights to Salvador?
Yes.
Do you have any records of the reservations you made for Rosa Lopez on February 15th?
No, because we changed the same reservation.
So you don't have any paperwork to show that you made that reservation on February 15th, is that right?
That's right.
And ordinarily, when you make reservations for a flight to Salvador, you fill out some kind of a ticket form, don't you?
Yes and no, because when you know, you just go straight to the computer and you just fill in all the information directly to the computer.
Right. And you type it right into the computer and that goes straight to the airline, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay, and so you would have done that for Rosa Lopez on February 15th, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And so you should be able to pull up some record, if you wanted to print out the activity that you did for the month of February. That printout should show a reservation that you made for Rosa Lopez on February 15th, isn't it?
And not if you cancel it, or if you make changes to the reservation.
Okay, if you canceled it, then wouldn't you have some record of the fact that it was canceled, that the reservation was made and canceled?
I don't think so.
How many times have you booked flights for Rosa Lopez in the past year to Salvador?
To be honest, I don't know the exact number, but probably 2 or 3.
Okay, and when did you book those?
One that I remember was in November.
Okay, and when in November?
The date, middle of November.
You don't remember the date?
No.
And did she go on that? Did she actually go to Salvador on that occasion?
Yes, because she had the ticket.
And what airline did she fly on?
At that time was, I believe, TACA or United.
And she came back after that? And did she fly again?
After she came back, no.
Did she go earlier in the year?
What I remember, no.
So she only, from the time that you've been working at that agency, during the year of '94, she went once, and she went in November, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any, well, let me ask you this. In this month of February, how many reservations have you made in general for El Salvador?
For Rosa?
No.
In general. It's hard to say. Over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Yes.
Over 1,000. Do you remember the names of all the people you booked those to?
Just few.
Okay. How is it you remember Rosa Lopez?
Because she calls me on the phone, and she always calls me to find out how the price is, and she wants to come and get the ticket when the price is down.
When did you first get the call to come to court today?
This morning at about 12.
And who called you?
Pat, I think his name, yes.
Pat McKenna?
Yes, I think so.
And did he tell you that he wanted you to come in and testify that you booked Rosa Lopez a flight on February 15th?
Well, do you understand the question, ma'am?
Would you repeat the question?
I'm sorry.
Would you repeat the question?
Yes. I can't. I can't. Did Mr. McKenna tell you that he wanted you to come in and testify that Rosa Lopez booked a flight to Salvador with you on February 15th?
No, I don't think so.
Well, what did he tell you?
He told me that he wanted me to come to court, and he asked me questions about her, that when she was leaving, and
What did he ask you?
he asked me what airline she was leaving, at what time.
Did he ask if you remembered that she had booked a flight with you earlier this month?
Yes, yeah, I think so. He asked me.
Is that what he asked you?
Yes.
And did he also ask you whether you remembered canceling that reservation?
Yes, when Rosa called, we made a we usually make reservations, and the passenger changes her mind. In this case, like in Rosa, she changed her mind for the 15th of February, then we book a round-trip reservation.
And who told you the date was February 15th?
Well, Rosa.
Rosa, she told you?
Yeah.
When did she tell you that? Today?
Today, and also when she called, that was, I think, beginning of February.
When did you talk to Rosa today?
What time? You mean what time?
Yes, what time?
It was about noontime.
Right back. I'm sorry.
Certainly. Madam Reporter.
What time after it was about noontime?
And you spoke to Rosa Lopez on the telephone?
Yeah. Yes.
And after that, did you speak to Mr. McKenna?
You mean Pat? Pat?
Yes.
Yes.
So first you spoke to Rosa Lopez, is that right?
Right.
And then you spoke to Pat McKenna, is that right?
Yes.
When Rosa talked to you, did she tell you that she wanted you to come in and testify that she had booked a flight earlier this month for Salvador?
Well, she's always talking about her flights, and I believe she did.
Well, but when she talked to you today,
Yes.
did she ask you to come to court and testify that you booked a flight for her to Salvador earlier this month?
Yes.
And did she tell you what date she wanted you to testify to?
Well, when she called, she told me she wanted to leave on the 15th of February.
No, I'm talking about your conversation with her today.
Oh, today? Yeah, she reminded me about that.
She reminded you.
Yes.
She told you to say that it was on February 15th when you came to court. Is that right? Object, Your Honor.
Object to the form of that question.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Ms. Davis.
Overruled. Why don't you restate the question?
And did she tell you to say it was on February 15th that
Yes.
you booked the flight for her?
Yeah, she reminded me, yes.
She told you to come in and tell that to the court. Is that right?
Object, that's not what she said. She said she reminded everybody.
Overruled. I heard, counsel, I heard the testimony. Let's finish this. Yes.
Did you hear?
Yeah, she reminded me.
Okay. Because you didn't know that on your own.
Not really, no.
Now, isn't it true that you have actually booked a flight to El Salvador for Rosa Lopez
due to leave on March the 15th and return on March the 20th?
Yes.
And which airline is that?
United.
United. Can you tell us how much that ticket is?
At this moment, it's about $452, including taxes.
Is that round trip?
That's a round trip.
Good deal.
I'm sorry, what was that amount again?
$452.
All right, that's a round trip fare?
Yes.
And what's the one-way fare?
About 320 or 315, including taxes.
Mm-hmm. And did you tell Mr. Cochran about this round-trip ticket you booked for Rosa Lopez in March to and from El Salvador?
Yes.
You told him about that, did you?
Yes.
And when did you tell him about that?
Today.
Today, when you talked to him at noon?
Yes.
Okay, now has that ticket been paid for, that round-trip ticket?
No.
Do you have a requirement that it be paid for within 24 hours of the reservation?
Yes. To keep the fare, the price of the fare.
To keep the price of the fare. But the reservation still stands, isn't that right?
That's right.
So as of now, Rosa Lopez is scheduled to fly out to El Salvador on March the 15th and return on March the 20th to Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
As of right now, we made a change. She's leaving tomorrow night. One-way ticket.
And when did that change occur?
Today.
What time today?
And around noontime, or after I talked to her.
After she called you and asked you to come to court?
Yes.
And that was after noon?
Yes, when I talked to her.
Mm-hmm. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Ms. Davis, the reservations that you referred to that were for March, whatever date it was in March, when were those reservations made?
Would you repeat the question?
The reservations that you were just talking to Ms. Clark about that you'd said were made like in March, that was a round trip for $400+?
Yes.
Do you know when those reservations were made?
21st of February.
All right, and then with regard to that, the reservations that were made at the 1st of February,
Yes.
when was that? That was a round-trip ticket or a one-way ticket?
The first time we made the reservation was a one-way ticket.
All right, and with Ms. Clark asked you some questions about whether or not your memory was reminded or refreshed by Rosa Lopez. Do you recall that you actually made those reservations for the 1st of February?
I recall.
All right,
Yeah.
and what's your best recollection of the date that Ms. Lopez was supposed to leave to go from LAX to El
Con usted, ¿verdad?
Time?
Hablar con usted brevemente.
Well, let me ask it another way. All right. Did you see me briefly at lunch before I left? All right. And with Ms. Clark asked you some questions about whether or not your memory was reminded or refreshed by Rosa Lopez. Do you recall that you actually made those reservations for the 1st of February?
I recall.
All right.
Yeah.
And what's your best recollection of the date that Ms. Lopez was supposed to leave to go from LAX to El Salvador?
Well, 15th of February.
All right. And then she did not take that trip, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then with regard to the reservations that she asked you about on March, what was the date, do you recall?
March. I'm sorry, what is that?
What was the date in March?
When she wants to leave?
Yes.
I believe it's 13th of March.
All right. And do you know whether or not that ticket's ever been paid for?
Those tickets have not been paid for.
They've not been paid for?
No.
And they were made on February 21st?
They were made on February 21st.
And if you don't pay for them within 24 hours, what happens to the tickets or the reservations?
The reservation remains there, and the price may go up or may go down.
All right. The only way you reserve the actual fare is you pay for it within 24 hours of the date that you make the reservation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the 21st of February was last Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes, I think
And
so.
Now, you indicated in response to Ms. Clark's questions that Ms. Lopez has asked you, and she now has reservations on a flight leaving here tomorrow night?
Correct.
And what's that fare?
One-way fare for tomorrow night will be $297 and 14, about $320, something like that.
$320?
Yes.
And when does that have to be paid for by?
24 hours or tomorrow.
All right, so it was made today, so you have to pay for it either in 24 hours or before
Tomorrow.
the flight?
Before the flight.
All right. The other reservations for later in March, she'll take whatever she can get if she tries to use those later. Is that correct? If she hasn't paid for them now?
Say that again?
Sure. With regard to that, she's not paid for those tickets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so the reservations will still stand, but there are no tickets. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. And that was made on February 21st.
That's right. That's correct.
And that was made after the reservations you testified about that were made in the first part of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
For February 15th?
February, sometime in beginning of February.
All right. Do you know of anything that unusual happened in Rosa Lopez's life on February 21st? Did she talk to you about that at all?
Objection, objection.
Can you answer that? She knows?
Hearsay.
Anything unusual? That's hearsay?
Did she tell you anything?
You can answer yes or no. Did Rosa Lopez...
What's irrelevant?
I can link it up. May I proceed?
I asked the question, but I'm suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
All right.
Did Rosa Lopez tell you anything at all when she made the reservations on February 21st, if you recall?
Thank you. No.
All right. Were those reservations made through you?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very kindly.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, very briefly. What time in the morning does your agency open?
9 in the morning.
9 in the morning. And as of 9 this morning,
Yes.
the reservations you had for Rosa Lopez were a round-trip ticket to El Salvador and to return to Los Angeles in March of this year. Is that right?
That's right.
Were you watching these proceedings in court this morning?
No.
You didn't. Do you have a television set in your agency?
No.
Were you listening to it on the radio?
No.
The tickets for February 21st for March were never paid for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the past, Rosa Lopez, has she made reservations in the past, and they've also not been paid for by the time of flight?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
What's the question?
In the past, has Rosa Lopez made other reservations other than the one in February, the early part of February, that was for February 15th, in which she did not take that particular flight?
You mean she made a reservation? And didn't go, yes.
That's happened in the past?
It happened in the past. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Clark? All right, Ms. Ida, thank you very much for coming. You're now excused. Mr. Cochran, anything else for the, on behalf of the moving party?
I'm not a witness to this one.
All right. Anything on behalf of the opponents?
Thank you, Your Honor. The court has heard the testimony and, as usual, has been patient with regard to the evidence that's been presented. The court has for its consideration Ms. Rosa Maria Lopez, a lady who has relevant testimony to give in this case. She's an important witness for the defense, I think, by all accounts. That's why both sides are fighting, it seems, so vigorously. The question is whether or not the proponent has met their burden with regard to showing that there's a reasonable likelihood that she's going to leave this jurisdiction. The evidence to me seems to be clear, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez is a woman whose face has been broadcast even through counsel's examination, literally around the world, by virtue of the great interest in this case. I suppose that the individuals who framed 1335 probably didn't have this case in mind, as did, I think, anybody could have had this case in mind. Here's a lady who's a housekeeper, who has no other means of support, whose family has been torn asunder by the fact that she witnessed something that will bear on Mr. Simpson's innocence. And that may not be fair to her, but she has acted, it seems to me, out of a sense of duty. She's had a lawyer, Mr. Jones, who's advised her throughout. And it seems to me that the court has to look at the things that's happened to this lady. She had a job of some 3 years with the Salingers. She doesn't have that job anymore. This isn't a wealthy lady, Your Honor. Well, you worked for 3 years with a family who, by and large, was pretty happy with you. But I would suspect, and I think it's reasonable, that when this case comes into your life, things happen and things change. We've all seen what this has done to our lives and to witnesses' lives, which is even more important. The Salingers, she said, have not been happy with the fact they've come about. The fact that Mr. Darden brings out there's a gate out there is of no consequence. She's the housekeeper. The fact that gate may be closed on one day, that doesn't mean the press, she's not been a virtual prisoner in her home on occasions. She works out there perhaps 5 days a week. But when this case started, she had a son and a daughter, Your Honor. Her family wasn't torn asunder. And when she goes home to her daughter's house, the problems have started. The daughter says that you brought the press to us. The whole fact that we have this tape from Channel 34 is because the press found this lady. The courts read this statement Mr. Darden gave us. They said, in the community, we found her. This lady wanted anonymity. That's all she's ever asked for. She didn't ask to be thrust in the spotlight, and it's outrageous that she's been treated like some kind of a criminal when she is a witness in this case. It's outrageous. And so what happened is that she's out minding her own business last Friday. She is apparently accosted. She has a conversation with a lady. She then calls her lawyers. A declaration is done. And I went through certainly the key portions of that declaration, and specifically paragraph 7. It is not required that she believes that somebody's going to walk up or somebody threatens her with physical violence. She says she's afraid. She's afraid for her life. She's afraid for the safety of her family, that her daughter told her, if you go and testify in that case, I'm not going to be your daughter anymore, and you're not going to see your grandchildren anymore. And her daughter apparently meant it, because when her daughter came back from working in New York on Tuesday, Your Honor, Rosa Lopez was thrown out. Rosa Lopez spent the night in her car on Tuesday night. On Wednesday, she left the state. Now, to her everlasting credit, despite what the people think, this lady called on her own yesterday to Mr. Jones in the afternoon. And the court's aware of that because when I got a call at 5 o'clock, we made arrangements to bring her back here today. She's back. She was in another state. She has no place to live here. She doesn't have her daughter anymore. The family's been torn asunder. And now we're being told that, well, gee, if you go to El Salvador, they'll know about you there. There's those a reason. You know, if this is a case about the search for truth, why not let her testify? Why should her life be ruined? Some of us have to be here every day because this is our job. But she is an unwitting and unwilling participant. And it seems to me, where this court has discretion and wisdom and judgment, this is the kind of call that we ask you to make. This is a witness. And the message we send to all these witnesses will set the standard for how people should be treated and whether or not they want to become involved in this system. Rosa Lopez's testimony will rise or fall on what she has to say on the critical events of June 12th, 1994. The people seem to want to fight that. They seem to be very afraid of what she may say at that time. She's a witness. In Mr. Simpson's behalf, we have to bring this motion. If a witness says to us, and her declaration says, I am going to El Salvador and I'm not coming back, and it seemed to me that perhaps the most relevant testimony was a couple of Mr. Darden's very key questions at the end. He asked, "You have great respect for Judge Ito?" She said, "Yes, I do. I like him very much. But I'm not coming back because I've had it." And Judge, if you put yourself in her place, who'd want to come back and be subjected to all kind of questions? When all you come in and say is, "Look, I'm afraid for my safety." Who among us can say she's not telling the truth? None of us can do that. She says, I have nothing to do with this case except I'm a witness, and I'm afraid for my safety. I want to go back to my homeland where I have a home. I don't have a home in Los Angeles. I don't want to reveal to you where I had to go the other day when I flew back here tonight. And I want to go back to that place. My bags are packed for over a month, she says. And then we bring in a travel agent who she's dealt with. I think it's of no moment she has a reservation in March or whatever. Travel agent said she made a reservation for February 15th she couldn't keep. And we know that her daughter was out of town. When her daughter came back, the split occurred, and now she wants to go. But in the final analysis, it's Rosa Lopez who this court has to believe. If she says, "I'm not coming back, I'm leaving," I think you can believe that. Here's a woman who didn't have to come back today. That's the point. They can never get over this point. We did not know where she was until she called Mr. Jones yesterday afternoon because of the split with her daughter. She came back on her own and said, "I will come, I will testify, I want to resolve it today." But again, Judge, is it her fault that everything in this case takes much longer than we anticipate? So do we say to Rosa Lopez, "Okay, you're a good citizen. If you felt the duty, you came back. Now I'm going to make you stay here till Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday"? She doesn't want to do that, and that's not fair. So I would ask the court to grant this motion. And I asked her, and Darden asked her, and she said not only does she doesn't want to come back on Monday, she didn't want to come back in 3 months. The court's aware of the law. If we lose her, she's a relevant, important witness, in this case, in a search for justice. So I don't know how we can afford to lose her under the circumstances. But on the other hand, I don't think this court can lock her up. This is a voluntary witness who came back here on her own with the understanding she said, "I want to get this over with in one day and go on with my life." And she has a right. She is a free citizen that she should be able to go where she wants to go under the circumstances. She's made her claim, and I trust the court will believe what she's had to say, that she's in fear. And I think the court can read and look at this woman. You saw her tearful testimony with regards to what she had to say. This woman is afraid. She doesn't want to be here. She didn't want a picture blasted all over the place. She had a different conception of what it meant to have your testimony taken. And she thought, I believe, that it was the judges, the lawyers, and whatever. But even when she got here today and saw the fact that there was a camera here, she still said, "I'm willing to try and testify. But I want to testify today. I don't want to have to come back in the future. I want to say what I have to say and get it over with." She said she's under great stress. And also I'd point out to the court that the testimony unrebutted is that there's a problem of a history of heart ailments with this family. She has every reason to want to go to El Salvador. That's her home. It's the only home she has in the world, Your Honor. She's lost her job. She has no money. She has no place to stay. She has a son who's entombed in a temporary grave. I mean, what more do we want? She has a sister who is ill. Now, who among the prosecution can be so heartless as to stand up here and say, "Well, let's make her come back"? Well, maybe there's one or two, but we'll see. But at any rate, it seems to me that in this situation, this lady has made her case, Your Honor, and we should be permitted to have a conditional examination. I do not think that she'll be seen again. And I don't know who could blame her under those circumstances. And the alternative is for this court to hold her against her will. Where's she going to stay? Her daughter won't take her in because of this case. Her daughter feels that there's fear. Now, you may believe that the daughter's fear is unreasonable, but if somebody believes that, Your Honor, you can't talk them into that. We have to consider the totality of the circumstances. And I think the proponent has met their burden. And I would respectfully ask the court that to make a decision to allow us to preserve her testimony. And keep this in mind, Your Honor. And what we do with regard to Rosa Lopez, it says something to all the witnesses who would otherwise come forward in any case in America. It says they're going to be treated with some kind of dignity. They're going to be treated fairly. They're not going to be treated as though they've lied about every little thing. If somebody says they want to go to El Salvador because they want to get away from this case, I don't know how unreasonable that is. And they want to give their testimony and not have to come back down here again and be subjected to this.
Mr. Cochran, would you address what appear to the court to be several contradictions in the record as far as Ms. Lopez is concerned. For example, the declaration that she has been harassed by the news media, and that it is this harassment that is the major component of her desire to leave the United States, yet she voluntarily consents to a interview with Ms. Villapando. She indicates an interest in the various television coverages, that she recognizes some of the television reports.
Okay, Moki. Good night to you. Thank you for coming. Have a good evening.
Reporters here, and I have to tell you, I don't know who that woman was. I don't watch court TV. I don't have cable TV.
All right.
I had no idea who that person was. She knows who it is. That she saw that as a personality, somebody that she liked and enjoyed. It shows, to me, an interest in the press and not a fear of the press. The contradictory statements that she has made about when she is going to leave the country. The statement made by Carl Jones that on as early as last week, that he had no knowledge that his client was going to be leaving the country, or that she had expressed anything like that. The contradictory statement to the Salingers that she was going to immediately leave to go to El Salvador, which she did not do.
And Merry Christmas.
Contradictory statements that she made today regarding when she made the reservations to leave, the fact that she did not disclose the reservations in March. In fact, she denied having any other arrangements. I mean, there are a number of contradictions in what she has said, and that concerns me about the credibility of her statement that she now intends to go today no matter what.
All right, let me address those, please. Thank you. With regard to the press, first of all,
I think there's probably 3 or 4 more.
well, feel free to. It's fine.
It's just off the top
Okay,
of my
whatever
head.
number you want to bring, I'm more than happy to answer them. First of all, I think that even Your Honor has friends in the press, people that you trust. Well, you did at one point, Your Honor. Let me point this out. You can trust, I'm not trying to hurt the guy, but all of us have people that we may respect or admire in the press at one time or other. Even wise people make mistakes regarding the press. As I understood it, and we saw the tape, let's just take that incident, and I want to put it in perspective of where it should be. She's sitting on a bench back there with her lawyer. She feels safe. Kristen Jeanette Meyer walks past. She recognized and said something like, "You're pretty. I've seen you on television," something like that. This lady, I think there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean that you hate all the press. Kristen Jeanette Meyer did not have a camera running after her, asking her a bunch of questions. She was walking past. Ms. Lopez instituted that. Does that mean she didn't want to go to El Salvador? Does that mean that she doesn't have a fear of what the press has done to her life? I think not, Your Honor. I mean, if you look at that for what it is, that was one person she recognized with her lawyer sitting, hopefully in the sanctity and some safety in this particular courtroom, when she says, "You're a pretty lady on television, I recognize you." Now, the fact that some of us may not see court TV or know who Kristen Jeanette Meyer was, she recognized her. In response to Mr. Darden's question, she said she'd seen some portion of the preliminary hearing. But I don't see any contradiction between that and the fact that she is terrified or concerned about the press and what the press has done to her life, what the press has done to her daughter, what her daughter thinks the press is going to do. I mean, Judge, you perhaps, and we have become used to the press outside your doors all the time. But for regular people who have their regular lives, they don't like that. They'd like to go when they please. And when it brings problems in the family, that's what we're talking about. So let's just take that, and I think that's an answer with regard to that. Now, secondly, you asked a question about Mr. Jones' statement. Mr. Jones, as I understand it, talked to her as often as he could in talking to her. And at one point, and I've never heard any testimony about whether or not he said that or not, but let's assume that that was at some point in February he said he didn't know.
Well, if you recall, she acknowledged under cross-examination by Mr. Darden that she had heard Mr. Jones say on the 17th that he had been in contact with her and had no knowledge of her any plans to leave.
All right.
That's the state of the record.
Okay, that's fine. And we did not. What I meant, we didn't call Mr. Jones on this issue. That we'd be here all
that was
day.
an acknowledgement by the client, and he's speaking for the client.
In that connection, the court will recall there had been some earlier declarations in this regard. On the 17th of February, because this addresses that issue, so a declaration prepared by Mr. Jones in talking with his client with a Spanish interpreter there where she spells out this fear. The 17th was apparently a pretty frightening day by all accounts for her. She had hidden out again, Judge. She had lost the job now with the Salingers. Keep that in mind. I mean, she loses the job. I mean, does that mean anything to any of us? That she's lost her livelihood. She's lost the job. She's at home at her daughter's house. Her daughter is saying, you get involved in this case and you're out of here. Channel 34 says they go out and they do a community service, they find her. And all these cameras and everything then show up. There was no interview as such. As I understood it, Ms. Villalpando gained her confidence or whatever and came inside the house and then tried to talk to her. She then went on camera. Rosa Lopez did not go on camera. Ms. Villalpando then talked to her and made this statement, and some members of the press perhaps are nicer than others. But there's no interview by Rosa Lopez. And again, she's never said, I hate all members of the press. What she said is, I hate what the press has done to me and my family. There's some nice people out there, Your Honor. And I look back and I see some of the nice ones. But collectively, it's what they become when they want to get a story. And Rosa Lopez is a hot story. So that with regard to that, I see that of no particular moment or consequence. Now, with regard to Rosa Lopez as a witness on the stand, the court had an opportunity to observe her. And certainly, you have in mind her testimony. This lady said she had made reservations through this company, Pan Americana. I heard that, and I went and checked that, and she gave the name of the street, and absolutely she was right. She had said at one point in Mr. Darden's examination that she'd made some reservations, and in fact she hadn't made those reservations. But from the 17th, when she did that declaration, she's always been clear, I am leaving by tomorrow. And the reason why I thought Zulima Aida was important was, Judge, again, you have to look at Rosa Lopez and look at her history. Some people, Judge, are not frequent flyers. They don't go and buy their tickets a month in advance and stick by it. Some people try to get the best rate. Some people, it seems to me, according to Ms. Aida, make reservations and don't always comply with them. Some people, when flights are available and they say they're going to go, they do it and do it that day. Now, we know from Ms. Aida, she now has reservations to that effect. She was out of town until 1:30 this morning, Your Honor. She slept for no more than 2.5 hours, then met with lawyers, and has been here since before 9 o'clock this morning. So the court has to consider the totality of her testimony with regard to whether or not she's impeached on any point or whatever. The court saw the things that she had to say. The purpose of this hearing was not to tear into Rosa Lopez Day, as the court understands. The purpose of this hearing was to determine whether or not her testimony should be preserved based upon what she has to say. And I keep coming back to the point. She is the one that one has to listen to. Not the DAs, not any other witness. She is the one, when she says to you, I like you, I respect you, but I'm not coming back here. I want to get out of here. Darden asked her several different ways. Well, what if the DA's office, or what if the judge, out of his budget, pays for her to put her up? And that's an admission, Judge. This lady has no place to stay. She has no place to go by virtue of this case. And so we're going to tar and feather her? I mean, it frightens, it shocks me. Think of the message we want to send around America to witnesses, to this innocent lady who comes in here and wants to go to El Salvador to rebury her son, to look after her sick sister, to go to the only place she has a home, to go to her homeland where she is franchised when she's been thrown out of her daughter's home, and come here on her own from another state. I think she deserves a lot more credit than it seems to me she's been given. If the court will remind me of the other issue, I perhaps didn't get it. I'll be glad to respond to it.
Well, just the various contradictions that she had conceded.
Well, I don't know that she concealed these contradictions.
Conceded. She conceded the contradiction.
Oh, I'm sorry, conceded. I think with regard to, Judge, there's a jury instruction which talks about innocent misrecollection or witnesses. I want you to compare these misrepresentations or any concealments or any conceding things she's conceded with the fact this lady stands before you and tells you, I don't want to come back, I don't want to be here, I came here voluntarily today. Now, who can quarrel with that? That's exactly what she did. They ask all these questions about somebody from the Star, whose name has surfaced in other investigations. How credible is that? If she wanted to make money in this case, she has no job, she has no place to stay. She spent one night this week in a car. If a star reporter offered her $5,000 with the testimony she has to give in its explosive nature, don't you think she would take that? This is an honorable woman. She does not deserve to be maligned. She does not deserve to be treated this way. If they could come in and show she was going to get some money for this, it'd be something else again. But that's preposterous to ask her a question about billboards in her country. And the fact that we have CNN around the world is of no moment. What they don't seem to realize, because they have homes, is she has a place to go to there. She doesn't have a place to go to here. They're not going to do anything for her. So it's easy to beat up on somebody in court, but it's something else again to have some compassion for people, and then, excuse me, it's easy to beat up on someone in court, but it's something else again to have some compassion for one's fellow man, and especially somebody who's not really a party. We're all locked together in this case until the end. But Rosa Lopez is certainly more transitory in this, and whether or not, and all we're asking, is given everything. You consider it as like all the witnesses. Judge, you know, if you think about witnesses who've been impeached, in this case, if I started totaling up witnesses, some of them wouldn't even come back in here. This lady is an honorable lady who has nothing to gain or whatever, except she wants to go on with her life. That's all she said to you. If you have any doubt about it, you look her in the eye and ask her that. And she's told you that. She's told Darden that. So I'm asking you to allow her to give her testimony. And I understand the time crunch. But I also understand, in addition to being a lawyer, I want to be a human being about this, about what this lady did. And I know when I spoke to you last night at 5 o'clock, at that time I didn't know where she was. And when I found out where she was, I indicated to you I was going to get her back here, one way or the other. And you indicated to me to call the district attorney's office, and I followed, and I called Darden and told him that night. So there's an honorable quality about this lady. And I hope that's shown through in her testimony. And I ask the court to consider it. If you have any other questions, I'll be glad to try and address them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Mr. Darden.
You know, as I sat here listening to Mr. Cochran, I wondered, are we talking about the same Rosa Lopez? There are... I'm sorry, did you say something? Okay. Mr. Cochran must have had a hard time keeping a straight face as he argued the credibility
Passion says, easier to control the narrative before we gain the ability to research. Very clever to overwhelm us with sources so we don't go back to seeking our reports to control the flow again. Exactly. And I certainly think that is true with that, regarding that. Is in this situation, they were able to control narratives and control the flow of information better than they are now. Because now with the internet, people can see things more instantly, and there's more independent ways of conveying information with how YouTube and stuff works. And a lot of times we see things like as if we were there. And you are right about how overwhelming with sources to go back to and seek reports to control the flow again. Yeah, because that is a way to destabilize the opponent by overwhelming with sources so they can control the flow again. Yeah. It's they kind of let the line go out and reel it in and just kind of wear it out. Very well said, Passion. I agree.
Of Rosa Lopez. The issue at this point isn't whether we should hold a 1335 or conditional examination. The issue is why should we hold a conditional examination. Rosa Lopez has taken the witness stand. She took the oath. She promised to tell the truth. And she did the exact opposite. She told us that she'd made reservations to leave. We called and checked. We found out that she hadn't. And when we confronted her with it, she admitted that she had lied. She told us that she was going to make reservations. I'm not sure that she has, or that she did today. She told us that she hadn't made reservations to leave at some other time, and now we find out that on February 21st, that she booked a round-trip ticket to El Salvador. And what's important about the February 21 date, Your Honor, is that 4 days before, on February 17, she signed a declaration under penalty of perjury saying she was leaving and she wasn't coming back, saying she feared for her life. You tell me, what's going on here? Talking about contradictions. There are contradictions here, contradictions made under penalty of perjury. You can't believe anything Rosa Lopez says, I think, at this point.
Was it the declaration on the 17th that says that she's leaving? I thought that was one that did not say that she was leaving. Let me just double check there.
The February 17th declaration...
I stand corrected.
Okay.
I stand
That's
corrected.
right.
There were other declarations that did not say that.
Okay. The February 17th declaration says, I've decided to return to my native El Salvador on February 25. That's February 17. And on February 21, she makes a round trip, a reservation for a round trip ticket for March. Okay. We would certainly like to see Rosa Lopez testify in front of the jury. And if what we've seen today is a sneak preview of the defense in this case, then obviously we're looking forward to it. But Ms. Lopez makes these claims and allegations about Broncos and Detective Furman and all these other things. And they are important things, even if her account is untrue. But they're the kinds of things that a jury ought to hear, especially given the complete and total lack of credibility that Rosa Lopez has. They haven't proven that she's about to leave. What we found out about Rosa Lopez is that her accounts, her views, her positions, and her testimony changes with the wind, Your Honor. It changes with the seconds. It changes with time, and she will change and modify that testimony and her view and her position at any given moment, dependent upon who is asking the questions. There is no credible evidence in this record to suggest that she is about to leave this jurisdiction. In fact, the most credible evidence in this record is that she is going to purchase a round-trip ticket in March of 1995. I would ask that the court take note of her cooperation with the defense in this case. She told Ms. Villapando that she called her attorney on many, many occasions. Even when they didn't return her call, she still called. And when she left the state, she called to tell them where she was and to tell them that she would be here. She booked a round-trip ticket for March. She'll come back. She says that she feels as if she has a duty to tell the truth and to assist this defendant. Rosa Lopez will be back. And I tell you, Your Honor, if you don't hold a conditional examination today, she probably won't leave the city of Los Angeles. She probably won't even visit the ticket agency or the travel agent. There's nothing, no credible evidence, no credible testimony in this record to suggest that she is about to leave, and the motion ought to be denied. There are many, many contradictions in the record that I could speak on, in which my clerks from Southwestern Law School were careful to plot out for me so that I could argue those points to the court, but I sense that the court is aware of those contradictions. How can the court accept this witness's testimony? How can the court find her credible? How can we possibly believe that she is going to do what she says? Even as we stand before the court now and argue this issue, I suspect that in the media right now that they have uncovered other contradictions in the testimony that she has given today. The defense has failed to carry the burden, to carry the day on this issue, Your Honor, and we didn't beat up on her. We didn't treat her like they treated our witnesses. We didn't treat them like they treated Ron Shipp, and we didn't ask her about her drinking problems or her other personal business. Okay? We treated her in a dignified manner. This is a court of law. Mr. Simpson's freedom is at stake. The people's right to a fair trial and the public safety is at stake. Given the information she claims to have and given their complete failure to sustain their burden under 1335 and 1336, the court ought to deny the motion. Ms. Lopez is on her own, as she should be. I'm sure that she will return to her daughter's house. I doubt that she ever slept on the street or did any of that at all. We know where she's been, and she's probably been playing the slot machines and having a good time. And I've indicated to Mr. Cochran that if the DA's office can assist in any reasonable manner in helping them to keep their witness, or they can stay in contact with their witness, then we're happy to do that, because this is a search for the truth. And we think we know what the truth is, and we think the jury is going to find the truth at the end of this, and we want to help. We want to help the defense, but not this way. It's unfair. It's wrong.
Mr. Darden, let me ask you to address this issue. On the other side of the ledger, having noted the contradictions, the record also indicates that she was, in fact, out of the state of California until the early morning hours of today, that she voluntarily returned, which shows her good faith, and the information that I received that we stipulated to in a sidebar was she was, in fact, outside of the jurisdiction of the state of California. So don't I have to also take into consideration the fact that she did voluntarily come back, she was beyond the jurisdiction of the court, and shouldn't I take that into consideration in evaluating the truthfulness of her statement that she's going to leave? Question number one. Question number two is, do you want to roll the dice? Say, for example, I accept your argument that based upon my analysis of the credibility of the testimony of the witnesses here, that there has not been established that the witness is about to leave the state, as is required under 1337 sub 4. Let's assume that I accept that argument and deny the hearing. We go forward and she does in fact leave the jurisdiction and goes to a place where she is beyond service of the Interstate Compact on witnesses. Let's assume that the worst happens as far as Mr. Simpson is concerned, and he is found guilty of some felony serious crime. Then we have an appellate issue on the abuse of discretion by this court, failing to grant a 1335, when the only downside is that if she is unavailable under we have to have a 240 hearing somewhere further down the line to see if she's still in fact unavailable at the time that the defense case goes on.
If anything, the court should consider her return to this jurisdiction to testify today as proof positive of her willingness to assist the defense in any manner that she can. And I think that's probably about all that it's worth. And as far as rolling the dice is concerned, Your Honor, we believe that the record supports a finding that they have failed to carry their burden. The court does have discretion. There are many contradictions and inconsistencies in the testimony of Ms. Lopez and Ms. Lopez's testimony as opposed to the second witness. And this testimony, all of this testimony, we believe will support the court's finding that a conditional examination is inappropriate under these circumstances. We don't see it as an issue of rolling the dice or not. It's not a roll the dice issue. We fought hard on this issue because we believed this person to be, and I don't want to offend anyone this afternoon, but we did not believe she was a credible individual. We felt that the jury ought to hear her testify. That is, if they really want to take her testimony. That is, as opposed to creating an appellate issue in this case. At any event, Your Honor, the record, we think, fully supports the court's finding, if the court is inclined to so find that a conditional examination is not necessary. I don't think that Rosa Lopez will miss out on testifying again in these proceedings in front of the whole world. I think she'll be back. I think if Mr. Jones asks her to come back, or if Mr. Simpson should ask her to come back, I think she will. I'm sure she will. I'm not sure they're going to want her to come back, but I think if they ask that she will. And once again, the people are prepared to offer some assistance to the defense in terms of bringing her back if they really
And the people maintain their position at this time that they will not allow, or they object to calling Rosa Lopez out of order so that she can testify in front of the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear at the
Do
beginning.
you maintain your position that you would object to calling her out of order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
If the prosecution is so confident that Rosa Lopez is not a credible witness, then let me reiterate our offer that we made earlier, we just asked them about. If they're so convinced, let her call her in here and ask her, Judge, if we can put her on the stand Monday morning. She can leave Monday night. Let her testify before this jury on Monday. Since they think they're so proud of what they can show, let her testify. They want to search for truth. Let them do that. They're not going to do that, Your Honor, because we'd asked them that before. And I think it's really the height of arrogance and really unfair. Mr. Darden knows that she was not in Las Vegas, Nevada. Her flight went through there. She couldn't get a through flight. That's why she flew last night till 1:30. And how disingenuous is it for a lawyer to stand up here and talk about slot machines when the only flight she could get was through Las Vegas to get to L.A.? That's preposterous.
That argument doesn't carry any weight because
it may not, but it
we know
offends me because it shouldn't have happened, Your Honor. And so I have to, I feel duty bound to say that. Please allow me that. Now, having said that, let me get back to the issues. You put your finger on it directly. The prosecution, in their zest to win, their obsession to win, well, they don't care about rolling any dice. In this case, they're not worried about that. You are the judge, and you're the one who has to be wise because it's your discretion who's at stake. What we're saying to you, you saw this witness who came back on her own. She didn't have to do that. She doesn't want to testify. She didn't get anything out of this. And if she doesn't come back, if she does what she says she's going to do, and I find her credible on that. She said she'd come back today. She did that. She says she's not coming back after today, and I believe that. You heard those particular questions, which were the most important ones here today, even though she had respect for you because of what it's done to her life. And, you know, for them to say that she didn't sleep on the street, that is the evidence from this case. That's what she testified about, and we know she then left this jurisdiction, and the whole evidence is she's had this problem with her family. It just seems to me to defy credulity and to be the height of insensitivity for them to talk about this. They talk about this as a witness. A witness. She's not a party to this case. She should be treated with some amount of dignity, and I think the court is doing that and looking at all the facts in this case. When you do that, I think we've made our burden. If you look at any case where a witness has been away, came back on their own with no place to stay, and says, I'm not going to be here afterwards, and you have a man charged with the most serious of offenses, what more can we do under the circumstances than to make the presentation we've made? She's here because we made arrangements to get her back and because she called us, not because they did anything. If they really don't think she's credible, let her come before the jury. Otherwise, let us have our 1335 and let's resolve this matter and move on, Your Honor.
The Court of Appeals takes a look at this record. They'll look at the record as it stood today. And regardless of what may happen in the future, but as the record stands today, how can you find her credible? How can we possibly believe that she is about to leave? She has lawyers telling her, hey, it's okay. It's okay to go back to El
Salvador. Well, the thing that troubles me the most, Mr. Darden, is the fact that she was, in fact, out of the state today.
That's what Mr. Cochran has told us, yes. And she's back. People come and go all the time, Your Honor. She has come and gone from here to El Salvador, what, 27, somewhere between 27 and 50 occasions. We've called down to El Salvador. Okay. She can't hide from the media, and from what I understand from our conversations today, they're a lot more ruthless. That is the media. That is the media is a lot more ruthless down there than they are here, as I understand. There are billboards down there saying, if you see Rosa Lopez, call this number. We learned today, Your Honor, that... Okay.
Well, Mr. Cochran, it's interesting. I'll hear it.
Sure.
I can make
Okay.
the distinction.
There was a Rosa Lopez sighting in San Salvador a short time ago.
I'm not surprised about
Okay,
that.
and they hounded and followed this woman for quite some time until they finally realized that she was not this Rosa Lopez. The reporters our office spoke to today say they are waiting. They are waiting for her to land. She's big. Maybe bigger than you, Judge, I don't know. But, okay. But she can't run from the press, and none of us can. But the record still is clear. There is no credible evidence in the record, no credible proof that she is about to leave. You can't believe anything she says. She contradicts herself. I mean, there are inherent conflicts in her own testimony, Your Honor. And you don't have to beat up on her or badger her to bring these conflicts out. She conflicts herself. You know, what else can we do? We have a right to a fair trial.
It is a contradictory record. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. And so, and under the circumstances, the court certainly has discretion given these circumstances. And we don't see it as an issue of rolling the dice. We're in it for the long haul. And we think that the court, that should the court deny this motion, that the court will be standing on sound legal grounds.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Last thing I'd like to say, Your Honor, is we don't see this as anything funny at all. The fact that there may be press, or he made some call down to El Salvador, and sending messages like that, I think are very, very unfortunate. If everybody around the world is watching this, how we conduct ourselves seems to be important. And what I'm concerned about is this particular witness. This lady believes her life is in jeopardy. And what we do has a lot to do with that. And it seems to me we keep
Counsel,
that,
the issue goes
that
back
seriously.
to 1337 sub
Yes.
4, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the issue.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is an interesting situation. This is an abuse of discretion standard that I have to apply here in finding whether or not a conditional examination is necessary or required under these circumstances. We have a witness who, on the positive side of the ledger, was in fact, and I believe was in fact, out of the state of California until the early morning hours this morning, was in fact out of the state. She did in fact return and cooperatively after the request by her attorney, Mr. Jones, and by the defense counsel here. She has stated unequivocally to the court today that she intends on leaving tomorrow. On the other side of the ledger, we have the fact that the reason that she has given, the press harassment, is contradicted by her cooperation with KMEX Channel 34, speaking to their reporter, Villapando, and her friendliness with the court TV personnel. It seems to contradict her fear of harassment by the press. Also, she has indicated in her declaration dated on the 17th of February that she is leaving on the 25th, when in fact she had reservations for mid-March to return on a round-trip ticket as well. So the issue is whether or not her claim, the court deems credible her claim that she is going to leave the jurisdiction and not return any time during the course of this trial, and will not voluntarily return, and in fact she is going to go to a jurisdiction where securing her attendance here in California will be difficult, if not legally impossible. I have to balance also the materiality of the proffered testimony, which is that she observed My understanding from the allegations is that she observed Mr. Simpson's Bronco parked at his residence at a time that is inconsistent with the prosecution theory of the case. Balancing the materiality of that proffered testimony with the factors that I've discussed here, the cautious resolution of this is to grant the motion for a 1335.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute recess and then we'll commence the hearing.
It's not a matter of it's not possible. Yes, Mr. Darden will be able to conduct this, Your Honor, but this is an important witness, and it is important that I be here. We collaborate, Mr. Darden and I, on everything, whether I'm presenting the witness or he is. And I'm sure the court has already seen evidence of that. And I had no idea the court was going to order the jury in for tonight. There was no way of knowing that you were going to do that. I mean, you didn't even tell us. This was just, the last-minute thing, given the problems.
As soon as I decided that the option of conducting a 1335 that's videotaped and taking a witness out of order in front of the jury, of those two options, I like taking the witness out of order much better than videotaping them.
And obviously the court has discretion to do that. I'm not arguing with the court's authority to do that, but, Your Honor, I guess I can't be here. And if the court had informed me...
Ms. Clark, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I had forgotten that problem. And that's my fault for having forgotten about that. What is your time pressure at the immediate moment?
At the immediate moment, I have to leave. I won't be able to get back until 8:30 or 9.
This evening?
Right. I can come in tomorrow.
All right. Mr. Jones, would you ask Ms. Lopez to join us, please? Ms. Whites?
We heard something.
I'm sorry?
We heard something.
Sure. Mr. Cochran?
I am sensitive to the child care needs of our counsel, Ms. Clark, Your Honor, but the court has made your decision. That's why we have a number of lawyers on each team. There'll be various parts of this case where lawyers will not be present. This is Mr. Darden's witness. I can understand this argument. It'd be more compelling if this was not Mr. Darden's witness, but as the court has seen, Mr. Darden is absolutely capable of conducting this examination. He has Ms. Sherry Lewis, he has Mr. Yokelson, and he has any number of other VAs upstairs who can assist. It's with everything else, and I want to be sensitive about this, is a balancing process. We have a lady who does not want to come back and, of course, made a finding after today, and it's a difficult problem. You can make your query, but I'd like at least to be heard in this regard. I think that Ms. Clark can be here for the part that she can, or come back, but I think you made the decision. We should move ahead. If we're going to have 20 jurors coming and all the rest of us, in this situation, when this is Mr. Darden's witness, it seems to me we should be able to proceed ahead. This is an extraordinary situation, and I think you made the right decision, and I think that we should go forward. And when Ms. Clark can rejoin us, then so be it. But this is Darden's witness.
Well, the difficulty, though, Mr. Cochran, is that Ms. Clark has been and continues to be the lead prosecutor. And given your role in this case, were you to be absent for a part or be required to be away, I would call a recess for you as well. And you know, we've made adjustments for Ms. Clark's child care requirements, and that's something the court is more than willing to do. And I just plain forgot.
I start off by saying I'm sensitive to that, but as the court heard earlier, we did, no, I am, but Darden still is going to do the witnesses. There is direct examination before Darden gets a chance. Mr. Darden. But I was just trying to, if I could have just a second.
Sure.
Supposed to be one of their most critical witnesses, Your Honor, certainly.
Well, I'm told the jurors are here. Okay. See, I've really been hiding them somewhere in the courthouse.
In the building, I think. You're going to inquire, Ms. Lopez. I'll have something more to say after that.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening, sir. And Madam Interpreter, would you interpret the court's comments for Ms. Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, I have made a finding that your client is a material witness. And it was my intention, in fact, I have ordered the jury brought over because I was going to exercise the court's discretion, alter the order of proof, allow the defense to call Ms. Lopez as a witness out of order and testify in front of the jury. And I have been told that the jury is, half of it's probably here at this point, and Deputy Browning confirms that. I had completely forgotten about Ms. Clark's child care obligations, and I have deep admiration for her as a single parent and understanding the obligations of a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and it's something that's beyond my control at this point, and she is the lead prosecutor, and she's entitled to be here when we examine this witness before the jury. Having made a finding that and it was my intention to start right now with the jury and go until we finish. And the jurors had not been in session today, so they would have been fresh, and we could have gone till midnight. And my staff is ready to stay till midnight. Start right now with the jury and go until we finish. And the jurors had not been in session today, so they would have been fresh, and we could have gone till midnight. And my staff is ready to stay till midnight. But I have to drive half the staff home tonight because they're missing trains. So we plan to do this. Unfortunately, and that's having made the finding that your client is likely to leave, I'm now in a position that, having determined that she's a material witness, having taken as credible her testimony that she is going to leave, I'm in a situation where I have to either impose a material witness bond on her under 1332 or incarcerate her if I cannot get her to promise me that she'll obey my court order to return on Monday. So we're sort of in a dilemma at this point. Would you take a moment? I know you've talked to your client about it already, but we're in a slightly different, significantly different situation at this point.
I understand, and I will take the time. However, we have discussed it at length. I've discussed with her the various alternatives, and I've even, in anticipation of the people's, and I assume it's the people's request that some bond be set. But we talked about that as well. She does not want to be locked up.
And believe me, Mr. Jones, the last thing in the world I want to do is do that.
Your Honor, what I would ask is permission of the court to let Mrs. Lopez address you. I simply cannot do it with the emotions that she expresses to me. She's very upset.
I understand.
May she address?
I want to allow her
I have accepted her testimony to me that she is going to leave. I have accepted that as true. And I've also accepted that she is a material witness and should testify before the jury. And the jury is available. I have a logistical problem that one of the lawyers cannot be here, who is entitled and should be here, Ms. Lopez. And Ms. Lopez, I apologize to you, but I've made the finding that I believe that you are going to return to El Salvador.
Did she address the court?
Certainly.
Please? I also am sympathetic to the child care problems of a single parent. However, I would indicate to the court that consistently it has been Mr. Darden who has contacted me with respect to, or messages on his behalf, indicating he is the one who wants to interview her. And we are at this late hour, in my opinion, simply because Mr. Darden has wasted the afternoon with questions that I think have to do with my attorney fee. He is the one who wants to interview her. And we are at this late hour, in my opinion, simply because Mr. Darden has wasted the afternoon with questions that I think have to do with my attorney fees and my fee arrangements. And we set this on a Friday. There's no guarantee that we can get out of here at 4 o'clock. And I just think if we have to balance the equities here, on the one hand, having Mr. Darden, who wanted to interview her, who took the afternoon, who requested the Friday setting, against Mrs. Lopez being locked up, I think the equities fall on her side.
Well, she doesn't have to be locked up if she'll promise me she'll come back on Monday.
May she address the
And
court?
I'll make arrangements to have her housed over the weekend. Ms. Lopez, do you have something you wish to say? Good evening.
Quería ir, yo no quería estar aquí más. That I wanted to leave. I don't want to be here any longer. Todos los reporteros me han destrozado mi vida. All these reporters have destroyed my life. Ya no puedo salir a ninguna parte, tengo tanto temor para tantas cosas y yo no sé qué hacer. I can't go out anywhere. I am so afraid of so many things. I don't know what else to say. Y yo prometí venir ahora porque dijeron que ahora terminaba esto y yo me podía ir al Salvador que terminar esto me podía ir. I promised to come today because I was promised that this was going to finish today and then I could go to El Salvador.
All right, Ms. Lopez, unfortunately, it does not look like we are going to finish today. And I have the feeling, unfortunately, that your situation will not likely improve when you return to El Salvador. But I have to balance the fact that you are an important witness for Mr. Simpson and that the prosecution is entitled to ask you questions in front of the jury.
Yo le agradezco mucho a usted. I'm very grateful to you. Y también a los señores jurados. And also to the jury. Que estén tan tarde por mi culpa. That they're here so late because of my fault. Pero yo deseaba con toda mi alma irme mañana para mi país. But I wish with my heart that I could go tomorrow back to my country.
Ms. Lopez, the planes fly, as you know, to El Salvador on a regular basis. I will start your case, your testimony in front of the jury, the first thing we do with the jury Monday at 9 o'clock.
I will do it for you, Your Honor.
All right. Do you promise me that you'll obey my order to return?
Sí. Yes.
May I make one suggestion?
Sure.
Puede sugerir algo, su señoría. Sí.
May I make one suggestion?
Su señoría, ¿puedo sugerir una cosa?
May I be excused?
Yes.
Just before, I did check, maybe it relates to Ms. Clark, if you just 1 second, if you can. Would the court consider, I think Ms. Clark mentioned this earlier, would the court consider a major finding an unusual Saturday morning session where we can try to conclude this. Ms. Clark can do it, we can all do it, and it would still allow Ms. Lopez to make that 11 o'clock flight tomorrow night. And would the court consider that? I think everybody could do it. It would get us back on track for Monday morning. We're on our new schedule Monday, and it seems to, if the court has made this finding, it would be, it better balances what you were talking about. It gives her a chance to leave tomorrow night, and we could finish this thing in one day. The jurors will be here anyway tomorrow, and I think Ms. Clark can do it. That seems to be fairer.
We've scheduled other things for the jurors tomorrow.
Well, no, that's not the answer.
Well, no, frankly, counsel, we need to have a weekend in between. Monday morning, 9 o'clock. The other matter that we scheduled 9 o'clock we'll put off to another day. Madam, Mr. Robinson, would you contact Deputy Downs and tell him Tuesday?
That's fine. Your Honor, you recall she has no place to stay. May we approach?
Yes, we'll make arrangements for that. All right, Mrs. Lopez, just so we're clear, I'm going to order you to return Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I'll make arrangements for your housing between now and Monday. Do you understand that?
Y no quiero reporteros en el hotel donde me deje Johnny. Yo no
And
quiero
I don't want
reporteros.
any reporters at the hotel where Johnny takes me to. I don't want any reporters.
I'll do my best to assure that.
Así hago lo best for you.
I'll do my best for you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Lopez.
Thank
Why don't
you.
you have a seat, and we'll talk with you and your attorney in a moment. All right, and if there's nothing else to put on the record, I do with our jurors, since I have them all in the back room now. Tell them something. Thank them. Actually, I think I will, because they've been...
They're going to notice Ms. Clark's absence, Your Honor. I don't think that's...
Well, that's...
I don't think that's...
We've dragged...
Blame something on her implicitly, wondering why they're here and then they leave.
No.
Please bring him out and take it.
No, I'm going to tell them that we had an unusual situation. There was a possibility we were going to call a witness out of order. We had some difficulty in doing that. Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll see him Monday. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Welcome you back to court. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all welcome you back to court. As you can see, it's rather late on a Friday, and we're still working. We've been in session all day today, and I made a decision about an hour ago that there was an unusual situation where I was going to call a witness out of order and present that witness to you this evening. After I made that decision, another problem came up that indicated that we could not go forward with that testimony this evening. I was planning on going till midnight tonight with this witness if necessary because of the situation that arose. Things have changed and suddenly we're not going to do that. But that's why you were brought over, and that was my intention. So I apologize to you for embarrassing you like this and bringing you over, because now something's changed and now we're going to quit and start again fresh Monday morning at 9 o'clock. But I thought I should at least tell you why you were rousted out from your location, brought over here, and told that we were going to proceed. I didn't mean to embarrass you. And I appreciate your good humor with all of this and bearing with us. This is going to be an unusual trial, and things like this are going to happen, I'm sure, again.
I see some nods. You know that this is not easy for all of us. I know that you're all impressed to see all of us here still working at 10 minutes after 6 on a Friday. But from the smiles I can see, I haven't antagonized too many of you. All right, so we'll see you again. Remember my admonitions to you, though. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't have any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. There are some other things that I'll need to talk to you about on Monday, but I'll see you Monday. All right, have a nice weekend. All right, we're in recess, 9 o'clock. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything else we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right. Ms. Clark?
We advised the court in chambers, we had filed a motion this morning requesting that this matter be conducted as a conditional examination on videotape, and we are prepared with the means by which to do so. The reason that we have made this motion, we have not been afforded an opportunity to be heard on whether this would be a conditional examination or in the presence of the jury. And we acknowledge the court's discretion in this matter. Nevertheless, we feel that it would be...
I thought we had this discussion several times Friday.
No, we did not. We asked for time to consider the option, although our position had been previously consistent that we wanted a conditional examination. We did not want to take the witness out of order in the middle of our case in chief. At the 11th hour yesterday, the court asked us again to reconsider, and we stated that we would consider, but we were never given the option of arguing to the court what our position would be. We considered the matter and determined that we did not want to proceed in the presence of the jury, but we were not afforded an opportunity to be heard in that regard. We were not. We have...
No, we discussed this a half dozen times, counsel.
We discussed it at sidebar at the last opportunity. The court inquired of us, I believe, on Friday, whether the people continued to object to her being called in our case in chief out of order and in the presence of the jury, and we said, yes, we continue to object. Then we went to sidebar at the end of the day, and the court asked whether or not we wanted to have it, the court indicated that whether we wanted to consider having her in the presence of the jury, and we said we were considering that other option. But we have not had an opportunity to present to the court our position on this since that time. And I would like an opportunity to do so. I think that the people's right to a fair trial is substantially endangered by this procedure. Number one, by allowing the witness to be called out of order in the context of the middle of the people's case in chief. This highlights the witness's testimony, affords her undue importance, highlighting her above all other witnesses, which is unfair to the people's case. But beyond that, Your Honor, it's very disruptive. The people will then have to present rebuttal testimony, which is only in its embryonic stages and being formulated. There's a great deal of impeachment against this witness, a great deal, Your Honor. We've been investigating her all along. It's not that we waited till the 11th hour to do so. However, we were always of the belief, and it was a well-founded one, that the ultimate rebuttal would not occur until the rebuttal in the people's, in the ordinary course of things. That is, that her testimony would be presented in the course of the defense case, and that we would be afforded the opportunity to present rebuttal of her testimony after that, when the people's rebuttal began. So there was at least a 2 to 3 month window in which to further develop all the leads. Even this weekend, we've been obtaining substantially new information. To preclude us from getting all of that information and to require us to basically prepare for cross-examination in one weekend and then cross-examine this witness that the defense contends is a key witness for them, on which their whole case hinges, is basically to deprive the people of the opportunity to have an effective right of cross-examination and confrontation. Not only does it rip the fabric of the people's case at a critical point in time, but it also prevents the people from conducting the thorough kind of investigation that we're entitled to conduct with respect to this witness's credibility, which the court is already aware is substantially in question. We ask only that the people's right to a fair trial be preserved by affording the defense the conditional examination that they initially requested. Although the people's position has not changed that the granting of the conditional examination was not required based on the testimony given, that perhaps the 1332 of the Penal Code, a material witness section, would have been appropriate to protect their right to have that witness present. The court...
to incarcerate a witness for 2 months?
No, the witness can post bond. The defense has been giving this witness money, feeding her, clothing her, housing her, paid for round-trip tickets for her. I'm sure they would post bond for her as well. No, she need not be incarcerated. The court's aware of that. The court's also aware of the defense funds and the defense ability to make sure that she can post the bond. That option is available and the people urged the court to take it. Nevertheless, the court ruled that a conditional exam would be afforded to the defense for this witness. All the people are asking now is that the court hold to that ruling and conduct this as a conditional examination so that the people will have the ability to present their case in an orderly fashion, complete the investigation that they've only been given a weekend to speed up.
I thought you said that the prosecution's been long aware of this witness.
The prosecution was aware of this witness and was conducting investigation into this witness. Nevertheless, her lack of credibility was so apparent that we could never have anticipated the defense would hinge their whole case on her. Moreover, the defense has made representations concerning subsequent statements by this witness that we were never made aware of, and to this date have no written statement on. We have only counsel's representations in the opening statement as to many of the things she's going to testify to. And I'm sure we're going to hear another version on the witness stand today, whether that be by conditional examination or in front of the jury. But the people's right to a fair trial is in jeopardy here. And I think that there's no detriment suffered by the defense if we present the conditional examination and videotape it. Don't forget, Your Honor, that they will still have her present and available to testify in their case if they want to put her on the witness stand. They will have the option. If they decide that they don't like this witness, they can put it on through videotape or not play the tape at all. If they like this witness and they see that she does a good dress rehearsal, they will have her present for their defense case. And I think that no one should be in any doubt about that. She'll be here. Nevertheless, if we do present this as a conditional examination and videotape it, the rights of all sides will be fully preserved. But to rip the people's case and to basically stop the examination and interject a defense witness that will require lengthy cross-examination and lengthy rebuttal pertaining to facts that have not yet been presented even in the people's case will be confusing and misleading to the jury, will curtail the people's right to an effective cross-examination, and will curtail the people's ability to effectively investigate her. And I'm asking the court, in the interest of justice, to allow this as a conditional examination that will protect everyone's rights.
How do you propose to prepare under Evidence Code Section 770, if you haven't already?
I'm sorry?
Well, if you're going to confront her with inconsistent statements, don't you have to do that now during the conditional examination? Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, and I think that first of all, we can do that by being given broad latitude in cross-examination, which I'm sure the court would afford us, given the unusual nature of these proceedings and the fact that it is a conditional examination. And we can ask those kind of broad, far-reaching questions on cross-examination that will subsume the issues, many of the issues of prior inconsistent statements.
Mr. Cochran?
I thought I would not be amazed anymore, but it's amazing that the court will recall at the end of the day, on Friday, Mr. Darden was saying how he looked forward to having Ms. Lopez before this jury. In fact, he made this statement, I wonder who's going to clean up the blood after I finish the cross-examination, and I welcomed him. I said, well, you go do what you do. We have a truthful witness here. This was litigated, and as always, the people, you know, it's beyond disingenuous for somebody to come into this court at 6:30 after you've brought all these jurors over here. We're ready to proceed, and the witness makes a promise to you she'll come back, and they say, well, we can't do it tonight, Judge, because I got to pick up my children, and the court is sensitive to that. And it was a ploy for them to go and try to cry and moan over the weekend and come up with some other document. For Ms. Clark to stand up here and talk about the defense doing this, she doesn't know anything about the defense. If she thinks that our whole case hinges on this witness, then she, like so many people who write about this case, don't know what they're talking about. They're not even part of this case. We have a number of witnesses, all of which they know about. So it's preposterous for them to say that. This is a witness, Your Honor, who's going to be leaving. The court has ruled on this matter. We all come back to court prepared to do this. They're prepared to put it over just till today to proceed. And then all of a sudden we get this motion where all of a sudden they're being prejudiced or whatever. It's the usual thing, Your Honor. And for her to say that our whole case hinges upon this witness is preposterous. We have a number of other witnesses, and they are very much aware of it. And specifically, the court has ruled on this. They agreed to it. We talked about it, as you said, a half dozen times. And when we asked for the delay on Friday night, you look at the transcript, they didn't say, we don't want to have her testify before the jury. They said, we just can't do it tonight because even though Mr. Darden is going to be conducting the examination, Ms. Clark has to be here to see and advise him and tell him what questions to ask. And that was why we put it over. We went through this in detail. And so clearly, Your Honor, this is another attempt by them to avoid facing up to what they have to face up to in this case. And we're ready to proceed. And we should proceed. The court's ruled on this. It's the honorable and fair thing to do. And all the rest of it is wild speculation on their part and totally disingenuous. I'd ask the court to allow us to proceed at this point.
I'm offended as a woman, as a single parent, and as a prosecutor and an officer of the court to hear an argument posed by counsel like that of Mr. Cochran today. Some of us have child care issues, and they are serious, and they are paramount. Obviously, Mr. Cochran cannot understand that, but he should not come before this court and impugn the integrity of someone who does have those considerations. And I'm deeply offended. The people, I would like to indicate the people are strenuous and vigorous in their desire to have this witness testify. We want the ability to fully and effectively cross-examine her. We feel that it would be the fairest thing for both sides to do that in a conditional examination. What the court nor the people could not know on Friday is that new information would be obtained over the weekend, which it has been, that will provide fertile ground for a more effective cross-examination. This information needs to be followed up. It will also afford us the opportunity to present our rebuttal effectively, having gathered all of that information at one time. If we have to present this witness before the jury now, we will be required to present some rebuttal now and then some later in a disjointed fashion. The people have to be able to try their own case, as does the defense. And the order of witnesses is a very important matter that we know the court is aware of. The ability to structure a trial strategy that most effectively conveys the nature of the case and the information that is required to be conveyed to the jury is a very, very important matter. It's not one to be taken lightly. This is why the defense is so desirous of having this witness taken out of order. Even if she doesn't come across effectively, the jury is adequately confused so that her testimony, even though may not be believed, will simply rent the people's case sufficiently to cause confusion and distortion of the people's case. All we want is for the ability to effectively and cohesively present our case to the jury. The defense has already persuaded the court to effect the order of witnesses that the people had proposed on the domestic violence issues. The defense now seeks to do it again, but without good cause, Your Honor. The people submit that there are substantial issues of fairness of this trial, the people's effective ability to cross-examine and to present the case to this jury that we are being deprived of by having this witness taken out of order. We do feel that everyone's right will be adequately protected by a conditional examination, but please bear in mind, Your Honor, that our investigation of this witness is actively ongoing, has been, but certainly went into high gear over this weekend, and a number of new matters were brought to light. So we would ask that the court take the witness's testimony today, but allow us to do that as a conditional examination. At the appropriate time, if the defense desires to play the tape, they'll have the option of doing so, providing they can show due diligence. But I suspect that the witness will be available to be testifying in person at that time. Either way, it's a no-lose really for the defense, but at least it affords the people the opportunity to present a cohesive case and to effectively investigate and cross-examine this witness.
What's your time estimate, Ms. Clark, for the presentation of the remainder of your case? Realistically now, would you say perhaps the end of March?
And based on what we've seen, the way testimony is going, I have a better feel for the pace. But I need to talk to the people who'll be presenting the blood evidence and the DNA evidence to really give a good idea. So I'm going to give it my best shot, Your Honor. I think that's probably fair, the end of March. I think so. You know, I mean, if you really want me to get more specific and more accurate.
No, just sort of a ballpark guess in asking you how much disruption this is, just to put this in context.
We haven't even gotten to, let me help with that. We haven't even gotten to the testimony of the witnesses that make Rosa Lopez relevant. We haven't even gotten that far. We haven't gotten the testimony of Cato. We haven't gotten the testimony of Alan Park. These are the key witnesses that make Rosa Lopez's testimony intelligible. So we are going to wind up rebutting testimony that has not even been, essentially they're putting on their rebuttal before we put on anything directly to make that intelligible to the jury.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Well, certainly make my life interesting every day. I appreciate the fact that both sides anticipated going forward with her testimony before the jury today. The original defense request was for a 1335 conditional examination, which I granted. And after our discussions, I was under the impression that both sides agreed that it would be better under all circumstances than to have Ms. Lopez testify before the jury, since that is the ideal situation. However, the rights of both sides will be protected under the 1335 procedure, so I will modify my order and we'll proceed. Yes, briefly.
I was not going to respond to the last thing the counsel said. But, Your Honor, both sides did in fact agree. And the fact that the people have now come in and changed that is, I think it's just outrageous, Your Honor. We can never have any closure in this case on anything because they changed their strategy, they changed their mind from day to day, Your Honor. And it seems to me that this would be, the court has not ruled yet, counsel.
Just did, Mr.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, you had ruled also on Friday night. So they're back up here talking, so I think I should be permitted to at least indicate this.
Well, no, Ms. Clark is correct in that after I made the decision, I told her, she said she wanted to be heard, and then the other issue came up with child care, and then that sort of closed the whole issue for the evening as far as I was concerned. And frankly, since we had been in session 6 hours beyond our anticipated closing time on Friday, I was ready to call it a night then.
I remind the court what happened was Ms. Clark was now gone at this point. The court, we called the jury then at the end of the day and said we'd be calling a witness out of order to testify, and this was a decision. Right. It was a made decision.
You're right.
Everybody in America is looking in, is aware of this was a made decision, and then they come up with this motion that nobody knew about. Darden had agreed to it, and Your Honor, I think that's totally unfair. It was unfair that they would do this.
I agree with you in many respects. However, you asked for initially a 1335, so you won the day. You got your 1335. Ms. Clark now brings up good points. I'm more than willing to change my mind when I feel it's appropriate.
Well, can we just talk for a moment about her good points? The good points are these, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Cochran, we've had the opportunity to argue it.
Well, it's just, you know, I would just submit to the court that this is outrageous, that they would be able to come back in and reconvince, Your Honor, after we made a decision. That you're going to do this on Friday night.
Well, Ms. Clark raises the possibility that if we put on Rosa Lopez now, then they're going to bring on 5 rebuttal witnesses, which is going to totally derail things.
Your Honor, they're always claiming things like that, and it turns out to be much ado about nothing.
Well, that's what I would do if I were them.
Right, but it turns out to be much. So let them do that. I mean, they were going to be so ready to do this. Judge, they've known about this witness since last July or August.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Cochran, forgive me for interrupting you for just a second. Ms. Hazlett, would you ask Mr. Schuman to get his gear together for me, please? Thank you.
You know, it seems to me they've known about this witness since last summer. And the fact that we get information, Judge, in this case, this very morning, at this very moment, people are calling in on both sides. It's just totally disingenuous to say we got new information. We get new information minute by minute in this case, and will continue till this case goes to the jury, Your Honor. It's another stall as they did Friday night. And you know, Your Honor has been wise and fair in this case, but certainly you can see through this. And for her to say that I'm not sensitive to child care is preposterous. What I'm sensitive to is the fact that they came in here and said, we're ready to go on Monday, but I just have to be here so I can advise Chris Darden. And now we come with this motion. And that's the thing. So I just wanted to at least have the court indicate how strongly the defense feels about this. I think that I don't want to see this court snookered by this. I mean, this stuff about a fair trial, I mean, it works both ways, Judge. They have the power of the state. They have the entire police department, DA's investigators. They've got everything. They've known about this witness since last summer. And for them to come in here now and say, we're not ready, Judge. I mean, we hear this time and time and time again. And I just think it's unfair because the defendant's entitled to a fair trial also. And the court had made its decision. We live with that decision. And as usual, they come back and begged and moaned and asked you to do something else. And you rightfully consider those things, Judge. But it seems to me in this instance, given this record and what you said, I mean, they affect your credibility. We tell the jurors. We would have done this Friday night. You tell the jurors, we're going to take this witness out of order, come back Monday morning, we're going to do it. Ms. Lopez, who stays over, says, I'll do that for you, Judge. And you say to her, Judge, you say to her, I'll get you on, we'll testify before the jury, and it'll be over with Monday morning, and you can leave if you want.
What she anticipated was coming here and having her testimony tape recorded, which is what we're going to do.
Well, not as of Friday night. She anticipated having it over. What they're arguing, and you know what they're doing, Judge, and let me just say this last thing, and I'll sit down. They're also...
Wait, Ms. Clark.
Judge, what they're doing, again, is seeking to re-argue everything. They're saying, in their motion, when you rule that Rosa Lopez would leave to go to El Salvador, and they don't like a ruling, they try to come and circumvent it by every way they can. So what they're saying now is do this conditional exam because we know she's going to really be available, which is contrary to what you had found the circumstances. So they ask you to re-argue that particular point, Your Honor, and it just seems to me that's unfair. What happened is, this case is the strings are being pulled by others that are sitting here at this table, and they come here and make a representation, and they go back and they have to talk upstairs and get their new orders, and then run down here and make these things, these things.
Ms. Clark, please don't interrupt counsel.
And so what you're seeing, Judge, and they want to put you in the middle of their battles upstairs when one person says something, and that's not fair. And that's why you're the judge to make these rulings and make them and stick by them. So I just think we should be able to go forward as we kept. I mean, I think it affects everybody's credibility when we tell jurors something and then all of a sudden they come up with this last-minute attempt. So I'm just saying to the court, you ruled. It was an appropriate ruling, given all the evidence. We should proceed with the testimony. And if they want to call 5 rebuttal witnesses, they've had all the time in the world to do that. They can call anybody they want. They were so worried about whether or not we want to call this witness. We'll make it very clear. Remember, I stood up and I invited him. I said, let's put her before the jury. You're so worried about everything. Everybody around America is worried about Rosa Lopez. We made our decision with regard to that. It's been abundantly clear. You don't see us changing our strategy every few minutes, but where they have. And I just suggest to the court that that's not fair to the defendant when we talk about what's fundamentally fair. And I would ask the court to think about that before you reverse your well-thought-out and well-reasoned ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. All right, counsel, we had not started the actual examination of the witness. What you had asked for was a 1335 conditional examination. I granted that. Since the jury was available, I decided to do that. Since then, the prosecution has brought to my attention a point that I had not contemplated, and since we had not embarked upon that course of action, it's not inappropriate for me to change that, which I'm going to do. We will take a 20-minute recess to allow the videotape equipment to be set up, and we will proceed. And Deputy McNair will need to transport the jury up to the holding lounge upstairs. Mr. Darden.
Your Honor, before we break, I've asked defense counsel, and I've asked on the record as well for any notes and recordings relative to any interview they had with Miss Lopez. I have not received any notes or any recordings of any interview they may have had with her, and I'd like to inquire of defense counsel if any such notes or tape recordings exist.
As far as other than talk, we have no notes and I don't have any recordings. I can quite really give them. All thing I can do is call Mr. Paddock. That's the only person I can call.
Well, we understand, Your Honor, that over the weekend, Mr. Schiller who is apparently Mr. Simpson's personal biographer, spent some time with Ms. Lopez, and I'd like to inquire if Mr. Schiller, if he has notes. If he interviewed Ms. Lopez, I'd like those notes, Your Honor.
Is he kidding, Your Honor? That's how bad their information is, Your Honor.
If that's a denial, Your Honor, that's fine.
Are you indicating, Mr. Cochran, that that's not true?
As far as I know, he didn't talk to him. You got to talk to him.
All right.
That's fine.
All right, very clear. Mr. Walsh, you had something?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Douglas has made an ex parte application for an order shortening time. If the court's not going to consider that now, may I be excused?
No, I'm going to consider that now.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Walsh, do you want to address that?
Yes, well, thank you, Your Honor. We received the application this morning indicating that the defense became aware on February 22nd that there may have been certain investigations into allegations against Detective Furman. They're now asking that the court issue an order shortening time till March 2nd to have a hearing on whether those documents, if they exist, should be produced and disclosed. I'm at a loss to understand why they waited until this morning to prepare these documents and file them and give them to me. It's a very short period of time for the city to analyze the request and make a determination of the stature and position that it wants to take. The only reason given in the declaration why an order of shortened time should be allowed is that they believe that Detective Furman is to take a stand on March 1st. I have no information as to whether that's true or not, but March 2nd is an inconvenient date for me for two reasons. One, I have a prior appearance that morning. Second, I have a funeral that I must attend tomorrow, so I would have a limited amount of time to respond to the request and to determine what the city's legal position would be.
How about March 3rd?
March 3rd would be better, Your Honor.
All right, March 3rd.
Thank you. What time?
9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, Ms. Robertson. Let's, okay, we're going to take a recess to set up the videotape equipment, and we'll resume as soon as the equipment is available. Thank you, counsel. Doc 35 of the Penal Code, and that the court will be sitting in this matter as a magistrate. All right, Mr. Schuman, are you ready? Mr. Firth, are you ready? All right, Mr. Cochran, you ready?
Yes, let me put you.
Yes. Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis.
I have a matter, Your Honor, I'd like to bring to the court's attention, and it was the subject of some discussions that we had in chambers. Your Honor, as the court is aware, Your Honor, this morning, a document which is a two-page statement written by an investigator and addressed to Mr. Shapiro concerning Rosa Lopez was turned over to the prosecution after having an in-camera review with the court. That was a document that is dated July 29th, 1994. Now, Your Honor, I was under the impression that that document had been turned over to the prosecution consistent with other documents that we had turned over on September the 1st, 1994. Indeed, Your Honor, when we discussed with Ms. Lopez last week,
the substance of her testimony, we were discussing it within the context of the July 29 document. That document, Your Honor, included reference to an undocumented housekeeper who is named Sylvia, who is acquainted with Ms. Lopez, and who was present on some times that are not critical nor germane to the substance of Ms. Lopez's testimony. Ms. Lopez had expressed severe concern that the Sylvia, and she is not aware of Sylvia's last name, but that Sylvia, since she was undocumented, did not want to have any involvement at all in this particular case and did not want her name mentioned at all in any reports dealing with Ms. Lopez's statement. It was with that context that Mr. Pavlik generated a second document, which was an interview of Ms. Lopez which occurred, and that document was dated August the 18th, 1994. It is the August the 18th, 1994 document that was turned over to the prosecution. I have, Your Honor, in the interim since this morning, checked with my office to see whether my office had any record or knowledge of the August 18 statement, because it was not among the documents that I used to help discuss Ms. Lopez's testimony with her this past week. And I was told that we did not have the August 18 document in our particular file. I learned about the possibility that such a document existed when I spoke to Mr. Pavlik on Sunday, complaining that Mr. Pavlik had included in his report to the prosecution a name that Ms. Lopez had wanted to not be included. It was then that I learned, and I verified it when I checked my own documents here in court, that in fact there had been a second report, the August 18 report, that was in fact a two-page document of Ms. Lopez, just as the July 29 statement was a two-page document of Ms. Lopez. That is where my confusion was born, such that when I saw that there was a two-page statement of Ms. Lopez, I thought we were talking about the earlier statement, and I was not aware of the existence of the August statement. I anticipate that Ms. Clark will stand before you and express some shock, some outrage, and some sense of prejudice. I would like to say these words in response, however. The August 18th statement that was turned over to the prosecution is more detailed in terms of the germane facts of Ms. Lopez's testimony. There is more inclusion, for example, in the August 18 statement about the circumstances of the June 13 interview between Mr. Furman in the morning and Ms. Lopez. More information was contained in the August 18 statement than was even in the July 29 statement. The August 18 statement was created simply to assuage Ms. Lopez's concerns that her undocumented friend, who did not want any involvement in this case, might come forward, her name might be released, and she might then be interviewed or some way involved in this case. However, Ms. Lopez told me, and told Mr. Cochran when we were discussing that statement, that she had had subsequent conversations with this Sylvia, and that Sylvia had in fact been interviewed by Los Angeles Police Department officers months ago. That Sylvia in that interview had denied any acquaintanceship with Ms. Lopez, knew her only briefly, and did not have any information to lend to anything concerning this case, which was consistent with the statement that Sylvia told Ms. Lopez that Sylvia did not want to have any involvement in this case and would deny any subsequent involvement in the case were she to be asked about it. Therefore, Your Honor, if there is some claim that there is some surprise, that there is some prejudice, I think that you should inquire whether or not this Sylvia person has ever been known to the prosecution, whether or not this Sylvia person had ever been interviewed by the prosecution, and she was in fact interviewed, as I said, months ago. Her relevant involvement in this particular case is not germane to the substance of Ms. Lopez's statement that sometime after 10 o'clock she went outside walking her dog and saw Mr. Simpson's Bronco in a location identical to where she had seen that Bronco earlier in the evening. The only context with which the Sylvia information has any sort of relevance is to explain why at approximately 8 o'clock Ms. Lopez was outside waiting for Sylvia to come over and thereby saw Mr. Simpson's Bronco parked in the same position as it was parked later after 10 o'clock, and why sometime after 9 or 9:15, Ms. Lopez was outside to see Mr. Simpson leave and to notice that he had left in his Rolls Royce with another man who we now know was Cato Kalin when they went to go get a hamburger. The statement in August includes mention of Ms. Lopez being outside at 10 o'clock and seeing the Bronco, includes mention of Ms. Lopez seeing Mr. Simpson leave in his Bentley after 9 o'clock with an unknown person, and then learning that there was some hard-soled shoes walking down Mr. Simpson's property about 20 to 30 minutes after he had left to McDonald's.
Excuse me, if Ms. Lopez is here, can we have her step outside?
Mrs. Hamburg, why don't you and your client step outside while we're discussing your client's potential testimony, please? Thank you. Please wait in the hallway. Thank you, counsel.
But, Your Honor, any involvement or any mention of Sylvia or any relevance to anything that she may offer is really collateral and tangential to the substance of Ms. Lopez's testimony. The statement that we gave in August is more complete as to what Ms. Lopez will testify to than the statement that was in July. The prejudice, if any, is minimized because the people have already interviewed this Sylvia. The people have a statement, I would assume, although I have never seen any reports of the interview of Sylvia, but Sylvia told Ms. Lopez that, in fact, she was interviewed by detectives or police officers shortly after the incident occurred months ago. And therefore, Your Honor, I think that, yes, there was a problem because a two-page report that predates the report that was turned over was not actually turned over. However, the report that was turned over is more complete in terms of the testimony that Ms. Lopez will give in this trial. And the reason why the second report was created was simply to protect the identity of an undocumented worker who did not want to have her name mentioned or to be involved in the case of this sort of profile. I'm also reminded, Your Honor, that we, upon learning, and this morning when we were looking at the documents that we turned over to the prosecution, learned for the first time that, in fact, to our surprise, the July 29 statement was not the one that had been turned over, but it was this August 18 statement, and that was then the reason for the added delay while we brought that up to the court and then voluntarily turned that document over to the prosecution.
Ms. Clark? Certainly.
I feel like I'm experiencing deja vu. All over again. That's right. Mr. Douglas stands before the court once again to fall on his sword. I guess he's elected to do that. That's his job in this trial. I'm not impressed. I think that these representations by counsel are unavailing to alleviate the problem that they have created by willfully failing to disclose material statements. This July 29th statement is not only, counsel wants to represent to us that the August 18th statement was more detailed and had more relevant information than the July 29th statement. When I went through and compared the two statements, what I found was that actually, in most relevant respects, the July 29th statement was far more detailed. And there was one obvious omission in that July 29th statement, and that is that at 10:15 to 10:20, On July 29th, Rosa Lopez said she went out to walk the dog and made no mention of seeing the Bronco at all. That statement is totally absent from the July 29th statement. Only on the August 18th statement does it state that she went out to walk the dog at 10:15 to 10:20 and saw the Bronco. Obviously, we have some material discrepancies of a very important nature. Discrepancies that we should have been informed of quite a long time ago. Discrepancies that would have allowed us to address Ms. Lopez in a far different manner. With respect to the greater detail in the August 18th statement, let me point out that it was only the July 29th statement when she made mention of what kind of shoes she was adamant the prowler was wearing. August 18th says nothing about that. The information concerning Detective Mark Furman in the July 29th statement is no different. In fact, it states that it was conclusively Detective Mark Furman she spoke to, whereas in the August 18th statement it says that he was subsequently identified as Mark Furman. And lest there be any mistake made here, Your Honor, the August 18th statement makes no mention of a July 29th interview, and the August 18th statement states specifically that it is not an edited version of a prior statement, but it was a statement generated by Rosa Lopez on August 18th. So we have not only willful failure to disclose the July 29th statement by their late presentation today, but we also have a deliberate material misrepresentation implicit in the August 18th statement, in which it purports to have interviewed her once and only once, and that was on August 18th, deliberately misrepresenting and misleading the people to believe that there was only one interview. Now, what makes that an even more gross lie is that both statements were taken by the same investigator, Bill Pavlik, given to the same attorney, Robert Shapiro. Obviously, counsel knew, obviously Pavlik knew that there was a prior statement, and there's no mention of that. This is a material misrepresentation in and of itself. And as officers of the court, they should be ashamed. They should be embarrassed. In fact, their bar tickets should be hanging in jeopardy at this point for this kind of misconduct. And this is misconduct. There's no question about it. The question is what the court wants to do about it. It's another issue. But I am appalled. I am appalled as an officer of this court that these kind of misrepresentations would be propounded in the manner that they are, with these sanctimonious denials and claims of being fair-minded and open-handed and forgetting that there was supposedly a witness who would corroborate at least some aspect of Rosa Lopez's statement. Obviously, Rosa Lopez put this person into her July 29th statement for the express purpose of showing how credible she was. And when the defense found out that Sylvia was not only not going to corroborate Ms. Lopez, but was going to say she's a liar and no such thing ever happened, and I wasn't at her house, and I did not make an observation of the Bronco, she conveniently disappeared from the statement. That's the truth. All we knew, and counsel wants now to point the finger at us to try and put us on the defensive after their misconduct, which is reprehensible in itself. I would like for the court to know what that situation was. What happened is that we received a clue to talk to a maid named Sylvia, who said that Rosa sold her story for $5,000. And that's what we did. We interviewed a maid named Sylvia, who lived close to the Rockingham address of the defendant, and she denied having spoken to Rosa. She denied having any close relationship with Rosa Lopez. She denied having any knowledge of the case at all. She said she did know Rosa, but having ridden the bus with her a couple times, and that's all she knew. And so there was nothing to generate, because all we did was follow up a clue that wound up being, I have no information. We had no idea, because of the defense misconduct, that Sylvia was somebody who had some material information Rosa Lopez claimed. And so all we were doing was following up a tip that didn't pan out. Had we known that Rosa Lopez made this statement on July 29th, claiming to have visited, and now the defense wants to downplay her importance, and they want to downplay her importance in order to, this is going to be how they cover up, how they explain away, yet another way we're going to expose Rosa Lopez as a liar. This is, now we've got their cover story. The court's heard it. That this woman doesn't want to get involved and she's an illegal alien. Illegal aliens tell the truth too, Your Honor. And I'm sure that Sylvia will tell the truth if asked, whether or not she was with Rosa Lopez that night. But obviously, she becomes a source of impeachment material.
All right, two questions then, Ms. Clark. Are we confident in our determination that the Sylvia mentioned in the report from July is the same Sylvia that the tip was followed up on?
We have no way of knowing that. Because the defense hid this report from us, we have no way of knowing it this time. We're going to attempt to find out.
Okay. Second question. Although from Mr. Douglas's comment, I take that to mean that apparently it's the same person.
It would seem they are saying so.
All right. Sure.
I would like to point out to the court that we have an inconsistency even among defense counsel.
Ms. Clark, I just had two questions.
I'm sorry.
Let me pose my questions
Sure.
to you. I just wanted to see what your level of confidence was in that Sylvia is the same Sylvia. You seem to have a fair degree of confidence that we're talking about the same person. Secondly, my second question, let's assume that I agree with you that this is a delay in discovery that is substantial and should not have occurred, especially in light of what transpired earlier, calling upon your first observation that this is deja vu all over again. What sanction, if any, do you seek at this point, since that's really the bottom line
Yes.
of our discussion, I assume?
Okay. Let me address the points seriatim. Number one, only hearing Mr. Douglas's statements now did I gain that confidence. Prior to coming down to court and hearing him make those statements, I didn't. I wasn't sure. I asked the investigator.
During the course of cross-examination of Ms. Lopez, assuming we go forward today, we can flesh out who she is
I'm assuming that.
and then confront her with any contrary views expressed by Sylvia, quote unquote.
Right. Of course, thanks to defense counsel's misconduct, we are going to be doing that in the blind. And as we all know, lawyers should not be asking questions on cross-examination for which they do not have answers. And what counsel has deliberately done is force us to do that very thing. So, number one thing, I want to point out to the court on how many occasions in the past we have asked for the notes, tapes, prior to other statements of this witness, specifically this witness. We have requested them. They were denied to us. This morning, Mr. Cochran came in and told the court that he first learned of this other statement today. And now Mr. Douglas tells us he knew about it all along. We have inconsistencies between counsel. And now we have to race the tabloids in order to find out where this Sylvia is, who she is, and what she'll have to say. I mean, really, we are put behind the eight ball in a very serious way. And Mr. Douglas's elaborate dance doesn't cloud the fact that we're put behind the eight ball with this. I think that here's what I think would be the fairest thing, is to preclude counsel from using this as a prior consistent statement, which is in any case, legally it doesn't amount to a prior consistent statement that would be admissible for corroboration, because it does not arise at a time prior to the genesis of the bias. But in any case, if they were to attempt to use it in any form, it should not be admissible as a prior consistent statement. Furthermore, yes. Furthermore, they should be precluded from ever calling Sylvia. And we should be permitted to cross-examine on this July 29th statement at our discretion. We would further ask the court to admonish the jury that we have a willful and intentional disobedience of a court order in the delaying tactic of the defense in turning over this report, which delaying tactic was engaged in for the purpose of gaining a tactical advantage in the case and taking the people by surprise, and in an effort to curtail their effective cross-examination of Rosa Lopez. And I'm reminded that perhaps this would be the time, Your Honor, to lift the discovery sanctions imposed upon us some 2 months ago.
with domestic violence all over again, wouldn't we?
Revisit, yes. But at least that would allow us to present witnesses and try the case in the manner that we had, closer to the manner in which we had anticipated doing. It's now been 2 months. Counsel was afforded the opportunity to investigate those witnesses. Now they have had all of the time that the court deemed appropriate. I think the court said 6 weeks. It's been longer than that. And we should be permitted, I think, at this time, to be able to put those witnesses on.
So as I understand you correctly, then your position is that you want me to restrict or prevent the defense from using the July 29th statement as a prior consistent statement, should that come up. You want me to preclude the use of Sylvia as a defense witness.
That's correct.
You want me to give an instruction to the jury regarding another violation of the discovery rules, and you want me to lift the previous sanction regarding the witnesses that were belatedly disclosed by the prosecution, correct?
Right.
All right.
Which I'd like to underline one thing to the court. When we say belated in the People's case, there was a 2 to 3 week delay. We're not talking, the defense delay is more like an ice age compared to that. I mean, we're talking 8 months, Your Honor, 8 months that they sat on a statement that at least one of them knew they had. A statement that was prepared by the very same investigator who prepared the August 18th statement. I mean, this is so obviously willful. This is so obviously intentional, a disobedience of the court's order, that I am shocked. I am shocked. I have never seen a defense attorney behave this way. I have never seen this happen. I've heard of delays. I've heard of refusal to take statements. I've heard of a lot of things. But I've never seen this. And I've never seen it in such a blatant form in an effort to sandbag the prosecution, to blindside us. They're obviously very desperate, to engage in such obvious tactics, but they should be unavailing. After the repeated requests by the prosecution for notes, tapes, and other reports on witnesses, and particularly this one, and the denials of defense counsel that any such thing existed, only to have the 11th hour report come out,
Well, counsel,
I'd ask that...
Let me tell you what concerns me the most about that. After having said all that, and forgive me for interrupting you, but a more pertinent point is that after we had that last episode, I then directed defense counsel to go through and make an inventory of all their witnesses and statements, because I wanted to avoid specifically what we have here. That's what concerns me more than what you just mentioned.
Right. And because I was not charged with the responsibility of compiling the inventory, the pain of that effort caused me to forget that the court had made that order, and that makes it even worse. That's right. Because who knows what else they have? Who knows what else they're sitting on? So I would ask the court for this. I would like their investigators to come into court and divulge to us all of the reports and notes and statements that they have taken on the relevant defense witnesses that we will designate, so that we can get a complete and accurate idea of what else they've got that they have not turned over. Because I think we have not seen the end of this.
All right.
We need Rose's notes, by the way. We know that she's been extensively interviewed by counsel. I cannot believe for 1 minute that there was no note taken, no tape made of any statement that she gave, especially over this last weekend. So, I mean, there are considerable notes and statements that exist on this witness that we have not been shown. And the defense counsel, if they want to get up and deny it again, we're going to revisit the issue again. But I would hope that the court's sanctions would be much more draconian. And I would ask that before we proceed, we hear from these investigators. I want to see, I think the court should see what else they've got. And I don't know if we'll ever find out, but we can try.
Mr. Douglas?
A couple things come to mind, Your Honor. There are a few occasions in court where I felt as bad as back in January when I had to suffer the slings and arrows for things that occurred. Therefore, Your Honor, I would not willingly or intentionally thrust the defense into a position where I find myself again having to explain something such as this. When the court admonished defense counsel to seriously and cautiously review the discovery and to create a book and to set forth all of the documentation, I did that and I complied with the court's direction in that regard. There was, Your Honor, in my records, a 2-page interview from William Pavlik to Robert Shapiro concerning Rosa Lopez. I then checked off that, consistent with a 2-page interview from William Pavlik to Robert Shapiro that had been turned over to the prosecution. It was only this morning, Your Honor, that I saw for the first time that the 2-page interview that we had given to the prosecution was not the same 2-page interview that I had been using in my notes. Your Honor, I stand before this court as an officer of the court to tell you that I never had in my possession the August 18 statement until I went back at direction of Mr. Cochran and checked to see what document it was that had been given.
Mr. Douglas, let me direct your attention to one other thing that I'm more interested in. Let's assume that we both agree, however, that this is a late disclosure, because there is some difference, significant difference between these two statements. So you and I both have to agree that the disclosure is late in coming, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Putting aside the explanation as to how that happened, the prosecution has asked for 4 sanctions as a result of this. What's your response to their request for these 4 sanctions?
I do not think, Your Honor, that it justifies bringing in investigators and having investigators share intimate attorney-client work product with the prosecution. There are no notes that have not been turned over. There are no tape-recorded statements of Ms. Lopez. I'm not sure, Your Honor, how the prosecution speaks to a witness that they are going to call when there are attorneys present. We sit in a conference room and basically discuss questions that will be asked, answers that are going to be given, but we're not taking down notes such that it would be the kind of thing that they're talking about. So I'm not sure what they are talking about. There is no tape recording of Ms. Lopez by any of our investigators. We turned over, Your Honor, the July 29, 1994 statement.
Mr. Douglas, that's really another question that you're addressing. I want you to address the 4 specific sanctions that the prosecution has asked for in light of the delay in disclosure. The other issue as to whether or not we're going to talk to Mr. Pavlik or the other investigators to ask them to disgorge anything else that they might have as to any other witnesses, that's interesting. That's something we'll take up at a later time. I'm more interested in getting your response to these 4 requests.
Very well, Your Honor. Can you remind what the 4 were?
Number 1 was that you be precluded from using the July 29th statement as a prior consistent statement. Number 2, that you be precluded from using Sylvia, quote unquote, as a defense witness. Number 3, that the court give an instruction to the jury that there's been a willful failure to disclose the prior statement of Rosa Lopez to the jury. And fourthly, that the court lift its previous sanction on the prosecution for their delay in disclosure and allow them to now present the witnesses that were late in being disclosed.
I think, Your Honor, I will answer this question, and I think the court should understand some context so that you could weigh the appropriateness of any particular sanctions. What we are doing is creating a conditional examination record that the defendant will use in his case. Now we're learning will come at a minimum of 6 weeks from now, if not longer. If there is the court's position that some sort of a sanction would be appropriate because there may be some measure of prejudice with the people being unable to specifically question this Sylvia, and we have not interviewed Sylvia, Your Honor, we have not contacted her. I'd like to make that clear as well. I think that the appropriate sanction would be consistent with that which was imposed on the prosecution. That is, creating some time frame within which the defense would be barred from offering that videotape until there has been a showing that the people have had an adequate opportunity to investigate this Sylvia, to obtain a subsequent statement from her, and are now adequately prepared to rebut anything that may have been said about Sylvia in Ms. Lopez's statement. It is important to remember, Your Honor, that we are not intending to bring any circumstances of Sylvia's involvement in our case through the testimony of Ms. Lopez. Our entire testimony is going to be based on that which is included in the August 18, 1994 statement, which is why I say that statement is more complete for the purposes of her testimony than even the statement from July 1994. I do not think, Your Honor, that it would be proper to preclude Sylvia from being called as a defense witness, because I think that would be a premature ruling at this point. It may be that she will have nothing that we are going to offer in corroboration of Ms. Lopez. It may be that she will. I would urge the court to withhold that particular consideration of the sanction until we get to that point, and to require that we would be obligated to inform the court beforehand. This Sylvia is not on our witness list. We have no document from Sylvia. I cannot represent to the court that there is even a present intention to call Sylvia in any regard. I suspect, because she is undocumented, that she is not going to be very interested in involving herself in a case of this profile, and I suspect that we would not anticipate calling her as a witness, but I do not think it be prudent at this point to commit to that particular sanction. As to the final sanction, that is, that they should now be relieved of their obligations, the court has always made it clear that we can't confuse apples and oranges. The court imposed a sanction that the court thought was well-fashioned and well-based. Given that record, I would urge the court to impose a sanction that is similar given this particular record, and that is the advantage that we have now of having a conditional examination. She is not going to be testifying in front of the jury. It is not, for example, a situation where prior to her going away for the day, after her direct has already been placed in front of the jury, we now say, oh, by the way, we have this statement. When we learned about this statement, when we learned that they were different, we then first brought it to the court's attention to see, for the court preliminarily to rule whether or not there was an obligation to release the statement. Certainly, Your Honor, I understand and appreciate the scorn that would befall me for explaining the circumstances of this. But this was not intentional, Your Honor. It was not willful, and certainly this court has had some ability to gauge the nature of the defense effort, understanding that it is very much a monumental effort. But this was a matter that we brought to the court's attention before the witness was called to testify. And I do think, Your Honor, when the court is trying to balance and to interpret and to read between the lines, there should be some understanding place that the defendant did in fact come forward with this evidence, this information, and offered an explanation to explain it, though certainly not just a justification that the name was in fact missed. I do think, Your Honor, as well, that it would be totally improper, given the current state and where we are, for the court to issue an instruction to the jury that there has been some further willful misconduct. The reason why the court felt it appropriate earlier to issue a curative instruction was because there had been statements made concerning Mary Ann Gertjes to the jury, and the court realized that we could not unring the bell. There has not been anything said about any Sylvia, any mention to the jury at all of any connection that she may have. Her connection at best is only tangential and is not one that we intend to elicit on direct examination. So I do not think that there is a showing that we have in any way taken advantage of this slip, as the showing that was made in the earlier example, which then in the court's mind justified the imposition of that sanction.
Thank you, Counselor. All right.
Now, do you have points anything else to the court?
One thing.
Okay. I find it very, very impossible to believe that the defense did not follow up to interview a potentially corroborating witness for someone who is their key alibi witness. And Mr. Douglas's efforts to convince this court to minimize the importance of Sylvia to the defense should not be accepted on face value. It's clear that she is somebody that they would like to rely on, and probably did interview and rejected because she dumped Rosa Lopez out as being a liar.
And I'd like to point out to the court that the defense came forward this morning only after it realized in fear that once Ms. Lopez was cross-examined about how many times she spoke to their investigators and when, that their subterfuge was going to be exposed. Had we done the conditional exam on Friday night, Your Honor, she would have been here and gone, and we would never have realized that there was another statement given by her. So the prejudice could have been severe.
Tired.
Pardon?
Never mind. All right, then I take it, Ms. Clark, that since you were asking for these various sanctions, Mr. Douglas is correct that I need not impose any of these sanctions except for the one lifting your order of proof unless and until the defense chooses to present Rosa Lopez's 1335 statement, correct? I mean, I think you agree with that timing-wise. All right, then I would propose that we go forward then with the 1335 with Rosa Lopez at this time.
If there's only one thing that I would request at this time, Your Honor, and that is that the investigators be brought into court and required to divulge the information with respect to any other notes, reports, or interviews taken.
All right, we can take that up later, but I would like to get the 1335 in the can, so to speak, if we can do that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I would like to get the 1330. We will take that issue up, whether or not there is any, because what has transpired obviously causes me some curiosity and concern as to whether or not there's anything more out there that we ought to know about. I agree with you there. But I would prefer to use our time today getting the 1335 in the can.
The problem is that we're talking about our right to cross-examine this witness. If there are other reports and notes of her made by the investigators, we obviously need to know about that before we cross-examine her.
Well, the representation that's been made by Mr. Douglas is that there are no such other reports.
Which has been made before, specifically with regard to this witness. So this morning. That was, Mr. Darden came into court and requested any other notes or reports, and we were given a very assured, confident statement that there was nothing else, only to be confronted at the 11th hour with this other statement that came floating out. So I don't think we can accept
counsel's. All right, so you'd be satisfied with Mr. Pavlik coming in and telling us on the record that that's all there is?
Under oath, yeah. The other sanction that would be applicable to the conditional examination, Your Honor, is the use or mention of any of the statements contained in the July 29th statement. Any reference to those as a prior consistent statement.
I would say this, though, Ms. Clark, that we can go forward with a rather broad range during the 1335 because that is a statement that will not be offered unless until I find there's good cause, and it's still subject to editing for objections and other sanctions. I think because I have the impression that you would like to cross-examine her on the July 29th.
That may be true, especially in light of the fact she doesn't see a Bronco.
If you cross-examine on it, then they are entitled to go back and reestablish the complete statement of what's there. Now, whether or not that comes in before the jury is another question. But if it's in the can, at least I know it's there.
Okay, then what about the...
All right, but I will ask Mr. Pavlik to come in and to respond to the question whether or not there are any other items with regards.
Is that the only... Or Mr. McNally as well, Your Honor? We have two.
I don't believe Mr. McNally is employed by the defense any longer.
He's referred to in the August 18th statement as one of the interviewers.
I don't believe he's here, and I don't believe he's in the employ of the defense any longer.
No, McKenna. That's McKenna. That's McKenna. Is there any way, I'm sorry, but is there any way that we can get some kind of statement from the defense concerning Mr. McNally's notes and who they were turned over to? Perhaps Mr. Pavlik's in possession of them. Obviously, he was engaged by the defense back at the...
Why don't we let's ask Mr. Douglas, is Mr. Pavlik available?
He can be available, Your Honor, yes.
Well, I'm going to propose a modification to our court schedule today to go to 4:30 since we're getting such a late start. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, except that we want to hear from Mr. Pavlik before we begin cross.
All right, well, let's get the direct. And Mr. Shapiro, would you make a phone call to Mr. Pavlik, have him come to court forthwith, and we'll commence with the direct examination. And I'll take a recess between the direct and the cross-examination so that we can address the Pavlik issue. But I would like to get started with this.
One thing, Your Honor, I'd like to record to be clear is we have not interviewed this person known as Sylvia. We do not know her.
I got that the first time.
Well, Your Honor, the suggestion that I'm lying when I say that offends me, so I want to make sure that it's
Mr. Douglas, let's be very clear. I have not imposed any sanctions yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
I haven't made any findings yet, so let's not get too excited at this point. But I am concerned for the reason I mentioned.
I respect it, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schuman, Mr. Firth, are we ready?
Passion says, Shapiro doesn't say a word yet. It was apparently him that caused all this. Yeah. He's like he broke the vase, and he's the only one in the room that doesn't say anything. Yeah. It is a lot of mental gymnastics, and they'll go not want something, and then they do it, and they just keep on going in circles, it seems. And Shapiro just sits there quietly. But we know that he was the mastermind behind all this. And then the defense and the prosecution both fight each other. And it kind of like, then the judge is like, we're repeating the same thing we did before. It's like something that gets fixed with tape, and it just slowly kind of undoes itself, and then it comes back and becomes a mess. So I could definitely see why the trial took so long, because of the madness that occurred. It certainly was something to watch, indeed. Now, at this point in time, we have reached a stopping point for the night, but we'll be continuing again tomorrow, today, however you want to say it. And I want to thank you all for those that came earlier, those lurking, those that are here in chat. I appreciate you all very much during this trial that I've never seen before or really knew anything about, and I'm learning about it with some of you all as we watch it unfold. Yeah, so I'm surprised I haven't heard of it before, because this was a very big thing. But time does its things, go in and out over time. So wish you all a good evening, good day, good afternoon, good night, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone as well, and peace.